Every day, the markets open.
Millions of eyes scan the charts.
But only a few see the story unfolding in real time.
We are those traders.
Welcome to Hola Prime TV,
the world's #1 live trading network, where you get Forex, futures, crypto, and stocks on one single platform.
From the pre-market buzz to the closing bell.
Gold rush moves, Forex fire, Mag 7 madness.
Deep dives, live setups, real traders.
No filters, no fluff.
because we don't just talk about markets, we trade them.
Hola Prime TV. Trade, watch, learn, live.
Can't stop checking the charts?
Yeah,
That's why we built Hola Prime TV, the live channel made by traders for traders.
it's fast, it's raw, it's real. And it's the only prop TV that trades as hard as you do.
We don't just stream charts.
We live them. We are traders.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Every day, the markets open.
Millions of eyes scan the charts.
But only
Hello, everyone. Hello, Paul.
Hello everybody. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I like your new office background, Paul. It's very, as we were saying earlier, New York noir. Very dark
too,
and
me
New
too.
Yorky and money-like.
I love
That's
it.
great.
I
You have a
love
good
it.
weekend?
Yes,
Yeah.
fantastic. And yourself?
Yeah.
And yourself?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad. Pretty relaxing, actually. It's been quite a busy week because of crypto moves and so on, and trying to position in big market moves going on across all the sectors. So and on the weekend, the crypto moves take place. Quite a lot of them. We had a big move over the weekend, big move up and big move down. So lots of action. But anyway, welcome to everyone. Welcome to the chat. Let's say hello to Mark and Ray and Emily Trading and Tanaka. Yeah, Tanaka, there is no Forex fire today, so we'll be talking about that right now as to why. We've got a new program schedule coming up. So welcome to everyone, and welcome to Monday. Welcome to the new Hola Prime TV. And we'll be telling you a little bit about as we go along. Let me quickly summarize it. We're making a shorter, punchier, more dynamic, more action-packed, more information-filled show for you. And we're starting at this time every day prior to the news releases and prior to the market open. And we'll be trading right the way through until the end of play every single day. And this will be one single stream. There are no, you don't have to cut away or find new streams or find where we go to next. It's all on this one stream. So you can play it all day long. You can be with us all day, which we're super looking forward to. And also during the stream, we'll be covering a few different things that we're not used to being covering. So things like stock names. We'll be talking about the Mag 7, some of the tech names later on. And we've got a dedicated section for gold and silver and metals coming up later. And then our Forex team, not Forex team, yeah, we've got the Forex team coming up around about the lunchtime period during the liquidity zone, and then back to the futures. So lots and lots of action. All in one action-packed stream for you right here at Hola Prime TV. So you don't have to go anywhere. We're here all day long with you. Right, Paul?
Yep. Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Can't wait for this new schedule. It's awesome.
Yeah. No, fantastic. So anyway, let's not talk about it too much now because you'll find out as the day goes along. So stay tuned, stay part of the show, say hello to us, type up your questions and your comments. We'd be glad to answer them. And the show's all about you. It's not about us, it's about you. So make yourself at home, grab a coffee, and have fun. Now, there's a lot going on this week and has been going on over the last week in the markets. So we need to talk about that urgently. We have a little bit more time with you today as well in this first session. And we're going right the way until the market open. So we'll cover the news. We'll cover just prior to the market open. We'll cover the major market sectors, what we're looking at, what you might want to look at, the way things are setting up for the day and for the week ahead, to try and give you an overview of the way we might be approaching the market. So in order to do that, I've got a sticky note here. I've actually got two today, two sticky notes. And the one comes from the market assessment. This will be going up on the Discord from, I think, either later this week or next week. And you'll be able to get hold of this sticky note every single day on our Discord. There will be links put up in the chat for that. So on my sticky note, I'm going to read through it very quickly and then we can talk about it. These are the thoughts. Metals, and this is a question really. Are metals going to rotate into crypto? And are we going to see a rotation within the metals? So gold to silver and then the platinum group metals, there are some moves going on there. We might see some rotation. We need to look at gold and silver and what we're going to be doing with those. And then I want to look at a little bit later on the Bitcoin gold chart. In other words, the price of Bitcoin as priced in gold. And I want to show you a few important things about that and the way Bitcoin's shaping up as an asset against some of the strongest assets like gold. We can look at it against the S&P, the Nasdaq, and that sort of thing too. Are we going to see a pullback in Bitcoin? We'll have a look at the chart shortly. And are we going to see a swing into the altcoin market as Bitcoin dominance drops off? We can have a look at that. So that's all in the crypto side. Stocks, new all-time highs. What are we going to look at? We'll be talking about stock names later on when we talk about the Mag 7 a little bit after lunch today. So stay tuned for that. We're looking at things like Tesla, Nvidia, Apple. Is Apple slumping? Is Tesla about to go into a new overdrive move higher? And what about the chip names? Nvidia, AMD. AMD has popped up in the news today, and I just talking about this with Paul. AMD is planning to open an electricity plant near San Francisco. Not AMD, OpenAI, I think, or a collaboration between them. But it's not Nvidia this time. It's AMD, which is super interesting. And they're planning to open a power production plant near San Francisco to get all of this stuff going, which is going to be the size of Singapore in terms of power output and consumption, which is quite something. And then the other thing we must talk about for the currency trade is what's going on in Japan. And we have a new president rather, in a one I'll remember the name now. Takaichi is the new president in Japan of the conservative wing of the Japanese political environment. And she's a dove, really, into lower interest rates, not too worried about inflation, and a conservative fiscal policy in terms of stimulating growth, dropping interest rates, and increasing output. So all very interesting. And the Japanese yen, as a result of all of that, collapsed. However, the Nikkei rallied about 3 or 4% last night. So lots going on. And in order to make sense of all of this, I think we've got to slow it down a bit and have a look at each one of these things individually. And perhaps it's a good idea to talk about oil, Paul, because it's a big market that we look at a lot. And with OPEC and Russia having a bit of a ding-dong now, we might see prices either drop or rally significantly, depending on who wins that battle.
Right. Yeah, that's very true. And in the overnight, we did see a little bit of a rally. I'm sure everybody that pulls up the charts could definitely see that. We can look at my charts real quick if production crew is able
let's pull them up.
But essentially, what we saw last night, or at the open of the futures Sunday night, was a little bit of a gap up from $60.70 per barrel to, I'll just paint the picture for now until we get the charts up here, but from $60.70 per barrel, we gapped up to $61 and about like 15 cents per barrel roughly. And then we had a pretty large candle all the way up to $61 and like 85 cents per barrel. So there was some, large bullishness right off the open, a little bit of consolidation that occurred. But again, as we talked about last week, James, the $62 to $61.50 range that I had marked out for 3 months' time that has acted as support in general, that's where we basically gapped and fled back up towards, and then consolidated in for the entire overnight until just about 30 minutes ago. So, and then we kind of finally broken down below that. So whenever we are able to get the levels up here, I'll show them. But essentially we weren't able to break back through that support, that previous support area. It acted as a sort of resistance so far in this overnight session. So we need to see when the markets open up this morning, how does that area react again? Is it going to be still resistance and we're going to break down further, or are we going to be able to, bulls going to be able to push it up? So yeah.
Okay. I think we've got a slight technical problem at the back here. That's okay. We can talk about these things in the meantime. I do want to talk about Bitcoin. Bitcoin broke to new all-time highs last night, and you might not be able to see the chart. I could almost swing my camera to behind me to show you the charts behind me over here. But Bitcoin is now, Bitcoin made a new all-time high, touched, I think, just about 125,000, just shy of it, and dropped back down a few $1,000s straight afterwards. So what that means is that there's quite a lot of resistance at that $125,000 level. I suppose simply because it's a quarter round, and that there's, profit taking that always happens at these quarters and half rounds and rounds. But this morning, Bitcoin has recovered, and we're approaching that level again. And I think that we're going to be breaking up to new all-time highs again this week, and potentially up to my target. And I don't know how long it will take, but around about 180,000. And so we must talk about the altcoins. There we go. Okay, we've got my charts up. We may as well stick around here and then go. Okay, let's go to the cryptos quickly. This is what I'm talking about on Bitcoin. So we are reaching up quite nicely. Look what happened last night. This is overnight on Sunday during the Asian session. A massive spike up to actually over 125,000 to 125,800 thereabouts. And we fell all the way back down to 122. So, like a 5% rally and back down again. But then this morning we found support at that level. I actually hedged my position. I took some profit at the top there, right at the top, but not enough. I could have taken more actually. I took about 20% over there, but I'm holding a long-term Bitcoin position, and actually I bank in Bitcoin now. So it doesn't really, none of this really matters to me actually, because whatever I've got, I bank in Bitcoin instead of dollars or pounds or South African rands or gold or the Taiwan currency or whatever. I choose to bank in Bitcoin. That's all. So what it means is that whether I have Bitcoin trades on or if they're just in my Bitcoin wallet, it makes not a big difference, except that I can be more flexible in my trading account. And I could add on leverage if I wanted to, and I might do so on the altcoins, just a very, very small amount of leverage. But we rallied up to that level, dropped sharply back. And if we look at this on the 4-hour chart, you can see why it spooked. Let's go back to the hour chart rather. You can see why this was pretty spooky and scary, because that green line is the previous all-time high there. And we broke up very dramatically through it. And this is about 6 a.m., 5 a.m. So really at the sort of lunchtime in Japan, really, which is quite odd. And then broke up through there in pretty low volume. Looking at these hour candles, pretty low volume, not like we've seen before. And then collapsed back down again. And we found support here on the hour chart at the 50 and the 100 period moving average. So I think it's okay for Bitcoin. I'm watching this to move up to new all-time highs, and my target is about 180. I don't know if we're going to get there anytime soon, but I wouldn't be totally surprised. First of all, we got to get through 150, which is the 1.618 fib, and then the 2.618 fib, which is at 180. So could we get there, in the next few weeks? Quite possibly. But it might take months, I don't know. Bitcoin's just in this uncharted territory right now, so very difficult to tell. But what we can do is set these Fibonacci extensions as targets like I've done, and I'm looking for 135 and then 150 and then 180. Those are the three levels that'll be sort of, looking to be a little bit cautious around. As you can see, the altcoins are all rallying. That's Ethereum, XRP, Solana. Those are the main plays that I've got on. These four, roughly equally weighted at this stage, actually. So if you can imagine a pie with four pieces, I've got a quarter Bitcoin, quarter ETH, quarter XRP, and a quarter Solana in one of my plays. Those are the major or big cap cryptos and alts that I'm playing as a different proposition to the minor or lower level alts. But anyway, enough of all of that for now. We've also got some things to look at in terms of gold and silver, platinum. I've got some very interesting ideas about rotation out and within the metal sector. And then what we're talking about right this minute, and we'll switch across to your chart, Paul, is oil. And really, oil has just done exactly what Paul said, bounced up back to this new breakout level and collapsed back down again this morning. But it's probably better to look at that on a shorter term chart, which Paul might be able to give us, and we can have a little bit of detail around the zone that we're trading in.
Yeah, definitely.
So we can just it may be difficult to switch still. It may still be difficult, but
no worries.
Just let us know if it's too difficult to switch back in. Just let us know in the chat, and we'll keep on going with what we're going. But just switch whenever you can or you want to. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Perfect.
Great. Awesome.
Brilliant. What a bunch of geniuses. They're so good.
We got it. We're nimble. We're nimble here. So basically when we were able to initially last week, when we finally broke down through that support structure and we made our way down to $60.40 per barrel, where I've got my little yellow blob here moving around, we kind of based out there, found a little bit of support, tried to make our way through essentially back up to that sort of support area, previous support area. Couldn't quite do it. Came back down to relatively where we were basing, around $60.60 or so per barrel in the Friday session, essentially where we just slowly grinded up throughout the entire day, ever so slowly, right above that $61 per barrel level, where then in the later afternoon with the equities markets kind of just came down back to that $60.60 per barrel level. And then, like I was saying, in the in Sunday's opening bell of sorts for the futures, we gapped up and then we sort of consolidated in that support area that now has become resistance, and we've come back down. And the levels that I have here for everybody, essentially from the previous regular trading hour session, are value area high of 61.21, point of control of $61.05, and value area low of $60.89 roughly. So as you can see, when we made this break, like there was this kind of failure to get through that support area, and we broke down back below it again, and we made it resistance. Essentially, we came right back down to previous day's point of control. Coincidence? I think not, my friends. That is usually just a sign of buyers and sellers trying to find another point of essential comfort. I call it point of comfort personally to myself at times instead of point of control. So that's the way I like to think of it, is that it's the point of comfort for everybody. Yeah. So now what we have here is we have exactly. And now what we have here in the early morning in terms of Eastern time here in the US, we are hovering ever so slightly above that value area high and previous day's high, technically, of 61.28 per barrel. So I just have to keep a very close eye on this and see what oil is going to look like, especially during the beginning of the open outcry here coming up very shortly. See how that there's already a bunch of volume. You can tell there's a bunch of volume coming into the markets already as of the last 30 minutes or so. So got to really keep an eye and see if these bulls that we have here that just rocketed ourselves off of point of control, if they can even sustain any of that back into that previous support area, or if we're just gonna fail. So that's all I'm keeping an eye on for now for oil.
All right. You've got some natural gas thoughts as well. Let's have a look at them.
I do.
If you've got them ready. Otherwise, let's have a look.
Let's just bring up the natural gas.
Good day. I'm Carr. Nice to see you. And Fitzcarraldo, nice to see you again too. And the philosopher, and Davis, and Lucky G. Always nice to see you, Lucky.
So, with natural gas, you were in a nice little long position, I believe, to some point, if not still. And right now, the way that natural gas is playing out, I've got the 30-minute chart here. Get the little yellow blob. Yesterday, we had roughly a high of, let's say, 3.58 or so ish. So that's the kind of where we spiked up to, and then we've been below that ever since. Or no, that wasn't yesterday. Apologies. That was 2 days ago. And then yesterday we kind of floundered below it. Apologies. And now, as we're opening up today's session, we are technically, with my levels that I have set from my volume profile, value area high of the previous day's session was 339, roughly about 3.39-ish. So we are technically above that at the moment. So I am relatively, I would be relatively bullish at the moment, even though we're, still kind of floundering below the high from 2 days ago. But to me, this is kind of setting up a little bit bullishly here as of right now, as of 8:20 a.m. Eastern time. So as long as we can hold either this value area high level while the volume really starts to come into natural gas here this morning, or if we can simply, if we do dip back into the value area structure, which is between 3.34 and 3.395, essentially, if we can find some sort of support structure above value area low to then rotate back through value up to and break previous day's high of 3.45-ish, I'm relatively bullish here. So especially with where we're currently trading at, so above value area high. So I'd be looking for some longs here, unless there was some sort of larger break of structure below value area low, and it looked like structure was trying to essentially crater below the previous day's low of 3.30. So that's kind of the overall structure that I have at the moment. The main key level that I'm really keeping an eye on is this 3.39 level, seeing if we can't hold on to that, if the bulls can't hold on to that area.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on natural gas here?
Yeah, let's go to my charts, have a quick look. Let's switch straight over. I know there is switching is a little slow. There we go. It's super duper fast.
Nice.
Right. Folks, we're changing software, folks, to bring this show to you even better. We're changing software, so we're trying to get smoother moves, slicker transitions, more info flowing quite nicely and smoothly for you. So that's the reason we're having a little bit of technical difficulty, but actually doing really well. This is natural gas and the futures, and I have two green blobs on here. Actually, one green blob has disappeared. Oh, I know why, because I took it off because it was in my way. Let me just quickly clone this. These two green blobs represent my long positions since the beginning of the last contract, actually. And this is the beginning of the new contract. This is a 4-hour chart. And let me go to the day chart to clean this down a bit. And there's the bigger picture. So zooming in, that big candle that you see at the bottom of your chart is the start of the new contract, the big white candle over here. And this is the new contract that we're trading with. This is the previous contract, starting about over there, I think. In fact, you can't see the rollovers on this chart. But we got long at the beginning of the last contract. We rolled over into the new contract, and we're still long, but we've had to, close the original trades and get back into some fresh positions because of the rollover. And this is the futures. And your futures may be closed out automatically, or your broker, depending on where you're trading. And if you're trading at Hola Prime, get to know the rules at the rollover periods and what happens during contango and backwardation and the price of natural gas. It's really important that you understand that. No time to talk about that now, but just to say, we got long on the previous contract at the bottom, and we're now long on this current contract, having got long earlier on, taken some profit, hedged, and got back long again. This is the day chart. There is some danger above us, as you can see from this big spike up through the 200-day moving average into the order block up to about 3.5, and that's the that big spike up that Paul had on his chart that he was looking at earlier. And we've collapsed back down into today, 2 days later, trying to bounce out of that zone. And this gray line here is the 100-day moving average, the simple period, 100-period moving average on the day chart here. So yeah, I think it looks okay. We're holding that level okay. And that's where we're long. Basically a big move up over the weekend. Well, weekend had a tiny little gap down and then a massive move up in early hours today. And that's where we're currently trading. We broke above the 20-period moving average. We spoke about the 20-period. Let me just get rid of this green blob so you can see it. We talked about the 20-period moving average yesterday. And if you remember, I said, as long as we're above the 20, I'm pretty happy if I'm long. And if I'm short, I'm happy if it's below the 20. And it's the immediate first short-term trigger point for bullish or bearish, in my opinion, or in my mind. There are other things that are going to line up as well at the same time, but it's the first, or one of the first things I look at. And what we're doing now is we fell down below before the weekend, and after the weekend, we reclaimed the 20-period moving average, and there we are right now, sitting on top of it, trying to get back down underneath it again, actually. But so far, the moving average is holding out, I think. We'll see how we go. But yeah, I remain bullish, as Paul also seems to be. And my target is let's go back to the day chart, very simply just the top of the channel, which we did actually get to. And so we must now look towards the next target, which is the 375 level, the big red line in the center of the screen. And if we manage to get through that level, I think we could see some of these bigger moves coming into effect. Move up to initially the previous high that we reached recently at about 4.6, 4.7, and then up to about maybe up to about $5 and maybe $5.20. The only thing that will really negate that at this point is if we fall down and close beneath this 100-period moving average on the day chart over here, and that level's at 3.25. You'll remember we've been looking at the 3.25 level pretty closely as well, and natural gas often trades between the quarters. So we'll go, 3, 325, 350, 375, 4, etc., and the same on the way down. And natural gas likes to do that. So keep an eye on those quarters and halves and fulls, and you can see that we've traded pretty well on those so far. So yeah, bullish on that still. And I think a bit of dollar weakness doesn't go amiss when you're talking about commodities. And if we look at some of the softs and grains just overall, as we've seen the fiddling around with the Japanese yen, we haven't looked at the currencies just yet. Quite a few currency movements as a result. The dollar just ticking up, but the yen ticking down, and that's all affecting commodity prices somewhat as well, as we see a little bit of uncertainty creeping in. So yeah, a bit of a dollar uptick, but the Japanese yen downtick might or might not help natural gas. Japan imports a lot of natural gas, a huge amount actually, as they import most things. So that may have an effect on the price. But so far so good, and I think it's looking all right. And then when we're talking about oil, I think we're probably just going to have to see what happens here. I think this looks okay. We broke down through the level. On Friday, we formed, remember, we were talking about this inverse hammer candle pattern and tweezer bottom on Friday, which is not good if you're a bear. So not only is it an inverse hammer, but it's also a tweezer reversal candle. And as you can see, we gapped up overnight, over the weekend, and we're testing that area, basically. I think we'll probably try to hold below that red line, get down to the bottom of the order block, and then see what happens down there at about, just below $60. $60 might be quite tough to get through, and we might have to stay around this level for some time to come. But yeah, I think bullish on natural gas and bearish on oil for me until anything changes, which it doesn't seem to be changing so far.
Agreed.
Yeah. And I think that's all I've got to say on those for now. Unless, is there anything else you want to add to oil or natural gas or
I think
XLE,
we summed it up pretty well there. I think we summed it up pretty well there. Maybe we'll take a look at the XLE charts at some point, early this week at some point. But yeah, not today. I don't think we need to today. Yeah. So XLE, the oil ETF, not very exciting really. Actually, pretty messy. I probably, is this a bull flag or is it just rolling over? It could be either. I don't know. I'll probably get out of this eventually.
anytime soon. I'd rather use the money that I've allocated to things like XLE and other stuff to Bitcoin, really, and the cryptos, and perhaps some of the metals too. Paul, at risk of just sort of getting into a monologue here, perhaps we can have a look at your metals charts. If you've got gold up, I think you will do. And we can go on from there into what I think might be happening in terms of rotation out of gold, maybe into silver, or maybe just out of metals altogether into, I don't know, Tesla, Nvidia, Bitcoin, stuff like that. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's check it out real quick. Let's check out the gold charts very quickly. So it's funny because I set some of these levels last night. Well, you can tell, for example, I have the all-time high at in gold at 39.45 on the futures. That is not the all-time high anymore. Who would have thought that in the overnight we'll reach another new all-time high in something like gold? And I think everybody is not shocked at this point of just constantly making these new all-time highs. So technically, our all-time high now is 39.73 on the gold futures. So we are just ripping and rallying. And as you can see on the chart here, PDH means previous day's high. So previous day's high was 39.17 essentially. So in the overnight, we were able to rally about close to $60 an ounce, very close to it, about $55 to $60 an ounce there. So right now we are essentially just coming off of that all-time high in the overnight here. And actually, we just started the open outcry session in gold, so a bunch of volume is definitely flowing in. I would not be surprised to see a little bit of a retracement, having made that larger move in the overnight here. What I would like to see is more of a retracement down back towards where our previous day's high was, or maybe the value area high of 39.13, anywhere between 39.13 and 39.17. I would like to see us retest this area. That's my if I'm going to trade gold today, it'll be if gold tests this area to then form some sort of bullish structure to allow me to get long and rotate back upwards, possibly to test the all-time high sometime today, maybe tomorrow. The moves in gold do not surprise me anymore, so we could easily move $60 an ounce today back to test all-time highs, or we could just rotate through value to find some more comfort, maybe right above 3,900 before we do that at some point, maybe later this week. Main level that is 30.19. I just would like to see it get back down there and some more sellers to make a little bit of structure there. But and you want to look at silver real quick while we're on the levels here. Take a little look.
Yeah. Sure.
All right. Cool. I'll just take a quick look at silver. And obviously in silver we have not hit all-time highs. We have not retested all-time highs yet, but we're on our way there. And in the overnights, just like we had with gold, silver also rallied in the overnight session here. We got as high as about $48.59 or so. And we have the difference between silver and gold is that silver technically has already not only retested its previous day's high, but it's broken through the previous day's high, and now it's actually retesting the value area high level. So value area high is $48.07 roughly, and currently right now in this open outcry session at the moment, so it's 8:33 a.m. Eastern right now, we are retesting that level, which to me, if I was looking to trade one of the two metals at the moment, based on my levels, I'd be looking more for silver for a more immediate opportunity than gold. So if we can find some sort of basing action here right above the $48 level, I'd look to get long in the next 10 to 20 minutes or so. If we break through to rotate through value back down to value area low, again, maybe I'm very cautious on taking shorts in this kind of market. So that's why you don't hear me talking about getting into a short position too often. It's essentially in the intraday, you're really going against the trend most of the time when you're trying to short these markets nowadays. So I usually am looking for more long setups. And if we rotate through value, then I'd look for a long setup at 47.50 or so in silver. But yeah, those are my two levels, 48.07 and 47.50. Let's see if we can't find some basing action in one of those two areas to get long.
Yeah, I like that. Let's switch back to my silver charts. Oh, by the way, folks, the news, we've rescheduled the show a little bit as well so that we're here during the news releases. And normally they come out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, which is now, 4 minutes ago. And we'll be able to cover the news as it comes out, go through it with you and tell you what the news was and how that might affect the market. So if we can just switch over to my charts now. We'll have a look at the news, but there isn't any, so it's not really much to look at, just to show you what the sort of thing. So, yeah, not much coming out. We had a lot of stuff from, not a lot really, actually, a bit of news from the EU, from Britain. There's not much until tomorrow, and not much to talk about today. We've got things coming in tomorrow, like a few Fed speech. We've got Bostic again, Fed Bowman, and consumer inflation expectations, an important number there. So it's all going to start up again tomorrow. We've got ECB Lagarde talking as well. So quite a lot of stuff tomorrow, but nothing today. And we will go through those news releases as they come along and let you know what they are and what the effect on the markets might be. But going back to metals, so here's my thinking on metals. As you can see, they're all up and to the right, including gold, silver, copper on the bottom left, and platinum, which you haven't seen me show you before. I haven't been in a platinum trade for quite some time, and I'm considering it now. I'll tell you which direction too. It's not long. Well, it means it's going to be short, right? But I've got an idea that metals are just a little bit exhausted now. We're at 39.20 on gold, which is 39.20 was my target. I'm not saying we're going to stop here, but what we do see on gold is these. It's a bit like slippage on a worn-out gear, right? When you see these moves, I don't know, there's probably a better metaphor for it, but when you see the gears starting to slip like this near the top, that worries me about gold continuing on. And these are little liquidations which might build up and eventually lead to a much bigger one. We have broken up above the channel line, and we're well above it now. That's that skinny line down there. But I have the idea that we're probably a little bit overstretched. Now, gold. This chart on gold, you might say, well, gold, it's a new era. Everyone's going to be buying gold. Central banks are buying gold. Hedge funds are buying gold. Banks are buying gold. And gold is going to go on forever upwards. But it doesn't actually work like that. And we've seen these stories happen in the past before about gold. Tremendous bullishness. Did I say tremendous? I meant tremendous. And I don't have a long enough chart. Let me try and put a longer chart. XAU USD. Let's just get any old chart up here. So this is gold, and you can see what happens. We get these big moves up, like there's a very, very big one, and there's another one, and we've got to go back to 71 and 76, and then at the beginning of the dot-com bubble era in around about 2000 to see these big moves. Now, you can see the size of this move doesn't mean we're kind of only a third of the way of the previous long rally, which lasted about 12 years. From 2000 to about actually a bit longer, 13 years. So we've only really started off if you compare to that before, but these are quite unusual. And a lot of the time gold spends its time moving sideways. And also after these big moves, we do get a fairly decent correction. Now, the corrections, let's have to sort of estimate what they were. That one was like 50%, all right, quite a long way. The correction from that rally was about, 78.6% almost. And you'll see every time we make a rally, we have fairly deep pullbacks. That was more than 100%. And then we got this one recently where we rallied up and pulled back. It's a log scale, so it doesn't look as bad. And that pulled back halfway. So that pulled back 50% after that enormous rally. So a long way back on this log scale. And I expect at some point, I don't know how far we've got to get along here, we're going to see a 50% correction. Of the rally, not of the entire price of gold, but of the move. So we could see a pullback all the way back down to, $3,000 at some point, and some of these longer term moving averages. There's the 50. the red one. The green one is 20, that's the 100, and that's the 200. Look how far we've come away from all the moving averages. So we're definitely getting into overextended territory. Doesn't mean we should be selling gold, but I'm watching for rotation out of gold, silver, platinum, and just precious metals in general, and potentially into some other assets which are moving faster and that have got more potential to go, that have not yet sort of blown out through the top and gone parabolic or exponential. And that would mean things like potentially Bitcoin, some of the altcoins, silver potentially. Silver has not made an new all-time high yet at 55-ish. Still got loads of space to go to get there. And then other things like some of the stock names, some of the AI tech names, Mag 7 names, all of that sort of thing, could all offer more potential upside than gold and silver if those have become a little bit overextended and exhausted. So that's my thinking. I'm now out of all metals. I have no positions on metals at all, but I will be looking to potentially buy or sell. I don't have a direction on gold and silver right now, but ideally a little bit of a short move. But I will be looking at platinum more than the others to sell. Platinum has reached its 6% Fibonacci retracement level on this long week chart. There it is right there. Not quite got there, almost. And I think we're due a pullback on platinum. It's a very spiky instrument, as you can see over the last number of years. It's a spiky trading instrument. We've moved up into a new level, and I expect we'll spike around now between, let's say 1200 and 1600 for platinum. So looking for a move down on there. And on the day chart, you can see we've got something that looks potentially like the start of a potential double top over there. So that's platinum. So yeah, I'm looking to rotate slightly out of metals, not fully, but slightly in my thoughts, into some other assets like the Mag 7 names and Bitcoin and altcoins. While we're on the metals page, I'm also out of copper. We took profit on our copper trade at the gray or black arrow over there.
Very nice.
So we got long at the bottom, we got out over there. Pretty simple. At that previous swing high. So, simple trade. In, out. At the previous swing high and Fibonacci resistance level.
A simple 2-month trade.
Paul?
Simple 2-month trade.
Yeah.
No big
2 months,
deal.
Yeah, no big deal. But it did take about 7 of those 8 weeks to even move at all, didn't it? So the rest of the time was just chewing up overnight costs and overnight carry costs. So that's that.
Right.
And then who knows, Paul, what's going to happen with the Japanese yen, with our new Prime Minister Takaichi in Japan, who's a dove. In other words, she's not into raising interest rates, and she wants to spend money on the economy and get it moving. This is what happened to the Japanese yen overnight, well, Sunday. We dropped from this is the Japanese yen index, not the dollar yen, Japanese yen index. We dropped from 734 all the way down to 720. So massive drop. But we only got down to the 200 period Bollinger Band at the bottom here. We are below the big order block and support level. And of course, it's incredibly bearish. But maybe it isn't. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see this Bollinger Band support the move down. And we will eventually see a move back up, and that the Japanese yen will improve in strength. I don't think it's all that clear. On the outset, or on the face of things, it's an incredibly dovish appointment, and we should see a weaker yen. But it's not all that clear because the yen is very incestuously tied up with the US dollar and treasuries, and we don't know what those moves are going to be like. Given the fact that it seems to be that we're in a bit of a currency crisis with fiat currencies rolling off in value very dramatically against gold, Bitcoin, energies, metals, fiat currencies are just basically collapsing. And so, we've got all of this currency stuff going on at the same time. So pretty tricky. Right. You got any thoughts on currencies, Paul, and what's going on in Japan?
This Japanese little wrinkle, not even a wrinkle, more so just of like this new political update is very interesting. I don't have really much of an opinion aside from I think it's more so just one of those situations where the waters are definitely going to be murky, and just be careful. I think you're going to have to be careful. There's a lot going on right now between like the US dollar and now the yen, and it's just going to be a very complex, I'm sure, a complex pair to trade. Got to keep keep an eye on the bonds, see what the auctions are looking like. The U.S. Treasury auctions are looking like. There's going to be obviously gold, like you said, like the metals. There's just going to be a lot to constantly be comparing and contrasting to then try and get a better gauge of what the yen USD is going to look like. So
yeah. I got some comments on. Her name is Sane Takaichi. She's 64. She was elected president of the ruling Liberal Democratic Party in Japan, making her the front runner to become the prime minister, the first female prime minister in Japan, pending parliamentary approval later on. And Takaichi, that's her name, she's 64, just a bit older than me, is ideologically conservative and has expressed strong support for expanded fiscal stimulus, in other words, printing money, tax cuts, crisis management, investment, and continuity or revival of policies akin to Abenomics. Abe was the previous prime minister of Japan who got assassinated, who was a similar monetary dove, I suppose, and got on well with Donald Trump, of course. On monetary policy, she's viewed as dovish, reluctant to tighten, etc., etc. Now, and I'm just getting this from ChatGPT in haste because I didn't have time to look at it earlier. And as a result, the yen plunged. Yen's weakening. And what is the expectation going forward? Pretty uncertain, according to ChatGPT. We'll find out what happens in the future as the future unfolds. Even ChatGPT doesn't really have an opinion on that. So, going back to this page, so there's the gap up. That was following the appointment of Takaichi. Dollar yen gapped up from 147.5 to all the way up to 150.5, so 300 points, which is about 2%. Not too bad, actually. Could have been worse. We didn't even move through the channel center line here on the dollar yen, and my path at the top here is still not being attained, not being reached. We have not got above the channel center line since that fall down at the beginning of August, Friday the 1st of August. That's interesting as well. So that big move down in the center of the screen over there was the 1st of August. And since then, we've been in this very, very tight range, potentially perhaps waiting this appointment and this political development. And we're now moving up, but not above the channel center line again. It still looks like a bear flag. And unless that flag is defeated to the upside, which would take us up to the 200-period Bollinger Band, the skinny red line at the top, which we may have to do. Or it might be that the Bollinger Band reaches the top of the channel fairly soon, in coming days and weeks, and that we move up there in price. And that's where we're going to stop. And that would be all the way up at 155 again, which is where the Japanese don't want this to be because of inflation and the whole story. And they're in the same boat as the US, I think. They want to stimulate the economy, they want to print money, but they don't want inflation. You can't have one without the other. So, but they're trying to do that anyway, as is the US and most other governments.
Yeah.
So, threading that needle. So,
I'm not sure whether it's a good thing that my brain is in sync with AI on that USDJPY, or if that's a really bad thing. I don't know if I like my brain having the same opinion as artificial intelligence. Oh man, I'm not sure how I feel about that.
It could mean you're incredibly smart or incredibly not smart, depending on your view on
exactly.
AI.
It could be one or the other, 100%. Oh, man.
Yeah. So anyway, I do want to look at one thing here. A couple of things. Now this is the time that we'd normally be finishing, Paul. So we've still got a few extra minutes. A couple of interesting charts here. If you are trading Bitcoin and gold, and you were following the conversation we had earlier about metals and the dominance of gold against silver and platinum, etc., or a dominance of metals against other assets that you might be looking at to invest, this is one of them. That's Bitcoin. This is the Bitcoin gold chart. It's a super interesting chart, this, and it leads me to believe that at some point in the fairly near future, Bitcoin will dominate gold, at least on this chart, and in other aspects of the financial world too. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is an ascending triangle. This is the Bitcoin gold. So this is Bitcoin priced in gold rather than US dollars or a paper currency. It's Bitcoin based in a real asset or priced against a real asset like gold. And you can see we've got an ascending triangle. We're holding most of the moving averages, particularly the 200 down there at the rising trend line, and the 100 right underneath the price. But we are below the 20 and the 50-period moving averages here on this chart. Once we get up through there and we make a new high and we break up and close above that red line, that puts gold in the ascendancy for some time to come. Not only just in terms of price against Bitcoin, but potentially in psychological aspects of the financial markets too. So once we see Bitcoin breaking out of here, I think we'll see this is probably the next big move up for Bitcoin. So maybe we're still going to get back down a little bit on Bitcoin. I don't know. I don't think so. But remember, this ascending triangle is not complete yet, and there's still some space to go, which means that Bitcoin might have to drop down, or gold might carry on rallying, in which case this chart will move down. If Bitcoin remains stagnant and gold keeps on its merry way, this will move down, probably down to the channel, and then bounce out of there at some point. So that's the Bitcoin gold chart. If you're going to measure your Bitcoin, rather measure it against something that's got value rather than the US dollar or the euro or the Japanese yen. Measure it against a proper asset. And then this is a super interesting chart too, for those who are interested in altcoins. And this is the altcoin traders guideline, plumb line, I suppose. And this is the Bitcoin dominance chart. And when Bitcoin dominance moves down, the altcoins will move up. And you can see we've moved down a little bit. Altcoins have rallied somewhat recently over the last few weeks. But there's loads and loads of space to go down below us, as you can see. Does look like we're breaking down. We're below all the moving averages. Bitcoin dominance means the altcoins will have a go, have a chance. And if we zoom into this more closely, you can see what looks like a repeat of the previous pattern here on the Bitcoin dominance chart. So we made a high, tried to reclaim it, making a fractionally higher high compared to that candle. We did it here, made a high, tried to reclaim it, made a fractionally higher high, and moved down like we did over there, and Bitcoin dominance dropped off. So maybe that's the beginning of a Bitcoin, a drop off in Bitcoin dominance, and maybe the beginning of the next move down. I don't know. But if this does start moving down quickly and with some aggression, you'll see things like Solana, Ethereum, Cardano, Sui, SEI, Litecoin, all of those coins begin to pick up in volume and in price. So yeah, I think those are two super interesting charts on those pages. And that also ties in with what we were talking about when it comes to gold. So if gold does carry on rallying up, it might mean that Bitcoin does actually have to take a little bit of a breather until we see some rotation out of gold back into crypto. I don't even know if there's such a thing, by the way, whether it's a rotation thing that goes on, crypto into gold and gold into crypto. I don't know. But if I was trading it at that sort of level, at a tactical level, which I try to do myself, that's what I would be thinking at a institutional level. What is the rotation on gold? What's going to happen next? Maybe it's going into platinum. Maybe it's going to Bitcoin. Maybe it's going into Ethereum. Maybe it's just going into the Nasdaq or whatever. I don't know. But there will be some rotation at some point.
Well said. Well said.
For
sure.
Yeah.
Any chance we want to look at the equity charts real quick? I can look at the futures equity charts. We can pull up some levels there real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, please.
Awesome.
That would be great. Thanks, Paul.
Sweet. Awesome. Yeah. Perfect. So we got my charts up right here really quickly. I just have a few notes to make for everybody before about 40 minutes before the opening session here. There's a nice little kind of conglomeration here of the three indices to paint a picture. So Nasdaq very bullish right now in the overnight. You can see this overnight just very, very bullish and nice. We've technically hit a new all-time high in the overnight at 25 to a little bit above 25,240, and we've come back down now to retest the previous regular trading session all-time high of 25,200. So right now we're literally trading at previous regular trading session all-time high. Very bullish. If anything, on the open, maybe I would again look for a trace back down to value area high of 25,152 for a long off of that. Now, and then only other level I want to mention is 25,107. That's point of control from the previous trading day. So keep an eye on 25,107 and 25,152 for areas of consolidation in the early morning on Nasdaq. Now, if you look at the Dow, a little bit of a different story. The overnight here, you can see the previous day here, previous trading session, we had a very large, we made a new all-time high actually up at 47,323 there before later in the afternoon, we making a big correction downwards. And then ever since the close, we've essentially, I'm just going to literally use my blob to go straight through this consolidation zone in the overnight here. So consolidation essentially right through 47,115 or so, which is the point of control of yesterday technically. Or sorry, not yesterday. I meant Friday's trading session. So point of control was 47,110, which is the middle of our overnight consolidation and where we are currently trading at in the overnight right now, about 35 minutes before open. So now that you know that the Nasdaq is super aggressive and bullish, right? So we've got a super bullish picture with the Nasdaq, and then we've got a very relatively just quaint picture being painted with the Dow. When you now hop over to, and by the way, with the Dow, the only reason I'm bringing up the Dow here is to just show you, hey, the Dow, the US 30 is essentially stagnant at the moment. Very comfortable. Everybody's super comfortable. I don't have any sort of path for the Dow at the moment. Essentially, I'd just be looking for any sort of support around 47,000, which is value area low, or any sort of resistance at 47,245, which is value area high. So I'd kind of be looking within the range for any sort of support at the low or resistance at the high. If we were to break through the value area high, then I'd look for support right above it. Right above the 47,245 for a continuation upwards to retest the all-time highs, aka the previous day's high, because those are the kinds of markets we're in now. But the reason I bring up the super aggressive and bullish Nasdaq and then this very quaint Dow is because then when you look at the ES here, you have essentially the blending of the two. So the ES here has ever so slightly bullishly grinded up throughout the overnight session. We at one point did test the point of control from the previous day's session of 67.75 a couple times in the overnight, especially at 3 a.m. Eastern. That was a pretty notable test of point of control there where people felt comfortable and the rally continued. We pierced through value area high from the previous session a few times, 67.89, and now we are trading within range. So again, I'm a little bit bullish on the S&P 500 futures. I just want to wait for either a break of this 67.89 level for consolidation above to then go back towards all-time highs, or I want to see a rotation through value area to either see support at value area low or a breakthrough value area low with consolidation below to then get short. But more so, I'd be looking for, generally speaking, since I'm bullish, I'd be looking for more so the long structure than I would the short structure. So I'm looking for longs above value area high or longs with a consolidation above value area low, assuming that the structure pans out as necessary. So those are the levels for now. Keep an eye on 67.75, 67.89, and 67.61 in the ES.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, our first session's coming to an end, folks, in a minute or so. But I think it looks beautiful. I love the way the screen layout has changed. Well done to the super team at the back. It looks wonderful. And I'm super excited about the sessions coming up, which Paul will be going into straight away. And as I said earlier, if you missed it when you joined, we've shortened the show and we've made it, we've crammed double the amount of awesome stuff into a shorter period so that you can get hold of it all in 8 hours instead of like 14. So, and it's a continuous show. So if you log on here like you have done today and in the chat, nice to see you all. Renell, hello. And the philosophers here still. And Roby, you're back. So if you're in the chat, you don't need to switch away. We're going to just carry on the same stream. And our futures traders will be with us in a minute now, starting at the top of the hour. And yeah, so I'm super excited. It's going to be a wonderful show. And let us know what you think in the chat. Say hello. Tell us your ideas and your thoughts about the new show as we go along today. And ask as many questions as you want. The whole purpose of this show is to help you become better traders and to answer your questions. So yeah, that's what we're here for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Paul? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have 30 minutes before the opening bell to be able to go over things. We'll go over our charts again, maybe to explain anything we're looking for, go over some news and whatnot before the bell. And then we'll get to the trading, and we'll have a 2-hour, 9:30 to 11:30 trading session. That'll be awesome in the future. So can't wait.
Yeah. Brilliant. Brilliant. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
And that's it, folks. And so we'll lead straight into the futures session, the pre-market. Well, this is the pre-market buzz. That's what it's going to sound like. All right, deafening ringing bell. You'll hear that again in about half an hour's time when the market's open. So we'll see you as we go along. And I'll catch you later on the Forex session today as well. So I'll catch you as well. Take care.
Awesome.
Ciao, Paul.
Take care.
Good luck. Have a
Take
great
care,
day.
James.
All righty. Take care. Bye-bye. Of course, they're going to leave us hanging here.
All right.
All right.
Good morning.
Good
Look at
morning,
this.
everybody. Good afternoon.
Look at all these new graphics. Amazing. I'm liking this. Let us know in the chat if you like the new graphics. Long, short.
Yeah,
oh,
for
wow,
sure.
Look at that.
This
I almost
is,
want to get in
I
a
love
trade
it.
just to see how the graphics change, but I'm not, obviously.
No, of course, we will get there sooner than later, though. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Sam? How you doing, Daryl? Feeling good?
Great.
Very good.
Doing
How are you
great.
guys?
Looking excited. Good. Excited for the new programming. You and James are killing it. I kind of watched the majority of the hour. So that was awesome to see. And
Great.
guys. So to all those in the chat, we're going to be running on the fly a little bit today, but hopefully you'll love the improvements. We're going to come at you fast and furious with lots of trading info and live analysis. So we're going to get into it.
Yes, Absolutely.
Definitely.
And good stuff. Good stuff.
We'll be able to
So we
get
got about
some,
a half hour till
like,
markets open.
yeah, the good
Go
thing
ahead.
is we'll have a good 25 minutes to 30 minutes before market open to really, maybe answer some questions from the chat about anything specific, or we can, look at our any levels that we have or whatnot. Again, like I went through most of my levels in the pre-market session here that we just had with James, but we can go over anything specific that the chat wants, or we can just talk about any news that's necessary. Or there's not really much news, I will say, this morning or today in general. There's really no news, but James did talk about the new prime minister of Japan, which is interesting. So that's cool. That's definitely throwing things in a little bit of a loop there, that change. But a political change is always going to do that, no matter where you are in the world. So yeah. If anybody wants us to look at anything specific, just let us know. We can take a look, and if not, we can share my chart or yeah.
I will say that I think probably for today at least, unless things change here in the U.S. and Congress with the shutdown, we're probably going to have to pay attention more to Fed speakers, which you do have a few of them this morning coming through. So we may have a little more weight put to the words that come out of their mouth, where we typically dismiss it because they tend to be so contradictory. But it's a thin news market, which is interesting because normally we're so used to being, looking at, risk for the news. So we'll see how today goes.
Yeah.
Another shutdown day.
Yeah. Now
just setting up my chart.
It's been like six days now. Is that it's been since the last?
I think we're on maybe 5. Maybe
5 days. Maybe, yeah.
Right. I don't know.
I'm getting all the days mixed up at this point, to be quite honest. But the fact that it's already been close to a week is a little bit more. Is just more than I was expecting in the first place, if I'm being honest. So,
I agree. I'm with you.
Yeah. I was thinking it was going to be like a 1 or 2 day thing.
I know that you and James went over Bitcoin, man. I happened to look at Bitcoin this morning, and I saw it even last night going at almost 125,000 or something. I was like, "Whoa, my lord,
crazy!
Wow,
yeah,
all time high." Just was ripping.
Yeah, interestingly enough.
Bitcoin,
so yeah, good.
On the cash, on the cash, like it made all-time highs, I believe, but on the futures, it ever so barely is still below the all-time highs. So it's only like $1,000 below the all-time highs on the futures, but on the actual cash vehicle itself, I believe it, like you said, Daryl, it made all-time highs. So kind of interesting.
We're currently at 124,674 on the cash right now. It is
wow.
No sign of pulling back here. Yeah. So anyway,
I mean, it's not going to be long, and it'll be 200K, wouldn't it? I mean, it's just not slowing down Bitcoin. It's the one thing that always surprises. We shouldn't be surprised at this point anymore. It's proven itself many times that it's a serious contender.
Exactly.
It's come back from the brink of death many times. Huge crashes, and then it bounces right back. It's incredible.
Yeah,
I just saw a post recently. 16 years ago, you could have bought for $1. You could have bought like 1,000 Bitcoin. I'm just,
God,
it's not even that long ago.
Don't depress me. I don't want to be more depressed than I need to. God,
I don't know. I don't think we'll ever see something quite like Bitcoin in our lifetime again. Sadly, I mean, it's the biggest missed opportunity of
Definitely
the
one of
millennia,
them,
I would
for
say.
sure.
So, are any of you looking to get into a trade before the open here? Or are we going to wait for the New York Open and then do what we normally do?
Truth be told, Daryl, I think I'm waiting until the open.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
At
I'm
least
just
in the
asking.
equities.
I'm just asking.
At least in the equities.
I'm probably gonna wait. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll probably wait for the equities for sure. We did have Romel asking about the NQ, if it'll keep rallying up, making new all-time highs.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, we technically made another all-time high in this early market, in the early like 8 a.m. session, or part of this session here, Eastern time. So right now we're consolidating right between the previous all-time high level of 25,195 and 25,167, 168, which is, even right there, we are a solid 30 points right now above value area high of the previous trading session. So to me, I'm thinking that is a bullish thing. That's very bullish. As far as if we're going to make a new all-time high today, I'm not going to be the predictor of that necessarily, but what I'm going to look for is sellers to possibly fail in the 25,150 area. And if buyers can, hold that 25,150 area as support and maybe retrace back to the new overnight all-time high, that would be great. But if we aren't able to hold support there, maybe we rotate through into value a little bit more. Previous day's value need to find a little bit more comfort before any sort of continued rally here. But we're just going to have to wait till the open, see how the initial auction process takes hold, how the volume looks and everything, and kind of gauge sentiment. I'll tell you what, Sam will be able to figure out whether it's a range day or we're going to have a trend day within about 5 seconds of the market open. So you won't have to worry about that, Romel. You'll have your answer quickly.
So true. So true.
Not always right.
I think we're in a rage. I think we're in a rage, guys. Oh, it's hilarious.
Sam is oddly good at doing that, though. Generally speaking, like, he's very good at figuring things out very early on in that first minute or two. He just gets it, He's plugged in.
I'm jacked into the matrix.
Yeah,
it's all a simulation.
Yeah, all right,
that's why.
All right, Neo, way to go, buddy. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. So please, to all those in the chat, and Romel is making lots of comments. We love it. Please remember to like and subscribe us here on HPTV. We are in the middle of changing into a brand new and improved format today, so we hope everyone enjoys it. There's going to be continuous live coverage throughout the day, all the way to the New York close, so there won't be any more kind of pre-recorded or videos. Hopefully you guys will enjoy what we're bringing to you starting today. So please like and subscribe. It goes a long way, as you guys know how this whole thing works on YouTube. Welcome, Spad.
Absolutely.
Good to see you. Hope your weekend was
Spad
great.
Is back.
Taj Miller is asking us, what's the best way, guys, to trade S&P futures for market open? Well, you need to be a little more specific. I trade the ES futures,
I think he means,
I don't necessarily trade the open. I think he means
I think he means
on
literally
open, market
as
on
the open, try and guess the direction. I would say, like Daryl, the open is. I wouldn't recommend you trade the actual open. Sit back and just observe, because it can tell you a lot of information. The open, how it opens, will give you quite an accurate bias of what's going to happen, generally speaking, throughout the rest of the session. Sorry, is Daryl and Paul disappeared?
Yeah, we're here. Yeah,
no, we're here.
Oh, there.
They're just gonna fuck that stuff up. Yeah, no, that stuff's gonna come and go. Don't worry about it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But like I was saying,
like I was saying,
look at the open. You know, if we're opening with clear volume in one direction and the market is actually going in that direction, that's a good indication that we're probably going to have, you know, a trend day in that direction. So whether that's up or down, whether it's bullish, bearish, you know, it doesn't matter, right? If it opens and it's very kind of choppy and it doesn't know the volume coming through, doesn't know, you know, you have equal amount buyers, equal amount of sellers, everyone's kind of fighting, that's usually a good indication that fight will prolong for the rest of the day, because no one is agreeing, right? Buyers and sellers at this moment in time, they don't agree. So as price goes, maybe let's say up a bit, sellers are still going to have a sell buyers. All those sellers at the open, they're probably going to say, no, now it's a really good time to sell because we're getting at a better price. And then the market pushes down, and you get that ranging pattern start occurring, and that could be a range day. But then there is those couple of days where, you know, the market will shoot off in one direction and then do a very quick reversal. Those days are a bit more tricky because you could end up chasing the market and then get very quickly trapped. And that's why I always say, sit back, observe. If the market starts pushing away quickly, all right, don't get FOMO, don't try and jump in and catch that move. Wait for a pullback to occur. It will always happen. People are going to take profit. The market will pull back, and that is your entry. All right. So it's all about patience, but observing the open can give you a lot of information.
I like it.
Yeah, and if I think this is an appropriate time for me to spend a few minutes and go over the ES and kind of what I may be expecting here at the open, since we're talking about the S&P and just kind of a situation around that. So if we can maybe switch over to me. On my chart, I've got the ES up, and this profile here on the left is what we did on Friday. Friday's regular trading session here, and you can tell the profile, as I look at volume profile, was very kind of even and jagged. It wasn't very bell-shaped. There was a lot of exploration in price on Friday. We were rotating up and down on the up moves. We were rotating up and down on the down moves, which all these high volume node areas are places where we kind of spent a lot of time and built up volume. So you get into the overnight, and I always look at the overnight action prior to the open because I just want to see what's transpired. Well, if I go right here is to the open in the Asian session on Sunday for me, Sunday afternoon, and we have had mostly an uptrend, right? Kind of a retracement back to all-time high, which is sitting right here on this green line up here. This is all-time high, 6,800, which we ticked on Friday. That was all she got. Went to 6,800, didn't go to 6,800 and a quarter, didn't go to 6,800 and a half. Nope, 6,800, bye-bye, thanks for playing. Boom. So we came back here, and I look at the overnight, and you'll see it looks like we've got a gap, but this is just the way my software is in Project X. I have this profile all the way going until 2 p.m. on the West Coast where I'm located, or also could be 5 p.m. New York, 4 p.m. Chicago. So I go all the way through settlement for the full entire day. And so we opened up and it looks like we gapped, but we really pulled back on the open to the cash close on Friday. So basically we just had a slight, responsive sell to where we closed on cash at 4 p.m. Eastern on Friday. And then it was off to the races, and we've gone nothing but up. We had a little bit of a retracement here, kind of around 12:45, 1 in the morning for me on the West Coast. And then after that, we've been up here. Now we've double topped up here. It's kind of interesting. We'll see if we get back up. But I have a bullish expectation on the day so far. I will sit and wait again as to what Sam and Paul are talking about. You get a lot of information from sitting and observing at least, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. A lot of people wait for 15 after the open, but I'll be observant. I'll be interested to see what we do here. Are we going to hold this level? Also, one last thing I do want to say. When I use volume profile, I'm sliding my chart all the way over to what's happening in the overnight. So the profile here on the left, on the right, is very even. And we've got a point of control right here. We're holding point of control in this area. So if we don't come down at the open, but we tend to hold and go up, then I'm very bullish on the day, looking to retest those all-time highs. So that's kind of where I'm thinking, just to give you guys a little flavor on the ES. I know the Nasdaq tends to rhyme, doesn't necessarily happen. We noticed several days last week where the Nasdaq and the ES or the S&P were a little divergent at times. So be patient and let's wait. Remember, government shutdown. Now we're entering a new full week, and this may scare a little people. So we may have a different kind of reaction than we did, let's say, last Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Anyway, back to you guys.
Yeah. No, really
Paul,
good.
can I just point out, loving the new background. It has a very kind of Troy feeling to it, with the amount of monitors present.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Can you let the viewers know?
I saw that this morning.
What instruments are on the monitor in the background there? I see there's a very bearish one.
Yep.
There.
So we've got
a bit of a range.
So we got lean hogs, we've got cattle, soybeans, wheat, and then eagle feathers. Actually, eagle feathers is the one all the way to
eagle feathers.
But
that's my favorite one. Eagle feathers. It's a rare
I know. I'm going. Where's the bearish one coming from?
Oh man!
If any of you have, So thanks for being active in the chat, guys. This is great. James Perlin was asking, do we have a crude oil already? We kind of went over crude oil in the previous segment with Paul and James. I don't know if Paul, you want to just touch on it again?
Yeah, we can quickly touch on it. We can bring up my screen real quick, and we'll go over it again really quickly here in the next few minutes. So the thought process with crude oil right now is like I've had this band from $62 to $61.50 per barrel highlighted for like 3 months now, essentially. And in the previous trading session, we were able to generally consolidate. I'm just going to keep zooming out here. So about on Thursday of last week, we were able to break below that area, consolidate essentially at the lower end of it before really breaking below and touching that $60.40 per barrel level. And then in the overnight, we obviously grinded up back above $61 per barrel, only to in Friday's regular trading hours session and the open cry hours, essentially, to consolidate right around that $61 per barrel level, a little bit above it. And then at the open of Sunday's session, so 6 p.m. Eastern time, you can let me zoom in a little bit more here. You see this gap up. Essentially, we gapped up from $60.60 per barrel to $61.08, and then we had that big bullish candle back into the support, the previous support, 3-month support, where we then consolidated for the entire night within that support area between $61.50 and $62. Then this morning, around 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m., we broke back below this area. Now, to me, what this is saying is, first of all, I am generally speaking bearish crude oil. But second of all, this support area might be starting to act like resistance instead of support. So we might be seeing that transition from support to resistance. But the thing is what we need to keep an eye out on today is, technically, we've already been in the open outcry session for roughly almost an hour now in crude oil. But we need to continue for the next hour or so, see how buyers and sellers are reacting and whether or not there's some more consolidation in this like $61.50 to $61 per barrel level area, because my main levels from the previous regular trading hour session are 61.20, which was value area high, and 61.05. So we found a lot of comfort really in that 15-cent range. And right now we're hovering above it, actually. So relatively speaking, on a daily basis in terms of from Friday to today, we are with today's the current price action right now today, we are relatively bullish, but I need to see us continue to consolidate over top of the 6120 area and to form a little bit more of a bullish structure before I were to ever even try to get long back into the support area. But for now, what I'm really looking for is a breakdown back into value at the $61 level to hopefully see some sort of break of the $60.90 level, and then a consolidation below there to then short that. Because I'm a little bit more short biased, so I'm really looking for that move as opposed to the support above value area high for a long. Of course, either one of them could occur. I'm not trying to predict anything. These are just the levels I'd be looking out for, and whatever structure comes about will come about, and just try to trade it accordingly. I will switch my bias if necessary, given the next hour and a half or so of trading, if I'm actually going to trade crude. But yeah, quite an interesting area we have here on the crude oil. So that's really it for me, though.
Absolutely.
That's really it for me on crude.
That was great.
Yeah.
That was great.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really,
So,
really good stuff.
Romel, I love Romel's
We're getting
comment
close
here.
to the open.
Yeah. Romel says, I don't know why there are not that many people watching this live. There is a lot of value here. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Exactly.
Seth.
Invite your friends.
Welcome, Seth.
If you
bring everybody.
If you know any other traders who you feel could benefit from what we do here, by all means share the link.
Exactly.
It will be greatly appreciated. The more the merrier.
Yeah, definitely.
Agreed.
No sleep. Thanks. Yeah, I think we're all liking the new background for sure. I think that this background might be here to stay for sure.
It's better than the pink sofa, I think.
I agree. I agree.
So and Paul James Perlin was saying, great, thanks for that CL analysis. He's got a short position at 62.50, staying cautious but confident. Cool. All right.
Sweet.
Nice, man. All right, so we're 5 minutes away, guys, from the opening bell here. Can I grow a beard? Heck yeah, I can grow a beard, man. You don't want to see it, though. I look like Santa Claus. But I can grow a beard, definitely.
I think we do want to see
for
that.
A beard? I don't know. Nah, I can show pictures.
I think we want to see.
I've done it a couple times. I've done it a couple of times, like 60 days. Yeah, like COVID, I grew one.
Yeah.
We definitely want to see it.
I think everybody grew facial hair in COVID. Everyone was like sitting at home, hey, let me try something. Let me work on my new style. Got some pork chops I want to grow out. My boss never let me do it before. Now I'm going to do it.
Yeah. What are those, man? I will say those times are just like the initial COVID times, that like the first, we'll just say like the 6 months essentially, when everybody was just freaking out and whatever. Those were some crazy, interesting times. I remember having video calls with my friends and like doing like,
I know,
Google calls and everything. And we'd like literally play, we'd like play card games, but like through Google Meets essentially.
Dude, I was watching sports. I was watching sports with my friends, and we'd all toast and drink when something good happened, like we were hanging out in someone's house, like we were doing all that. It was funny.
It's hilarious.
It was brilliant.
Welcome from Romania, Larissa. Cool. Very cool.
Very good.
Very cool.
International, global, with people from every continent, pretty much every. It's awesome.
Yeah. Definitely. But right now, 3 minutes before the open here, essentially, I do have the gold chart up right now. I just wanted to take a gander at it before the equity session open, because the volume, starts coming into gold, around, 8 a.m. or so. And honestly, not much is happening with gold. So that's, not a bad thing. Gold's kind of chilling out a little bit. We made that new all-time high in the overnight of $3,973 an ounce. I mean, just crazy.
I know, unbelievable.
But previous day's high was 39.17 for anybody who is wondering. So just casually traded up of almost $60 an ounce above previous day's high. So regular trading session high, I should say. So right now we're just settling right above VWAP, essentially on the 5-minute chart here, which is, gotta say, it's bullish. I mean, but like I said in the pre-market, in order for me to be getting long, I'm not gonna. Let's put it this way: I'm not getting short gold. But if I'm going to get long gold, I would like to see a little bit more of a pullback here into that like 39.15-ish area or so. My value area high level of 39.13, somewhere around there. Which might be asking for a lot because we're essentially $40 above those levels at this point. So kind of difficult to necessarily, I'm not going to expect the pullback to that level, those levels to occur, but I will probably hold off unless any of those relevant levels of support.
All right, we're ready to
fruition.
We're ready to open the markets here. We're going to have a little bell, I think. So it'll be a nice little alert.
All right.
Good morning, Robert Mashiro,
20 seconds.
my number one viewer.
Robert.
Not number one for being the best, but number one for being the first viewer. But you always have an honorable, you're an honoree with us, Robert. Good morning, my friend.
Numero uno.
All right.
One of the best.
Right.
And the market is open. We are open here.
We're open.
Whoa.
Woo.
Got live volume.
I'll watch this. Responsive selling here in the US. Love it. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Perfect.
All right. A lot of buyers try at the open. Massive sell pressure coming in.
I would agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's chopping off.
Yeah, like I said, in
very
the ES, I need to see it hold. Yeah, I want to see it hold this kind of this 67, 80, or 78 area in the ES. That's kind of the overnight point of control. And if we could hold it, then, for sure I'm expecting a possible retest of the all-time high today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But like we said, we'll observe. Emily, trading, welcome.
Mm-hmm. Value area high level held very nicely in the ES there, just right off the open, just cratered right right below it here. So, all right, big offer came in on the ES there, about 600 contracts, relatively large. Got eaten through right away.
Man,
almost 700 contracts actually. So we got.
Yeah, I see it.
It's pretty decent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pulling it. It's a
range day.
I don't know. It's either bearish or ranging. I've got more volume coming in, but there's also a lot of buyers. Could potentially be a bit of a range today.
Oh, Tiger, what's up, my friend? Welcome, Coach Tiger. He asked Paul, how's your chart of eagle feathers doing? Eagle feathers are flying high, brother. Flying high today, I think. Yeah, that is awesome.
Gosh. I think I literally... I wonder what everybody would vote to be the most obscure futures traded product. I would think that orange juice would be voted as the most obscure one. I think that would be the most obscure in everybody's mind. We should have a poll on that.
I could see orange.
Yeah,
one of the most obscure.
I mean, just with all the Hollywood movies, it comes up all. People always talk about it, right? Like Trading Places and stuff, and all the orange juice futures.
Oh yeah, I gotta rewatch that movie. It's been such a long time that I've watched it. I gotta rewatch that just for old time's sake.
I know.
All right.
Yes.
Orange just something I don't think about trading. About at breakfast. That's something to trade? I don't know. All right.
No,
well,
it's not something that
looks like
people
they've
really think about
taken
anymore.
full control market so far, but it's still not. The buyers could very easily take over again. It's a bit of a
Yeah. Let's
but
see
I
if we
would
come down
be
here to
inclined to short the
67.80.
market and buy it.
Yeah, I mean, like
But
you
if it
said,
is
news is very thin.
range, we don't know
Nasdaq
where the
just came
bottom of the
down.
range end.
Right. We got really close to testing my 25,152 level, that value area high from the previous day on the Nasdaq. We came about 4 points away, or 3.5 points away from it. So, making a little bit of a small push up here in the Nasdaq. ES is holding on. So,
ES is right at VWAP and point of control, but it's early. I mean, point of control 4 minutes in, so it's going to be WAP bouncing around a bunch, which it is. But it's holding. It's holding support here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is for sure.
Very tough one.
The Dow is also holding. The Dow is literally trading at point of control from its previous session right now. So, consolidating. The Dow has basically done nothing all during the overnight. It's just consolidated the entire overnight. So, very muted. All right, maybe breaking lower here in the ES and the Nasdaq.
Definitely breaking through that 80.
I'm
see if they hold the 78.
Still gonna wait.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting with you, Sam. It doesn't pay to jump in at this point to front run. See, look at just like this. It's going to mean revert. If it holds at 78 here, which it is, and that it's come down to kind of the point of control from the overnight in the ES, which is what I was describing about 20 minutes ago when we went through this. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I would want to see it drop a little bit more to either 25.1 or potentially 123 or 120.
Yeah.
Yeah. For potential kind of a bounce up again.
I'm with you.
But it could.
I'm with you. I know that's the Nasdaq you're talking about, but the ES is doing the same kind of thing. And I like to see more of an exhaustive move to the downside, right? Like it's come down and it's kind of plateaued here a bit. Now it's kind of fighting, but I'd like to see more of a harder move in either direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm not seeing that much in the volume that gives me any indication, but this is the end of move down. I mean, buyers come in,
agreed.
But they're really doing that much damage. They can absorb very quickly.
Yeah.
But still, I'm not convinced 100% yet that this is a strong push. We kind of we bit of power on the open, but apart from that, it's kind of vically exhausted itself.
Yeah.
I
would agree.
I don't know. We'll see. Just sit and wait. Best thing to do. Don't preemptively try and catch a big move. The market can be cruel, to put it lightly.
And I will say in the ES here, right to where we just dipped and then popped up, a lot of bidders popped in. I know Daryl can see on the heat maps as well. A ton of bidders popped in between 67.75 and 67.79. So there's a good amount of liquidity in that area that if sellers really felt like they wanted to push, they have to eat through a decent bit there. I mean, just between those 4 points of levels, you're going to look at having to eat up somewhere around 1,500 to 2,000 contracts. So we will see if the sellers really want to try and make a push. But for now, it looks like it's trying to bounce. The Nasdaq.
I think buyers Buyers got the upper hand right now, and all that liquidity you
Yeah.
just talked about, Paul. It kind of pulled as we got up here. We left that 67.80. It kind of pulled
They
away.
definitely have.
Yeah.
They're getting a
Yeah, the
sort though,
Nasdaq.
so I wouldn't be surprised if that's just a little retracement, and then we get a push down.
Okay.
It's very hard to read. Very hard to read today. The volume thin, not as. I mean, we have a bit of heavier volume early at the open, but right now I would say relatively thin the volume.
Yeah.
Stalled.
Check Zoom chat, Sam.
Yeah.
Real quick, if you don't mind.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, the volume isn't crazy right now, for sure.
Okay.
I agree. Volume is definitely relatively thinner. Not a whole lot of volume trading necessarily, but yeah, it looks exactly like Sam's right. Like we had a lot of buyers drive up there, right? I mean, on the session VWAP that I have for the ES, we kind of touched it essentially for the including the overnight. So the VWAP starting at, let's say it's 8 p.m. Eastern, actually, I have up here just touched that, and then we just came right back down into this liquidity area. Man, okay, so now it's starting. Sellers are trying to chew through that liquidity that I was mentioning, starting at 67.79.
I'm short. Yes, I am short. I got in around. May not be a great fill, but I got in around 78. And we'll see. Probably to put a stop, typical 5-point stop, maybe around 83, get above point of control, or right at. I hate to do it that close, but maybe we'll go a little further out. And I'm just going to put a take profit somewhere down. Overnight low is at 67, so just outside that.
So we did just hit to the T 25.50, the level I mentioned earlier, and we're bouncing up from it. So sadly I missed this trade. I was looking at the Zoom chat. That would have been a nice little quick scalp long, but never mind. It's all good. So I still think it's a very to read. I'm really on the fence about this one. Sunday opens and you just kind of you can see it. Other days it's a lot harder. We're coming back down again. Interesting. All right. I don't think. Okay. I mean, 25.120 would be amazing on the NQ. 21.20 would be a really area to protect long.
Yeah. All right, let's get down here.
And I can see it dropping.
Let's break the 78.
It's not that way. For the NQ, it's really not that way. I mean, 40 points. 40 points. You can do it very quickly, the NQ.
Welcome, Tanaka. How you doing from Central Africa, my friend? Glad you're here with us today. Tanaka's he's got the casket waiting for us still, Sam, I believe. He's got the pine box. The pine box is sitting empty.
Let's see the ES eat through that 67.75 liquidity for you, Daryl. Come on, let's see it.
I would love it. It wants to. It's definitely, the sellers are definitely trying to absorb these buyers here. They're just ever so slightly getting an upper hand, but the longer it sits here and consolidates, I'm more hopeful.
Yeah. Also, Gotta remember, everybody trading the ES here. We're at 67.78 essentially right now, but where this liquidity is of 67.75 that I just mentioned, that is also point of control from yesterday or from Friday's session. So
Yes,
be wary.
that's
This is
correct.
where a lot of volume took place on Friday. Would it be great for shorts to be able to get a nice rotation down to value area low of yesterday of 67.61, of course, but just got to be cautious here. Got to be cautious.
All right, we're starting to approach 25.20. Let's see.
There
Oh,
we
lots
go.
of sellers.
Down,
All right, we
baby.
just touched it. We literally just
Let's
touched
get down,
it.
baby.
Let's see if there's any buy pressure that comes
There we
in.
go. There we go. So I'm in short 3 contracts in the ES. I know it's not up on the screen yet, but we'll get that in there for real quickly here from the production crew. But I'm going to move to break even and just kind of protect myself here against a potential scratch. Hopefully it doesn't come back on me, but I am got to take profit here of around 66, just south of the 67 overnight print. So that's the low of the overnight, and just as good as any to put a take profit right now. And if we continue to go further south, I can drag that take profit and I'll trail my contracts or start to peel off some.
Yeah.
All right. Jumped in long.
Don't come up here. Don't come up
I'm
here.
off that long.
And scratch me
really
out with
quick
all
long
this.
scalp.
Come on.
Back on 6 contracts. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh boy.
But I just clicked it.
Jesus.
On 6, so I got out quickly, but managed to make a bit of money on it.
Nice.
25 120 held quite nicely.
It did.
All right, come on now.
Quick 20 point jump immediately from that 25 120 area. Man. Jeez, 30
All
points.
right, so it basically scratched me. It came up and took me out. I was a little below break even, so I think we'll make another attempt to break through the 72. Yeah, it's better than a loss.
On my
the casket is in need of a body, Tanaka says.
Oh my god.
That's good stuff, man. That is good stuff.
Love it.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, that's held up well. 25 1 really did hold up very. We literally get to the T. Pretty sure held that trade a bit more, but never mind. It's
if we get back up here, a few more points back up to 80 or 81, and we hold that VWAP and mid that we currently have in this early developing profile in the session, I may re-engage short again. We'll see. I want to see how the sellers behave here. Buyers have got some good strength right now, though. They're really kind of slowly grinding up here, but I think it's just a retracement, rotational. Have to see.
Yeah.
Come on, give me a few more points.
The sellers trapped.
Get up there.
Sellers are really starting to come back in again, but let's see if they do any damage here.
Yeah,
Ready to
exactly.
actually enter a short.
And this is exactly what we're.
I want to sell into this strength here. Their point of control just came down right to here.
Oh, lots of sellers
ES.
now. Lots of sellers.
Yeah,
but they're not pushing them much.
I don't know if it's
quite an interesting one.
Yeah, I think buyers still have it for a bit.
I'm taking a quick small short.
Scalpy
short. I'm in. Yeah.
Point of control moved again.
I am.
78. Point of control is migrating south ever so slowly in the ES, but yeah.
No, the sellers are trapped. I'm out.
Hmm.
Potentially. A couple of seconds. Are they actually trapped? No, it looks like the way. I'm still holding. Are they going to get absorbed again? That's the question. No. Okay, they're doing all right.
turned down
Actually
here.
doing a lot better than
good. I
I
think
thought.
sellers are good. Yeah, I'm back
Yeah,
in.
I'm holding
back
it
in short.
still. I'm 3 contracts
Yeah,
short.
I'm back in.
There we go.
Me too.
All right, I've got out. Happy with that?
Sam gets out while I get in.
Right.
Same move, short. So
Yeah. The moment I see
so yeah,
any,
I'm gonna hold.
are we still doing
Yeah, that's okay.
P&Ls?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
think
are.
so.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if we
50.
are.
Yeah.
It should. I got to update
Okay.
then.
Well, I'll write in
just
the chat anyway.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know. We'll provide it. Let's see what they do.
The thing of showing open positions for me is almost pointless because I'm so quick.
Yeah.
It's just, there's no need. Like, I get it if you hold
Yeah,
it,
for us it might make
can
sense, but Sam might be the outcast here in terms of having positions. He's very very in and out for sure. All right, the longs are starting to pile up here.
And I got out that one. It was well timed, my exim.
I just think, I think,
I'm starting to see potential ray. I think we've bottomed out, potentially. That is the bottom of the ray B. And we could start ranging. I mean, it depends. The sellers... Now I'm looking at it, and I'm buyers get absorbed. So I'm starting to think, actually, it might push down. You got to wait for that initial there. See, push down. As soon as I saw that absorb, next candle is red. Good little scalp there. But
yep. It's very.
I'm gonna hold off for a bit.
This is, 78, 82.
All right.
Come on. Let's get down to 65 where there's liquidity.
Well, so there was an open. James actually talked about in the pre-market session that there was like an AMD OpenAI kind of deal regarding essentially.
I saw that.
Essentially regarding like a power plant, creating some sort of power plant in San Francisco or something. And AMD right now is up 38% at the moment. On the open. So maybe what I could do real quick, let me just check the charts on my other stuff here. So actually, okay, so it was at the open, it was up to $227 a share, which is actually touched the all-time high that it made back in April of 2024. And we are now trading down to $212 a share at the moment. So big time gap up as well. We gapped up essentially $35 a share from the previous session's high. So
come on, ES. Come on, ES. Break the 72 here. Let's go. So we're kind of retested the low of the day so far. It's early. Low of the day, 20 minutes in. On the ES anyway.
No, it was $55 a share we gapped up. I had the wrong bar thing here. So $55 a share at AMD gapped up. That is just wow.
That's huge.
Goodness. Anyway.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, if we break 25,120 on the NQ, the area where I would expect a very bullish reaction would be 508, around there. Call it 2450. Just easy.
Yeah.
So, and I would love to
come on back down,
if
guys.
we break 2508. to short it again all the way down to 25,050 and then buy up. So that would be ideal. That would work out beautifully.
Yeah. I don't like this type of price action here around the previous day's point of control, I must say. This is definitely for me I have to chill. I right now I have to hang out and wait for something larger to happen or some sort of structure to form, because this to me could be like a eat liquidity to the downside and then immediately pop back up and just stop any shorts out that we're trying to hold longer, or we could simply bounce right here. I don't even know. I'm not going to try to guess here. I'm just going to let things ride for now.
Yeah. So this is what we've done since the RTH Open, since the New York Open here in the ES. So I've just kind of moved everything to the left off the screen that we did in the overnight and Friday's regular session profile. So we're just looking at what's developing currently. And you notice it's kind of like it's not quite a double distribution, but there's obviously, let me get my arrow. You can see up here, we had early volume that built this, but now we're down here, right? And we're trading kind of at the outer edge. I want to see it break down. I've got my take profit down here at 65, which is where there is a bunch of liquidity in the ES. We just got to get through this. There's a lot of liquidity here around 73 to 71. And if we can sellers can just kind of continue to eat through here. They're trying to make an attempt right now. If we can get through and get down, that would be great. I haven't moved my stop into break even, haven't done anything. I'm just kind of sitting here and holding and letting it develop. So I just wanted to show everyone kind of how I look at developing profiles on the volume profile. I look at it at various times all day, every day, not just, daily profiles or composite profiles for like a week or several days. It's very helpful for me and how I trade to look at it all throughout the day.
Yeah. Undoubtedly.
Right.
Okay, sellers coming in here. Nice. We might get that push.
There we go.
Come on, Daryl. Let's get that push.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it, guys. All right, I'm still short 3 lots. So that's accurate. Come on.
Copy that. Funny bone hit.
No.
Oh, I hate that.
No news regarding the government shutdown this morning, everybody. Just to let everybody know, there's no further news at the moment. So we're still waiting for any updates on that. I will keep my eyes peeled for any headlines, but yeah, come on.
So
come on, ES.
back to your AMD OpenAI comments, Paul. The CEO Sue is going to be speaking on Bloomberg Television here in an hour. The CEO of AMD, that is. So yeah, that'll be good. But other than that, I mean, pretty thin on news so far, barring any tweets or headline risk. We don't have a whole lot. We don't have a lot of U.S. Fed speakers here. We got some European stuff. Lagarde is going to speak later on. Bank of England, Bailey's going to speak later on. We've got some of that. But the U.S., due to the shutdown, few and far between, folks. So, this is a day where structure still plays. I feel this is good. This is how I learned how to trade when the hyper news wasn't as relevant. We didn't have Twitter. We didn't have social media. We didn't have any of this stuff, right? And so structure was important, and participant behavior.
I'll be back in.
Yeah,
just got to set up for the news. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Right? Cool.
You got it. All right, let's break down here in the ES here. There we go. I love it. I love it when it listens to me. I definitely got to get into break even now. Well into the money. Lock in. All right. Let's do it. Let's do this.
So it looks like the AMD deal with OpenAI. It's more so. OpenAI is going to be taking almost. They can take up to for an option of 10% of a 10% stake in AMD, essentially. So
wow.
So that's kind of the buzz right now. It's nothing in regards to really like the power plant source that for OpenAI to like run everything that it wants to run and whatnot. It's more about the fact that OpenAI is going to be looking to take a stake in AMD of anywhere up to 10%, which would be massive. That's massive. Absolutely massive.
Sam Altman's going to continue to climb the ladder. I mean, he's already one of the richest men in the world, but crazy news. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning.
I did. These guys don't know what the Dewey Decimal System is, I don't think. Yeah, I know Paul knows about it. But
barely. I mean, we did.
Your library didn't have the Dewey.
No, we did. Like in my elementary school, it was a thing, like elementary, middle school, but like it kind of went away after. I mean, I probably still exists, but nobody probably teaches it anymore.
No one uses it.
I have no idea. But
yeah, Tom, I learned to trade with an abacus and a sundial, so that's how far back I go. It's all good. It's all good. Here we go. Let's get that move down. Keep going. Get through 70 here on the ES. Come on. Let's do it.
Yeah,
let's do it.
This looks like looks pretty good here. I mean, the Dow, there's some larger components in the Dow right now that are really bringing down, I think helping bring down the ES here. Apple is down $1.75 at the moment.
Ooh,
Amazon's down $1.20.
Here we go. Come on, there we go. Breakthrough 70. This is not. I like to see this kind of a move, to be honest, where it's a nice, just kind of a grindy, instead of a real whippy. Because if it's whipping and it comes down and let's say it retests some area, then I'm not so convicted on the short, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe it'll rotate back up and go beyond point of control to another point to the high. But if it's doing this sort of thing, it's pretty much trending south so far today. It's basically profit taking. Yeah. This is just responsive profit taking. You're going to come up to my trail. I'm trailing real tight here, guys. Trailing really, really tight. I don't necessarily want to get out of here. I want to hold, but come on. Are you going to take me out? It's going to take me out. All right.
Yeah, that's good, though.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's okay. That's okay.
Look for another entry possibly here. I might jump in with you if we do get the Nasdaq though actually did have a pretty strong bullish last few candles here on the 1 minute chart. Nasdaq's looking a bit stronger. I mean the Dow just continues to dump. Honestly, we're down almost 400 points I think on the Dow right now. Oh my!
I'm back
goodness,
short,
dude. Derek.
I'm back short. Yeah, I just jumped right in on this again. You know me, man. I'm not gonna hesitate on this stuff.
Dude.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go down.
Wow.
And I'm looking at, let's see where we can put this. So overnight low, we're almost there at 67 in the ES on the nose. If we get through the overnight low, we want to keep going. I mean, Friday's regular trading hour low is at 54. Should we get there? And who's to say we won't?
Just going to have a quick 5-minute news segment. So we'll roll that and then we're back to trading.
Sounds good.
It.
Good day, everyone. It's Monday, October 6th, and markets are opening the week with a cautious but optimistic tone. We're seeing gold pushing towards record highs, crypto consolidating near fresh peaks, and equity futures holding steady. Let's break down what's moving the Forex, futures, and crypto markets today. The US government shutdown has entered its 6th day. That's creating uncertainty across bond markets and keeping traders alert for any resolution headlines. 10-year Treasury yields remain in the mid-4% range as investors debate how long the shutdown will last. Many are also reassessing the likelihood of Fed rate cuts being delayed into early 2026. In the UK, Governor Andrew Bailey's recent comments on financial stability and digital currencies are still being digested. He emphasized the need for tighter oversight of stablecoins and the infrastructure around them. That's keeping sterling supported as traders weigh the Bank of England's tone ahead of the next meeting. In Europe, political tensions in France are weighing on the euro. Spreads between French and German bonds widened slightly, reflecting a mid-risk-off sentiment. As a result, the euro remains under pressure, while safe haven flows continue to support the US dollar. Over in Asia, Japanese equities rallied strongly after Sane Takachi secured the leadership position, boosting expectations of fiscal support. The Nikkei surged to new highs as investors anticipate continued economic stimulus. Meanwhile, the yen weakened further, with traders now watching the 150 level closely against the dollar. Turning to commodities, gold continues to dominate headlines. Spot gold has surged through the $3,900 mark and is testing the psychological $4,000 level. Safe haven demand remains strong amid uncertainty over US politics and global growth. The narrative of future rate cuts and a weaker dollar adds more fuel to gold's bullish move. Crude oil is also catching a bid this week. OPEC Plus signaled that any upcoming production increases will be smaller than expected. That's providing near-term support to both Brent and WTI prices. Traders remain focused on balancing tighter supply conditions with softer seasonal demand. US index futures are slightly higher heading into the New York Open. Tech stocks continue to lead the charge on optimism around AI and semiconductor demand. However, rising bond yields are acting as a headwind for equities. Traders are cautious about chasing risk until the shutdown uncertainty clears. In Forex, the dollar is holding firm on safe haven demand. The euro remains heavy due to French political concerns and slower economic data. Sterling is slightly firmer, supported by hawkish Bank of England expectations. The yen continues to weaken as Japan maintains its loose policy stance. In the crypto market, Bitcoin remains the headline story. Over the weekend, it printed a new all-time high above $125,000. Today, it's consolidating just below that level, showing resilience despite light profit taking. Ethereum and other altcoins are mixed, with traders rotating capital into larger cap names. The dominant narrative remains that Bitcoin is acting as a macro hedge against political risk and fiat uncertainty. Looking ahead, markets will focus on any developments in Washington regarding the government shutdown. Fed speakers later this week could offer hints about how the central bank is viewing fiscal risks. Economic data releases are limited due to the shutdown, but traders will be watching services PMIs and labor indicators closely. For Forex traders, euro rallies may remain short-lived until political calm returns in France. Sterling dips could find support if inflation data stays sticky. Yen crosses are driven by momentum, but any Bank of Japan intervention talk could trigger sharp reversals. For futures traders, equity indices are likely to grind higher if bond yields stabilize. Gold remains the star performer, and a clean break above $4,000 could trigger another wave of momentum buying. Oil traders should stay nimble as OPEC Plus headlines continue to drive short-term moves. In crypto, all eyes remain on the $125,000 to $130,000 for Bitcoin. Liquidity is building near those levels, while the $120,000 area serves as key support. Correlation between Bitcoin and gold remains high today, suggesting macro flows are driving both assets. To wrap up the day, it's a risk-on market with plenty of caution underneath. Stocks are steady, gold is surging, the dollar is strong, and crypto is consolidating. Investors are navigating a mix of political uncertainty and technical momentum. Stay sharp, respect your levels, and watch how the bond market sets the tone for the rest of the week. But up next, we're back to trading.
All right.
Great news update by Sam there. Good stuff.
That was cool. Agreed. Agreed.
We can share either of our screens now. The ES looks like it's consolidating lower here again.
Yeah, I'm still in my short trade here. So
awesome.
I think we're waiting. We're waiting to get Sam back, and then they'll switch. So we'll just be a little patient here. Philosophers in the house. Tom did great. I responded to you, Tom, but Tom was talking about I don't know what he saw where his target was. He cleared out his $500 loss in the Asian session. Now he's back in the green. He's done. He's out. No way he's taking any more Monday trades, which is good and it's smart. And I said to him, what did I say? Great trading, Tom. Smart decision. Always want to protect our account balance and be here tomorrow. And that's important for every one of us, right? And Tom is a fantastic trader, one of our funded traders. So, making those smart decisions as a trader is what gets you through. It's not always about the greed.
Yeah, absolutely.
You gotta be defensive a little bit. Yeah, good job, Sam. That was awesome.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Sam was a news anchor
right,
at one point in his professional career.
Philosopher says you're like a Colombian weather reporter. What the? I don't even know what that means. I don't even understand it.
Explain, philosopher. Please explain. I would love to know the reasoning behind that.
I don't know.
That's funny.
I know.
Yeah, Spad. The Dow really dipped this morning. It's very much dipped, pretty big. There's probably some of the bigger players are giving up some of the bullish momentum at the moment, but definitely keep an eye on the Dow. I mean, the Nasdaq essentially is continuing to consolidate between 25,140 and 25,180 here. So we just got to see if it breaks below that little consolidation area, if we can't retest the 25,120 level or break below that. The Dow is kind of trying to make the tiniest of pushes up at the moment. So it's trying.
ES point of control just came down here to 67.70. So it continues to migrate further. We got an even distribution, somewhat like what we had on Friday. It's getting a little jaggedy, a little boxy here. So, we're getting these little areas building, right? So we'll see what happens. Buyers are probably coming up to retest that previous point of control, maybe VWAP, but I'm still holding my trade. I'm still holding my short. Come on. Oops.
All right.
The Dow is
Where's my mouse gone?
kind of kind of the Dow broke above the
My
9-period
Lord.
EMA on the 1-minute chart that it somehow has been respecting for over 30 minutes at this point. That's such a small EMA to respect. I mean, that just shows you how bearish the Dow has been this morning, that it took till now to break out of that. But let's see if we can't get a further push to the upside here. Maybe to previous day's low, 46,823 on the Dow before another turn down.
Come on.
Hold ES.
Got an idea.
Continue
Yeah,
your
I know. I don't like it
bearishness.
up here. A lot of that liquidity pulled away as this thing came back up, which again, it's showing me that there's not resting orders in the book that's just sitting, wanting to get filled. It's like an opportune kind of liquidity that's coming and going, that's moving around here. And it may be shifting. Some of this that we see under here, Paul, at like 67, 70, 71, 72, that just came in, may be pulled from prior area down there around the 60, 62 to 65. So they may be moving things around here, trying to get a fill. But I need the sellers to come in stronger here. Come on. Let's go.
Just on a range now. Typical little range, but I do think we'll probably break down. I don't know, actually.
That's why I'm holding. I'm holding for a breakdown.
Let me have a look.
It's interesting though. This is where, I'm still showing here. This purple band that I had, the bottom of it was support, and now I'm hoping it becomes resistance, because support becomes resistance, etc. So now we come below it down here. We came back up. Will it hold? And that's where I'm.
Honestly, Daryl, I have no idea.
I know. I don't
I
either.
have
Nasdaq's
no
tough, right?
idea.
I don't either. I have no idea.
Nasdaq is really tough.
Ooh, hold VWAP.
I'm looking at the Nasdaq
what I can
too,
say,
Sam. I look at the Nasdaq and I'm just like, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't. I look at the Nasdaq. It's just it's consolidating so much more than the Dow and the ES at the moment. So it's a lot tougher to pinpoint.
Part of me, Sam, I know where you're going with this, Sam. Part of me says low of the day is in, because we retested the overnight low.
Here's
but I don't know
what I see, right? And this is what's conflicting me. So where we stopped at 25,120 pretty much on the Nasdaq, right? That's a really good gap. So we naturally you're going to have.
If you want to take your screen over,
that, which we did,
you can show us if you want. If you want to show,
sure. Let me actually give me a second. I need to actually, because I've got it drawn up on a different platform. But let me just
that's
flick it over to.
I'm holding here. Come on.
HP.
Let's go, sellers. Let's go, sellers. Let's go. Come on in.
All right. Let me share the
We're
screen.
still holding.
There it is.
There we go. Come on, sellers. Push down.
Come on.
Yep. Oh, I gotta draw my
I've been neglecting the cattle markets this morning, so apologies, everybody. I know everybody cares.
We do care. It's very. I love my steaks and all hamburgers and what have you. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. My screen's up. Perfect. All right. So let me just draw out the volume profile quickly. Pretty much like the daily volume profile, right? So clear as day, we've got a beautiful gap here, 25 basically, where we just touched it and we rejected, right? So that was the area. And there really isn't, there's another one, a little one below, but it's not as great, right? This one is the clear kind of where the two distributions are, right? So
correct.
If I get out the pen tool, just for the viewers so they can see. So you can clearly see here was like a bit of volume, and then the next big volume was here, right? This is the kind of the gap between that. So you're going to get a reaction there, which is absolutely, expected. But every time I've seen this kind of, so normally I would say I'm all bullish for this, like bull, bull, bull until we go, because there's not really much above here, apart from the point of control, which we're kind of at. It could break above here quite easily. There's nothing really holding it back, right? But what I have noticed and what I have seen many, many times, and this is down to experience, is when we had these kind of like heavy sellers come in and then we start consolidating, it's just a pause in the market before we start pushing down again. This is just, so I've seen that happen so many times where I'm conflicted. Either one could happen. Technically, if you were to trade the way I trade, and my strategy would be all bullish right now, right?
Yeah, I know.
But I don't almost believe it. I think we might see like a little pop up. Exactly, we might see a little pop up, come up here and then kind of continue back down again. That could happen. But for me, until these are kind of cleared, unless I do a volume profile from this leg down. Yeah, okay, so there we go. There's a gap that it needs to clear right here. And we're kind of wedged between these two areas now. So it's touched it once already, pushed down. So I can see, it ranging within these two areas. One or the other is going to happen. It's either going to break above here and do this, and then it's all bullish, or it's going to break below here and do this, and then it's all bearish. While we're in the middle here, it's anyone's game. So I would treat it as a range. If we, if you're looking at like the footprint, for example, if you're using, candlestick patterns, whatever kind of entry requirements you see, when we get near the top of this range, if you see something that's, okay, yeah, it looks like sellers could take over, it will be a great place to kind of just short it for a scalp, maybe go back into the kind of the middle, and vice versa. If we're at the bottom here and you see buyers coming in, buy it until the middle. Do you know what I mean? Treat it as a range. You can do that for small little scalps, but for like a longer term position, we really need to either break above 25,185 and come back and retest it and continue, or break below 25,108 for a bearish market. So until that happens, it's a coin flip for me.
Yeah.
Your Nasdaq profile looks very similar to the ES. And you're right on point. You're right in the point of control area in the Nasdaq, just as we are in the ES. So same advice I would give. Don't do anything when you're right there in the middle, because it can go either way. We're just sitting right, we're right in the most popular traded price on the morning session so far. So it's hard to tell which way it's going to go, right? You're just 50-50, flip a coin.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. It's a bit dangerous right now. But yeah, treat it as a range until it tells you otherwise. That's my philosophy on this.
I agree.
Because look, right now it looks like, it could be breaking out. Let's see what happens. You know, is it actually truly going to break out, or is this going to be a little pick and then we're going to drop back down again?
Right, exactly.
Like if I look at the footprint at the same time to see.
It's interesting because it's coming up to where
193 buyers trapped at the top. That's a good short, right? They tried to get breakout, they couldn't. That would have been a great scalp. There you go. You see what I mean?
Yep.
Back down maybe to the point of control or something. So until it actually truly breaks out, and when I say a breakout to all the viewers, I don't mean, if it just ticks a little bit above. That's not a true breakout. I'm talking a structural kind of shift, right? A breakout, a comeback, a rejection, and then it starts continuing. You want to enter here, at this point. You don't want to enter here. That's not your entry. Your entry is here.
Nope.
And again, how many people, I can see in the footprint, loads of buy volume trapped right at the tip of this candle. That's people chasing the market. People saying, it's about to continue. They're all getting in, and now they're trapped and they're having to get out. And I can see them dropping out now because the sell volume's coming heavy in this area here. So all those buyers that entered,
Yep,
they've
I
now
see it.
exited around here.
Yep.
So it's very
Yeah, it's very
dangerous
well
to
put.
trade a range like this. Never chase it.
Agreed. So, I guess there was a headline just recently, about 6 minutes ago, that Trump had a supposedly productive call with Brazilian President Silva, essentially, the newer president here. So he's, well, not newer. I mean, he's been the president for a couple of years now, but yeah. So supposedly a good productive call, I guess, regarding the tariff spat that we've been having with them, and then aside from that, there's just a couple things coming out of the GOP talking about healthcare and whatnot. Some health, some possible fixes to healthcare, and then there's nothing. Essentially, with this government shutdown at the moment, the both sides are taking pretty tough stances. Like they're very firm in their stances. So we could see a shutdown occur
You see what
for a
Speaker
little
Johnson
bit longer.
just said? Yeah, Mike Johnson just said there's nothing for us to negotiate on the stopgap funding. He said that 2 minutes ago. And then he continues to say the House did its job. It's now the Senate Democrats. They have the ball. So, I mean, both sides are standing pat. It's kind of like, this tit for tat kind of stuff, which is not good. But at some point, the pain's going to just be unbearable, and they're going to have to, I mean, concessions have to be made. And it's just ridiculous, but whatever.
Yeah. TSA, there were TSA employees like this weekend that weren't showing up to work or whatever, which was crazy.
I heard that.
That's not good.
I heard that. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I mean, apparently they're still getting paid. Those kind of services are all still getting paid. It was interesting. I do have to, it's funny. I have to ship a package out later this afternoon. I'm going to go to my post office. I'm thinking, is the post office going to be open or not? Like maybe I need to.
No, yeah, they're fine. They're fine.
I would think they're fine.
Yeah,
because I'm like,
they are.
I printed out my label and everything. I'm like, I think they're good. But
yeah, exactly. They are funded like separately. It's like a separate kind of situation. They're completely immune from that. But I had to look that up the other week, and let's see here regarding the TSA stuff.
Come on, sellers.
Okay. So 61,000 of the 64,000 TSA employees were considered essential and will continue to work during the shutdown, even though they'll get like deferred payment or whatever. Which, that's
yep.
It's an unfortunate situation for the TSA employees, but it is essential. I mean, travel is relatively essential, so I get it. All right. We look a little bit more.
Some would argue that the TSA are not essential because they make our lives miserable.
Yeah. Well, that's a whole other situation. That's a whole other topic.
Yeah, I know. All right, let's hold here.
Man, Nasdaq is continuing to range, but the Dow again is now the Dow is making moves to the upside. Now the Dow is starting to trend to the upside a little bit and it's helping drag the ES up. So,
yeah.
Here's the Dow. I'll pull up the Dow real quick.
Still in this range. But yeah.
You could stop it.
I could have definitely taken that short. That was a nice short. That was a very nice short.
There we go.
Just got to do a few little things behind the scene, but you guys carry on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh. have a look.
All right, the Dow has broken back above the previous day's low. Let's see if it can't hold that. Consolidate right here. Yeah, it looks like this is kind of reminding me of Friday a little bit. If I remember correctly, let me take a look at Friday.
I love all the comments in the chat. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. Tiger, I don't want to talk about Kansas City, dude. Don't even put that in here. Don't do it. I know.
So it was Thursday.
I know you're proud.
Thursday was the day where Thursday is where we kind of had some bearish momentum to the downside for like the first hour and a half, and then we consolidated and we grinded upwards for the rest of the day, but only to like a little bit above point of control or whatever, what have you. That's what I'm being reminded of today. Like that could be a similar situation that's occurring.
So the ES is starting, I think, to go back down. Sellers are holding here at the 67.80, which is a significant area because we had point of control there, and then we were coming down this morning. We were coming down off the open. It represented kind of where the point of control was from the overnight, or from Friday, right? So that it comes back, holds a ton of selling liquidity came in on the offer. And now we've got a little bit of a battle going on here, but I'm still holding my short. Still holding.
Yeah. We're at the low of the Nasdaq little consolidation area that we've been in the last 40 minutes. So that's good for your short if the Nasdaq can break out of it. If we can break out of it to the downside, I mean. So yeah. But is it gonna just like Sam said, are like, if you treat it as a range, though, if you just treat the Nasdaq as a range and you got long there, it's already popped up 10 points. So you already were able to get a little quick scalp if you wanted to, if you continue to just treat this as a range in the Nasdaq at least. But
that's it. Always ask yourself before you enter a trade, are we trending or are we ranging? And you only got to look as a scalper. You only got to look 10 minutes to your left. You'll have the answer.
Yep.
So,
yep.
And then you know whether to hold the trade, whether to get out quickly, what to expect from it. You know, always ask yourself a very important question.
Absolutely.
Gold is back early this morning, early at the equity open, essentially for the equity open at 9:30. Gold actually spiked or really had a nice rally here of right back to the all-time high and tested the all-time high, and we're consolidating right below the all-time high. Technically made a new all-time high in the regular trading session here now of 39.74 half in gold. So the bullishness continues. And silver, let's see what silver's doing really quickly. Consolidating right above the previous day's high at the moment. Still hasn't even come back down to touch value area high, which is $48.07. We came back down to 48.35 essentially. We've kind of done a little double bottom here in the between 10 and 10:30 a.m. So relatively bullish here for silver, and very bullish for gold at the moment. And let's go. Okay, ES might be. Nasdaq broke down slightly, not even, I guess technically a little bit below its, like a couple ticks below its range over the last 40 minutes, but the Dow is just going to the upside right now. Dow to the upside largely, about 130 points over the last 10 minutes of time. And it's about 170 points since its low that it made today at 10 a.m. Eastern, which is really helping keep the ES up right now. But we're still only 4 points above previous day's point of control on the ES, and we're testing continuous VWAP right now.
That's the thing. This is a very tenuous area. Everyone could look at this and go, "Oh, it's going up. We're going up." But you know what? You've got VWAP at 76.25. You got point of control at 75, just under it. Midpoint on the distribution so far is at 70. They're all within a point and a half of each other, and we're trading all within this. So we're basically trading in a consensus happy place on the auction. This is where everyone likes to trade right now, buyers and sellers. There's a lot of liquidity to the north of us at 67.80 all the way up through 81 on the ES that buyers would have to get through, a good 600 contracts or so. Not saying it can't be done, totally could be done, but we could just as easily grab a whole bunch of buyers, trap these suckers, and roll back down. There's open skies below, and we can go easily back down to the south. So, my initial balance is locked in here for the first hour. We're set, locked and loaded. We only have a 20-point range on the first hour and 4 minutes. So nothing to write home about, but we can do this all day. We can go up and down all day.
Yeah.
Rommel asks Sam, "Are you just watching today, not trades for you?" Rommel, I have taken trades. I've taken 2 already. They're just very quick. You blink and you miss them.
I know, exactly.
I'm waiting for the NQ to get out of this range, and then I will take more trades, because this is part of trading. Sometimes you just got to sit there and you got to wait. If there's no setup, there's no setup.
Have you taken trades, Rommel? Exactly. Have you taken trades? Where are you at? Share, like and subscribe. All righty, yes. Let's go.
Let us know, like, what are you focusing on this morning? Or is there any specific product you're looking at? Are you like focusing on gold, or are you focusing on the ES or the Nasdaq right now, the Dow? Let us know, even if it's something weird. I like the weird stuff. I like the wheat and all that stuff. So if you like to trade that, please let us know.
You shorted with me, Rommel? You shorted the ES, I think. Good. Nice. All right, good. Cool.
Very,
very good.
Man.
All right.
Oh, and here are the buys. Big buys.
It's a hard area, though, to hold right here. This is a tough area.
Let's see if they...
Spad's looking at the Dow.
If they defend that.
Don't worry about the caps, Spad. You're good. Yeah, let's see.
Oh, this is looking interesting. This could potentially be the breakout. Potentially. Please don't short it yet. This
the breakdown.
Oh, they got absorbed. Breakdown. They got absorbed though. Yeah. Sellers are getting absorbed a lot, but they're fighting it. This is very interesting. That is a lot of sellers getting absorbed, but they are still pushing it down, which is remarkable.
Yeah, the cumulative volume delta is not crazy on the ES. It's pretty tame. From the open, we're only at where are we from the? I know, I see this. I see it, Sam. Look, we're still slightly negative, man. Believe it or not.
It's a cumulative on NQ. We've almost gone flat on the NQ for the cumulative, which is interesting.
All right, you got to hold.
Let's see if those
hold here.
Those sellers got absorbed a lot, but they held very well. To be fair, they fought off the buyers very well. So this could be the breakdown, but judging from the amount of absorption, the buyers are still very aggressive. So I don't know.
Yeah,
but we'll see what happens.
Come on, buyers, exhaust.
Sit and wait.
Apple and Amazon are regaining a lot of their losses on the morning right now, which seems to probably be helping out the Dow a lot. I mean, the XLK on the S&P is up 1%. It's the largest gainer on the day. Interestingly enough, as the Dow or as the Nasdaq is, testing, possibly testing its lows or trying to test its lows. So that's kind of weird. That's a little bit of a weird one.
Oh, there's big buyers coming in. Is there any pushback from the sellers against these buyers? A little bit, but nothing too major. Oh, that was a big absorption for the buyers there. Okay, interesting. Sellers are coming in a bit more aggressive. The buyers are holding them back. Might not be the breakdown after all.
It might not be.
And this is why you gotta wait. This is why you have to wait. Wait for that absorption to happen. Only trade what you see. Don't anticipate. I mean, coming in, I give them that. They are coming in, which is
it's holding the upper edge, man. It's holding the upper edge in the ES very well. It's really structurally, it's very clean.
For what it's worth.
It's just.
I don't think we're going to do a full. I don't think we're going to do a full rotation to the top of the range. I think maybe this is going to be more of a retracement, and then we're looking to break down, because this is the first time I've seen that the sellers are really fighting back the buyers, even at the bottom of the range, quite well. So I'd be surprised if the buyers just keep piling it on, because they are. I mean, they're 140 contracts deep right now, and they're still struggling. And the sellers are absorbing a lot of that. But also the sellers get absorbed very quickly as well by the buyers the moment the sellers push it down a bit. So we're in a really kind of interesting area now of what happens here could dictate if this is going to be a retracement or an actual breakdown.
Let's go down. There we go, sellers. Come on. There we go. There we go. A lot of sellers in the ES coming in. Pushing it.
Nasdaq.
Let's get down below point of control. Come on. Push down. There we go. Cliff dive. It dropped.
Yeah, Dow also made a nice little drop there.
There we
go.
There's the move. Now. There's your move, boys. And that's why we sit and we wait at the outer edge. That's why we wait at the outer edge.
Still not over.
Beautiful. No, but this is good. It's a good sign. Very good sign.
But it's a good sign, yeah. It's a very good sign. The question now is, can those sellers fend off the buyers long enough? Because the buyers are going to be coming, they're coming in quite aggressive, but again, they haven't given up yet. It's only when one side gives up, that's when you get the real move.
But we got sell stops. All these buyers created sell stops on the way up. So all these sell stops convert to market orders as we push through. Let's go down. We can really rip this thing down. Yeah. Let's go. I don't care if it comes back later. Let's just go down now.
We're back to 67.75 on the ES here. Again, point of control of yesterday.
I know.
So we really need to tear through this. We need to tear through this here.
What a coinky dink. What a coinky dink. Yeah. We're back here. Yeah.
Come on.
Push.
It's a lot of volume.
Push.
Sellers are still getting absorbed. Lots of volume. This is a very interesting market. I think this could potentially be the move. But I still wouldn't want to get in until we kind of get that breakout, come back for a retest, and then that continuation, because this could still be a trap. Because right now, sellers have 3, 4, almost 500 on the delta for the sellers in those last two candles alone. That's a lot of risk on the seller's side. So if they even starts going against them a little bit, you can bet your bottom dollar those sellers are getting the hell out of the market, and then we're going to push up hard. So
majority speaker Mike Johnson just says he just finished his remarks wherever he was speaking. I don't know if he was on the air on TV, but he was asked if he's talking to any Democrats trying to get them to switch the votes. He says, no, they haven't exactly been ringing my phone off the hook. That's not a good sign.
Right.
It's not a good sign at all when they're not trying to make a deal with the Republican speaker. I mean, come on. Guys.
Yeah. All right. The buyers have come in very aggressive.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can. A lot of sellers trapped now at the bottom of that candle. That is.
This is not the greatest.
It's a two-way street, man. It's a battle now. Now we got a nice little fight going on. A real fight.
Rejection of days low on the Nasdaq, and then somewhat like of a rejection at point of control on the ES. The Dow was a little bit.
Exactly.
So for the Dow, you've got Dow is literally hovering in between its previous day's low and its value area low. It's trying to get back up to value area low right now. I mean, so I think it's just going to continue to be a struggle here for sure. We do have a new poll up here. If everybody wants to quickly give your vote, market at the opening bell today feels turbocharged, sleepy Monday vibes, suspiciously calm, chaos with confidence. Ooh, I don't know.
Ooh.
It's kind of like a mixture of a lot of these.
But it really is. I wouldn't say sleepy Monday vibes for sure. Definitely not. Definitely.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you, though. Chaos with confidence, I think, is what I'm leaning towards.
I think the suspiciously calm gets my vote. I think this is suspiciously calm. Calm because we lack news. We lack a lot of Fed-based reports, but and then you're sitting duck for a reaction. Like hopefully we get right now. Let's go down.
We are very suspiciously calm as of the last 30 minutes. That is for sure in the ES here, and then the Nasdaq for the most part. Really, the last hour for the Nasdaq.
Yeah,
that is for sure.
Yes, bad. We look at the Russell. We look at everything. We look at. We want to look at the Russell. We can take a quick look at the Russell. Robert's off to work. He'll come back later. Tom. I feel your pain, Tom, on being a Saints fan. And I know you're a Saints fan, but I'm a Raider fan. So look at yesterday. My goodness. Talk about misery loves company. My freaking God. We just need. I don't know. Tom Brady needs to do something with this team. Come on, man. What's the whole point of being a minority owner? Let's go.
For real.
Anyway.
Russell's back to its opening print, essentially. So Russell made a dip along with the ES and the Nasdaq and Dow, but then quickly recovered and is back to its opening print. So not too shabby.
ES looks good on the short, guys. ES looks good on the short still, holding the short. It just come on now. Let's go. Let's get down to 75.
That I haven't been able to make a trade yet. Hate it.
It's one of those days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
My game, I think it was 40-6, Tom. And they were playing Indy, but geez.
Are you still in a short, Daryl?
I am. I've still been holding my short.
Cool.
I gave it a very big stop, like a 10-point stop. I wanted to put my stop outside of the upper edge of this distribution that we've been forming at the bottom here, because I was, again, kind of like what we've been seeing for the last 15, 20 minutes here. If it's coming to the outer edge, if we're trading around point of control, let's say, or a high volume node, and we come to an outer edge, it's got to really make some energy to break up, right? So this little purple band here on my chart that I'm showing, it just kind of represents the outer edge where we've been consolidating and staying beneath. But if we were to go up, I mean, if we were to go out of here, we got to get out of here. We got to break out. We got to really put some effort into this. So again, I drew the distribution that's formed here, and I'm hoping for a new low on the day. And my combined entries like right around here with my contract. So yeah, not ideal, but I'm holding it because I've got a short bias, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing. I'm letting this thing kind of play out. I don't want to get. It's very easy to get chopped up and jump from one side to the other. You can sit there like Sam and I were just talking, 5 minutes ago when it was coming down hard. It's like, I think the break is here. Oh, I'm getting short now. And then all of a sudden it reverses back. Oh, I'm getting long. And you start to get, you're on tilt as you would. And you can easily just get so messed up in the market because you're trying to call a move. You're trying to front run it. You're trying to just be there. And if you don't have a trading plan and you don't have a very strong bias, then do nothing and wait. The market's not going anywhere. There's going to be ample trades on the day. So, and you're probably smart, Paul, for sitting around and not getting into a trade yet, because this is ugly right here, man. This is ugly. And the buyers are now threatening to break out.
We never broke out the range.
No.
This is why, even when it looks like, it's breaking, don't be the first person to jump in. Wait for it to truly break, come back, retest, and then continue. Otherwise, you get chopped up every single time.
Yeah.
Because I can see on the footprint the amount of sellers who took that breakout. Hundreds, 223, 40, almost like 400 contracts delta, that is, right? Sellers who took that. It's just insane. Aggressive sellers, that is. It's not limit orders. Those are people literally hitting the sell button, right? So that's a lot of money there, and they made themselves vulnerable. So you've got to be careful. You've got to be very careful. Don't be the first person.
Yeah. And, on the ES at like 10:40 a.m. Eastern, when that kind of larger...
And now it's coming back. It's rotating again. Sorry, Paul. But perfect example of what Sam was just saying. Look at this. You don't want to be the first one and say, it's breaking out. Now you're trapped. And here you go. Case in point.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's undoubtedly. Just when we thought 10 minutes ago, there were some huge sellers coming in, like over 2,500 contracts came in at 10:40 a.m. Eastern time on the S&P 500. And it seemed like, that could be a great sign of the actual breakdown. And then all of a sudden, point of control holds up on the ES, and now we're right back where we were. So this is somewhere where if I was to deviate away from my trading plan and I had tried to take a short off of that, like what some would call like possible momentum there in that 1 minute of time, if you're going to call it momentum, you're just going to immediately get chopped out. It's immediate $200 that you just lose trying to get short there.
Exactly.
On one.
So what's interesting is we just had a lot of sellers come in. Again, doesn't mean that it's going to push down. These people could be very easily trapped, right? But what's interesting is even earlier, before, when we were almost breaking down, just from studying the footprint, I kind of sensed that this isn't going to be a full rotation back up to the top of the range. So we've got about midway to the range, and now the sellers are coming in hard again. Now, whether they will actually be able to truly break it down, I don't know, because buyers are still fighting them. But they have started to stall a bit now, the buyers.
That's what I'm... At some point, you get exhaustion. I know you get exhaustion from both sides. Both sides will just, they can only keep it up for so long. It's just like keep throwing in all of this.
Both are going to gasp for air eventually, but one is going to have their last breath, and then the other one is going to fall over the finish line. So
step on their neck, just kill them. Jeez. Come on, let's go. Yeah, I know. This is just gotta be patient.
This is a little bit rough.
It's fun.
Rommel, who are you asking? Who are you asking is looking at the negative delta? Maybe you mean Sam, maybe because Sam was talking.
What was he asking?
I mean, we all look at the delta.
Yeah,
well, he was
Sam's
asking if you
looking
had
at the
Bookmap,
footprint.
which
Sam,
he's looking at the footprint charts,
Yeah.
which gives you delta as well.
No, Rommel,
just
I don't have that one.
No. No.
There's plenty of platforms. There's a really famous one. Starts with a letter T, 2 words, and has a V in it as well for the second word. Everyone knows of it. That can give you that information.
Yeah.
I just can't say brand names on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gold broke through all-time highs again. New all-time high. We're just constantly making all-time highs here. 39.82. We're slowly getting up to that. We might test 4,000 today. Who knows? It could happen. That would be pretty wild to see a test of 4,000 today. But we're making like $10 an ounce runs here every 20 minutes or so. So consolidating right at 39.80 at the moment.
All right. London's going to close in 5 minutes, and I know I say that almost every day on the stream. It's important, though, because you got a major exchange shutting down, so those participants get out of the market, and maybe that's part of what we're seeing here. Sometimes when that market closes, the current the current the New York session just continues to behave a little different. It operates a little differently. So we'll see what happens in 5 minutes if that is the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but I'm still holding the short here.
I think I would rather be shorting than longing. I wouldn't want to short right this second, but if I had to choose, if someone put a gun to my head and said, you've got to pick, I would rather short. Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, that Tom. I mean, it's not willing to pass through. POC. I mean, yeah, it's just. I think that just is an emphasis of the struggle right now. There is a massive struggle, and it just emphasizes it at the moment.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing about point of control on any instrument or any symbol, anything you're talking about is point of control by its definition is the highest traded price by volume of whatever period you're looking at. And so what makes up volume? Buyers and sellers, market participants make up all of that. And so, when we say, oh, it's interesting how it's holding that point of control to one side or the other, it's naturally a barrier because you've got either a hell of a lot of support or resistance because that's the most volume on the session or whatever you're looking at. So you've built up an area where there is, I don't want to say confirmation, but there's certainly participants are happy trading there. They've been happy trading there enough to build up that point of control. So when it gets there, and this is where I kind of separate myself from technical analysis and some of these trend lines and things, because I'm not a pure chartist at all. I'm not a big pattern guy, but I am a big guy on auction and just the behavior, and volume profile for me does the best job of visually showing me where volume is trading in the order flow, where everything's on there. And so point of control, when it comes up and it's like we say, oh, it's holding VWAP or point of control. These are two areas that are heavily volume based. So it makes sense, right, Tom? And so it's sometimes we could sit there and go, oh my gosh, wow, it came right up to point of control and it held like almost to the tick. And then what a coincidence. Wow. But it's really not. And it's not really that it's coming to the point of control or that line, because the market doesn't see lines, right? It doesn't see anything. It just moves. But it comes up there and we see it and we say to ourselves, it's bouncing off point of control, or it came down to point of control and pulled off of it. It just happens to be because that's where the volume's at. And so it's just more of a market move. But it's good that you observe that, because that's how I trade and how I look at it.
You can see on Daryl's chart right now, like you can see point of control, but like that VWAP also being there is hilarious. I think that's a part of it as well. Just the VWAP being, just it's dead right now simply because like I think everything is in agreement. Like everybody's in agreement with each other. And I called it. It's funny earlier in the pre-market session. My term for point of control that I'll say in a slang sense to myself, but I've actually never mentioned it on. I call it, I've never mentioned it on stream, but I call it point of comfort. Just generally speaking, I feel like it's an easier way to.
I never heard you say that till this morning. Yeah.
Paul's always saying, it's comfortable.
I am always saying it's comfortable. Exactly. And I was like, why have I never actually just said it out loud, like point of comfort, instead of, just talking about that being a comfortable level. But yeah, this is a gruesome market for me. This is just,
personally, I call it
rough.
Point of crazy, because that's what generally happens when you get there. Market goes crazy.
Point of constipation. It doesn't know whether it's moving or not. Just sitting there.
I think I'm going to use that now. I think I'm going to use that from now on, actually.
The market is constipated. Oh, man. All right. So. Whew.
Yeah. So, here, Rommel. Options. How can I learn more about options and futures correlating? So, well, I don't know if correlation would be the best word, but options, it depends on what kind of options you're talking about. I mean, if you're talking about futures contracts, I would assume you'd want to be you'd be talking about looking at futures options as well. I mean, this is what we talk about with where you can start to really we haven't really talked about it too much lately, but okay, we're starting to break out here. Hold on one second, Romo. We're breaking out of this area, this consolidation in the ES. We might
see in NQ. We're nowhere near the breakout.
Stop pick maybe.
I'm seeing on the NQ, I'm seeing a lot of buyers getting absorbed. I'm potentially seeing, a push down happening soon. But again, we're still very much in the range on the NQ. So I don't know. I don't know what the ES is showing.
Buyers got hung out to dry. Buyers are going to get hung out to dry here. Oh, yeah. Buyers are going to get hung out to dry. Nasty. That was a nasty move, ES. Ooh.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah. But yeah, Rommel. So for the like for futures options, for example, like what you could do, how you can at least incorporate futures options pricing into your daily futures contract trading, if you would like to, is you can use options usually to kind of mark expected moves over certain periods of time. So you can usually take, like, for example, if you were looking at like daily options or what have you, you could look at the day's option that call options and put options that expire for the end of market today, add up the straddle of the at the money at the money price. And then you could use that as a general like band in which an expected move could be to the upside or downside. And then you maybe combine that with other analysis that you have that maybe gives you more of a bullish or a bearish sentiment. So then you could maybe look for, okay, if I'm going to expect a move in the futures markets today, I'm expecting roughly this amount of move, and I think it's going to be going to the upside. So if I get a chance to get in long here, the relative move I could expect on average is about whatever that straddle price is. So there are people that do that, and it's not all perfect, obviously, and everything, but something interesting.
Come on.
It's a very, very interesting battle I just witnessed, but I can't tell you who won. I can't read.
Why? Because you don't know?
I have no idea. No, I don't know. It's like we're getting squeezed into the smallest price range right now, and they're just battling it and battling it and battling it on both sides. This could go either side, like either way. I couldn't tell you. This is a hard one to try and figure out.
Yeah, for sure.
So Goldman Sachs just put out a little bit of a piece here on the government shutdown. Goldman Sachs says federal government shutdown on October 1st. The longest shutdown on record in 2018 lasted 34 days, but spared several agencies, including the Department of Defense, which Congress had already funded. Prior government-wide shutdowns have lasted no longer than a week, but it seems likely that this shutdown will last longer. Prediction markets currently put the odds at 85% that the shutdown lasts at least 10 days and imply roughly even odds that the shutdown will last past October 15th. If it does, around 1.3 million uniformed military would go unpaid. We expect pressure to build on both parties to reach a compromise before then. That said, if this pressure leads to an alternative outcome, the Department of Defense might find a way to pay troops despite the funding lapse, or Congress might come under pressure to approve funding for that specific issue.
Okay.
There are a few other specific forcing events on the calendar that could lead to a restoration funding. So looking like a shutdown for at least until October 10th here. And we are breaking out of the ES, or breaking upwards out of that consolidation range in the ES at the moment. Nasdaq is trying to get back to the top of its range. Dow is also breaking out slightly above its consolidation area.
Oh, you sucker. There we go. We're out. I'm stopped.
Lots of bias.
Ooh, that was a rough one.
Little sucker.
Lots of bias coming in now. Oof, that's a lot of buy
okay.
pressure. But let's see. Again, we're still very in the NQ. We're still very much in the range. It's just it could very easily just turn around again. This is the thing. Until it does something, we do nothing.
Yes, exactly.
On the news headline on the kind of geopolitical war front, Zelensky implores allies to pay for U.S. weapons ahead of winter, so we're coming now. Headlines are coming back into the fold, not only about shutdown. Now you're going back to the Russia-Ukraine stuff. There's just a lot going on right now. Not that the markets are moving based off of any of that, but just keeping a tab on it. Not the worst idea.
Yeah, I agree.
So we made my IB low, 710, 730 was here. Point of control. Okay. All right. Interesting.
Come on, NQ, do something.
Oh, yeah. A lot of buyers coming in here.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Oh.
Come on.
I need some coffee soon. What's wrong? We got this.
11:30.
Yeah.
11:30 is coffee time Eastern for me. It's 4:30 you, right?
23. That's it. 23 minutes. I can have coffee. Good old coffee.
Coffee. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to do the same.
All right, Daryl. So
right.
for the ES here, you looking probably to try and rotate up to 67.89, 67.90, where we kind of started the day.
I'm looking at 89 because my IB high is there. And what the hell just happened? There we go. 83, 4 points. I'll put her up there. We'll put at 90. We'll put at the where was our open? That was our opening. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, ideally, if we're getting up here, then I definitely am more bullish to retest the overnight high, which we tagged twice. I mean, I don't know, double top, whatever you want to call it, maybe. But if we get up here, then we're going. I'll hold. I'll keep thinking we're going bullish on the day. Not sure if we get up to all-time high, but looks like we finally have a breakout of a range here. We've been sitting here forming this lower distribution. Now we're got a little bit of energy from the buyers, so we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst thing to do as a trader is to sit there and say the market must do this or must do that, or I know it's going to do this. Sam said this a little while ago.
Sure.
Just trade what you see, whatever it's doing. My short did not play out, but I'm switching
see if
sides
the long
now.
can't. Yeah, let's see if the long can't.
Well, I've got a statistic, and you guys know this, that 97% plus of the time, my IB, the initial balance, first hour, this is the initial balance high at this line, this is the initial balance low. One of these two, or both, will get tested or traded through during the session, meaning during the entire New York session at some point. So we've got hours to go for any of this to play out or not. There's days where it never gets, which is why it's not 100% guaranteed. There's days where it trades within this, right? It doesn't touch either side. But we're up here. We're now above point of control by a good margin. We're above VWAP midpoint. And so I feel pretty confident that we're moving to the upside and we'll probably touch this IB high. So I'm playing at least to this move. And that's where I'm going to take profit, just outside. And that's the only reason why I'm basing it on that. Got to lean on something.
Mm-hmm. See, I'm seeing sellers come in at the top of the range for the NQ again. But whether they actually rotate the whole market and push it back down to the bottom of the range, I don't know. But I'm starting to see it. I mean, it's expected to see it because now I think people kind of got it, but it's a range. So you're going to get that pressure come in. But whether it actually has the effect is always a question.
Yeah.
And it's looking hard to say at the moment. We'll see what happens. I mean, it could have been buyers who got in at the bottom, taking money off the table, taking profit taken. It could be that. But it's a bit slow. We'll see. It's fallen asleep a bit.
Little update for everybody on the crude oil futures real quick. We did bounce off the value area high target of 61.20 and the previous day's high 61.28, where we've consolidated previously this morning. We did bounce off that again. So we have now tested that 3 times in the last 2 hours, and we are rotating slightly to the upside here. So definitely be watching out for that 61.30 to 61.20 area if we are to come and revisit that, because you can continue to see some decent support in the intraday there over the next few hours.
Let's get up here. Let's get up. Come on, buyers.
Oh.
All right.
It's a long, long day.
Let's go.
Anything else?
Let's go. Yeah, dude.
Okay. Sorry, just looking at some news here.
Yeah, no problem.
No. All right. Nothing. Nada.
I know.
Yeah.
Doesn't surprise us, though. Really.
Right. For real.
Not too surprising.
It's really died off at the top
All
here.
right. Yeah.
The volume coming in.
But we're trading
next
in
to
this upper
nothing.
distribution now. Oh, geez.
It's a range day. Market Oracle
For
called it
sure.
again.
So far.
The Oracle.
4.7
The
seconds
Oracle
of the
does
open.
it. Yeah, but that's not a new record, but that was fast. I think your fastest has been like 3 seconds.
2 seconds.
You're like, I know, he's like, I'm gonna call it. I'm calling it, guys. It's range. I'm like, what?
Well, considering it's really a 50-50, I mean, only I could guess, and half the time I'll be right. So
You're right.
Eric rakes it in. Eric, I thought you were gonna be gone today, but you're the man for coming in here and chatting.
Eric, awesome to see you again, Eric.
Yeah.
Stick around.
Oh, come on now, yes.
How much are you up today,
Come on,
Eric?
yes.
How many millions are you up?
I don't know if he's trading. I think he had to go to Albuquerque.
He's up 5 gold doubloons, however much that's worth. He is up a significant amount, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's
if
at
he
the
is
doctor's.
trading.
No trading. Yeah, I know he's at the doctor's.
He's up 20
Okay, come
Fabergé
on.
eggs.
Could you imagine? Yeah. Yes. Oh, yes.
He's up a
Let's
kilo of
go
caviar.
buy a kilo of something.
He doesn't use currency. He
Something
just uses
expensive.
expensive items as measurements of wealth. He is up 1.5 yachts.
1.5 yachts.
And a quarter of a private jet.
All right. Oh, yeah. So anyway, let's see what else is going down here. We got
Got a feeling we might push up here. The sellers are.
So let's see.
They gave it all, and they haven't been very successful. So I have this kind of bias now that we could actually. I mean, we're nowhere near for NQ. We still got a bit more to go for the range to actually to be properly at the top of the range. So this is not completely unexpected at this moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum,
Dun, 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 dun,
We haven't sang. That's probably why.
Probably.
Well, you know,
What's
trying
going on?
to.
We haven't sang
Yeah,
once.
I don't
in
know.
this stream.
We haven't.
What are
We've
we
been very
doing?
professional this morning. We've been very professional.
Yeah, I feel like it's been very. This whole new kind of schedule and kind of
vibe
graphics has made us all very professional. Daryl's not
I'm
constantly
gonna come in tomorrow with my. I'm gonna have a dress shirt on and a tie for tomorrow morning. Yeah, exactly. No one is. I don't know. Maybe you should. Maybe we should.
I'm coming with a tuxedo.
Oh yeah, the hot air balloons are out. I see it, Eric. Nice, dude. Yeah, man. That's the one thing about New Mexico. They got those hot air balloons like crazy. Is this from your drive as you went into the city? Yeah, he tagged all of us. I see it. That's cool, man. That is so cool.
Awesome. I'll have to have a look on Discord
I
later.
saw he's like,
Eric.
I know. I'm looking I'm looking on the YouTube chat. He's like, check the balloons. I'm like, balloon? What balloons? Very nice.
Wow, crude's man.
Look at this.
Crude's starting to make a little bit of a rally here too. So dang it. Dang it. Would have liked to catch that, but again,
quite a few
even
sellers come in, but they get absorbed very quickly, even when they push down hard. But we'll see if they're still trying it. I don't know about this one. This is a tough one.
Back in consolidation. Can't
read it.
Back in no, it's nasty. It's nasty.
Can he read it?
But it's just
gonna stay away from the indices for the rest of this morning.
Yeah, they're ugly.
Fortunately, gonna focus on some of the commodities here.
How's the cattle doing? Is it moving?
It consolidated in the first in the first part of the morning, dipped, and then we're back to where we consolidated in the early part of the morning. So it's trying to break out now, but I don't know. I might get into a cattle long. Might do it.
Holy smokes! Look at all those freaking
balloons, long for the cattle,
dude. Look at all those. I've seen this before. I know. There's like dozens of balloons. My God, Albuquerque's got the balloon festival. Look at that.
That's cool.
That's badass, dude. That's pretty cool. It looks like a whole swarm of bees. Freaking balloons, man. It's cool. It's really cool.
Wow.
I love it. Yeah.
How safe are balloons, though? I mean, I'd
I
be
have no
scared.
idea.
I don't know.
I'd never want to be in one.
Air.
I know.
Never.
I know.
Floating because
I don't think I want to do it.
There's a fire, and the one thing that's like acting like a parachute for you is literally almost being burnt.
You got
and
flame.
Only hot air is lifting.
You got flame, and you got. I know.
It doesn't. It just doesn't sound. I couldn't.
No.
That's something my wife would want to do, and I would tell her, I cannot. There's no way. I don't want you to do it either.
Go
but
by
if
yourself.
You must. You
yeah,
can go.
Right. I know.
No, I'd have to
do
do it
right
with
now.
her because there's no way no way she's gonna go out, and I'm gonna be left here alone. So I'll just go out with her at that point. I'll just if it were to happen.
You got to go with her in case you guys both go.
Oh,
That's
wow.
terrible.
That is bad.
Be like a Bonnie and Clyde situation. We'll just go out together. It's fine. Via air balloon.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But I beg to not do it.
Paul would secretly pack a backpack with a parachute in it. Be like, we'll go out together.
Oh,
baby.
yeah.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
That's probably the only way I would
when
get
that
on
balloon
there, is
starts
if I had a parachute
falling.
on or something.
Oh yeah.
Even
Yeah, I'd want a
that, I wouldn't,
parachute
I
on me,
wouldn't
I
want a
think.
parachute off a.
No, I wouldn't
that,
either.
I don't
But
think I
dude, if
could-
it's life and death, I mean, oh my God.
I don't know. I don't think I would know what.
All right.
I would definitely.
Speaking
pull
of
the
hot
wrong
air
cord or
balloons.
grab the wrong back.
No. Speaking of hot air balloons and,
Like,
and the
damn it.
fact that, it rises up in the atmosphere. I need the ES to start rising like a hot air balloon. In fact, I probably got to get a hot
Yes.
air balloon on here. Do we have one? We got to have a hot air balloon. This is a perfect segue.
Yeah, it must.
So we want to thank Eric Breaks It In Lake for putting in a nice, beautiful segue into our conversation this morning. See if we can get a hot air balloon. Do we have one? Got an airplane, spaceship, rocket.
full of hot air.
All full of hot air, just like
NQ
just
is
like me.
full of hot air today.
Let's see. I would like the
Someone's out
ES
the
to be
door.
full of hot air. I heard that. Papa
Sorry,
Sam's.
Delivery guy.
I
Yeah,
know.
Papa
Not my
Sam's
house.
just delivered some pizza.
Papa Sam's is here.
Of course.
Papa Sam's is here. Wow, that was fast. You went from London to Florida. That was fast, dude.
Hey, we guarantee it. You know,
30
minutes.
20
or less.
minutes or less. 20 minutes, your pizzas are free. I don't think we have a balloon, man. I don't think we have a hot air balloon. Oh, well, that sucks.
Maybe a birthday balloon could work.
I'm looking. Yeah, I'll go back down.
See if you got a birthday balloon and a basket. That's literally it, right? A wicker basket.
Oh, there you go. There,
and,
yeah.
A balloon. You can build one.
True.
Build one, Daryl.
Well, I got a coffin for Tanaka. There's a coffin for Tanaka. So I found a coffin. Yeah, he wants his pine box. There's his pine box. Next time we get him on, he's gonna go in there. All right.
I'm terrified.
Oh, there's a birthday balloon, Sam.
Tanaka again.
Birthday balloon. Okay, there's a balloon.
Oh yeah, that works.
It's kind of like a weak.
And now you need a
looks
basket.
That's a sorry balloon, though. That's a sorry balloon. That's a lame.
Yeah, it's
balloon.
fine.
Let's see.
It'll float.
I know. Oh, we got a hang glide. We got a parachute, dude. We don't have a hot air balloon. We got a parachuter. Look at this dude. Look at this guy. This guy's cool. That's cool.
Very nice.
We don't know hot air balloon.
That's what we want.
Yeah. That's what I would have to do if the balloon caught fire from the flame. Like you see that sometimes. They get like these crazy accidents and the whole thing's like people are just dropping. And I'm like, nah, that's no bueno, man. That's not me. I'm not doing that.
Oh man.
Yeah, it would not.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Could you imagine?
You're not allowed to, I don't know, vape on a plane, but you can go on a vehicle that's literally lifted in the air by fire.
I know. It's so true.
I did get long one.
We got 5 minutes left.
Cattle contract. Yeah, I did get one cattle contract. So I am in something at least before the end of the session, but already $60 in the money at least here, $80 now. So looks like it's going to be moving a little bit here to the upside. Hopefully we get to my target of 235.9.
Yeah,
but I do want to mention
more profit than me.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, it's we'll see what happens in the next 10 minutes or so. But I do want to mention here with the schedule for today. I want to kind of go over what you'll expect for the rest of the day here on stream. So we're about to be finishing up here in 5 minutes just with the morning trading, but we're going to have a quick news break with Tiger. He's going to do a little 5-minute news update. And then after that, we're going to have Coach Chris actually will be doing a little bit of a metals analysis segment for about from 11:35 a.m. Eastern to 11:45 a.m. Eastern. And then you're going to get back to some trading with Forex Fire. Forex Fire, we're going to see the FX guys trade from 11:45 a.m. to 12:45 p.m. Eastern. And then there will be another news segment that we'll have for 5 minutes. And then me and Daryl will be back for Mag 7 Madness, which we'll be analyzing, Tesla, Apple, Google, NVIDIA, etc.
We're doing stocks here now, guys.
Analysis.
We're doing stocks.
Yeah, we'll be giving you the goods on the major 7 there, the Mag 7. And then after that, we will have our power hour and closing bell segments, which will be us futures traders trading from 1:50 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern to finish out the day and give you some good action going into the equities cash close. So that's going to be the docket that you can expect going forward on stream. It's going to be packed with a bunch of trading, a lot of analysis, a lot of fun. And let
us know if you guys like the new format so far. Those of you that have been with us for an hour or 2 or 3, let us know what you think of the new format. It'd be great. Like to see it.
Yeah.
Tom already says he likes it.
Definitely.
Yeah. Tanaka,
Wrong
I see
cows.
you, man. I see you. I see you. You're terrified. I know. All right. Yes, let's go. Break up. Break on up. Let's go here. Are you in a trade, Sam? Are you long the
No.
NQ or are you
We
sitting?
still haven't.
All right.
Still haven't
All
broken
right.
out.
Oh yeah, it's
Still
behaving
very much in the
differently today.
range.
It was, yeah, interesting. Okay. All right. Thanks, Rommel.
I don't know.
I don't know how we
what's
say we pronounce your
going
name.
on. Rommel.
All right. Can the Nasdaq do it? Can the Nasdaq break out for the first time out of its range for the first time in an hour and 45 minutes?
Survey says.
Plus. I was going to say, definitely an hour. Oh, my Lord. Come on.
Since 9:45.
Let's go. Come on, ES. Get up there. There we go. Get up to 90. Get to 90, 91.
Very tiring.
We get up there. At least test the IB high. Come on. We're close.
Survey says. Well, the NQ seems to be rejecting at the top of the range again. Does it actually hold, or is it going to properly rotate? Seeing a bit of buy pressure potentially coming in, but nothing major. Why is it so quiet? Oh, it's just me. That's why. Yeah, scan that QR code for a giveaway. Obviously, if you're on a phone, it's a bit difficult. But if you're on a computer, scan it. But we've hit time. So yes, up next, as Paul mentioned, all the timings a minute ago. I'm not going to go through it all again. But yeah, up next we have a news break with our coach Tiger, and then we have Chris with some gold and silver, and then Forex guys, and then another news break, and then we got stocks with Daryl and Paul, and then finally back to Power Hour futures with us three. So we'll see you all there. Take care, guys.
Take care, everybody.
What's going on, everybody? Tiger here. Let's get you up to speed on everything that moved the markets yesterday and what is on the docket today. All in a tight 5 minutes, so strap in. Starting with the commodity that greases the wheels of the global economy, oil. WTI crude spent the day playing a thrilling game of peekaboo around the $61 mark, all because OPEC Plus had what might be the world's most efficient meeting. In a blistering 9 minutes with no objections, the group decided on a modest output increase of 137,000 barrels per day for November. It seems that their spare capacity is as limited as my willpower near a plate of cookies. This smaller than expected hike, combined with growing bets that the Fed will cut rates soon, gave prices a supportive nudge. So black gold is getting a double boost, controlled supply, as well as the prospect of a monetary policy sugar rush. Now let's hop over to Europe, where the political drama is providing more twists than a telenovela. The euro is taking a beating, and it's largely thanks to the situation in France. Their Prime Minister, Sébastien Lecornu, resigned after just 27 days in office. That's barely enough time to learn the Wi-Fi password. And this has thrown the country into a political crisis, forcing President Macron to either appoint his sixth prime minister in 2 years or call a snap election. Uncertainty is the currency market's kryptonite, so the euro did sink against most rivals, especially the Swiss franc, which is enjoying its classic role as a safe haven. And speaking of safe havens, let's talk about the star of the show, gold. The shiny metal went full rock star, blasting to a fresh record high near the $3,950 per troy ounce mark. It's on an 8-week winning streak, up about 50% this year. This rally is fueled by a perfect storm: the ongoing U.S. government shutdown, expectations of Fed rate cuts, and all that political turmoil we just mentioned. When the world feels messy, people buy gold. It's the financial equivalent of a security blanket. And that U.S. government shutdown, by the way, is now in its second week. The White House is threatening mass layoffs, and the Senate can't seem to find the 60 votes needed to pass a funding bill. So it is a high-stakes stalemate that's actually given the U.S. dollar a bit of a safe haven boost of its own. This dollar strength put pressure on the pound, pulling the GBP USD pair down towards the 1.342 level. Later, all eyes will be on the Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey for any hints on the UK rate cut timeline. And over in Japan, a leadership change is causing waves. Sanae Takaichi was elected to lead the ruling party, positioning her to become the country's first female prime minister. Her pro-stimulus leanings have markets thinking that the Bank of Japan will delay tightening, which sent the yen tumbling and gave the US dollar an extra leg up. And finally, a quick look at the Kiwi and the Loonie. The New Zealand dollar gave up its gains as traders turned cautious ahead of the RBNZ meeting tomorrow, where another rate cut is widely expected. The Canadian dollar, however, was a relative outperformer, getting a little support from the bullish reversal in oil prices. So to recap, oil is steady on OPEC plus discipline. The euro is waiting under French political chaos. Gold is soaring, and the dollar is flexing its muscles. It is a busy day, so make sure your risk management is on point. Now let's get into the live stream. You got Chris coming up for a 10-minute piece on gold, silver, and beyond, and then we'll be back in 10 minutes for Forex Fires. So back to you guys.
Welcome to Gold, Silver, and Beyond. This is a new segment that I, Chris, will be doing with Hola Prime daily. A few minutes before this time, we had a few technical issues, but we seem to have it all together now, and the guys will get a few extra minutes to get their favorite beverage. So what I will do is I will look in the precious metal sector as well as some of the industrial metals to give you an idea as to how markets are behaving. Well, I think everybody knows right now gold is one of the hottest markets on the planet. And with that being said, I think looking at this chart, the most obvious thing that you will see here is that $4,000 is looming large. I do recognize that typically traders like the idea of trying to reach these big figures. So for that reason alone, I think we do hit 4,000. Plus, we also will have options barriers in the futures market that will come into play as well. That being said, we are stretched. And I do think that we are coming fairly close to the idea of some type of pullback. As you can see on the chart, I had an ascending triangle that had been fairly important for quite some time. It measured for a move to $3,800. We hit that about 5 or 6 sessions ago. Not a huge surprise that we've gone higher than that. These measured moves typically are just the first of many areas we go to. And again, with that $4,000 level looming above, I do think we try to get there. Drilling down to shorter time frames will probably be essential for finding areas of value if we get them. Somewhere around $3,900, maybe $3,910. I do think that there would be a certain amount of buying pressure. So I will be watching that with gold. I do not like the idea of chasing up here. And if we just rip through 4,000, things will get a little bit difficult at that point, I believe. So let's take a look at silver. You can see silver looks very bullish as well. Now, historically speaking, something that you need to keep in mind, $50 has been the ceiling. Back in the late 70s, early 80s, the Hunt brothers tried to corner the silver market. Oddly enough, I actually knew one of them, Lamar Hunt. He was the GM of the local soccer team. But back in the day, in the late 70s and early 80s, he and his brother, a couple oil magnates, decided that they were going to corner the deliverable silver market. $50 was about where the thing fell apart, and silver didn't look good for decades after that. Recently, we had seen a run to $50 about a decade ago or so, and we fell apart. So I think there's going to be a lot of questions asked of $50. Can we really take it out this time? $50 is a major psychological barrier. Now, looking at the charts, there's nothing on this that says, hey, I should short silver. But what you may have, and this may happen in gold as well, you may have a situation that if other assets start to fall apart, for example, the stock market, sometimes funds who are losing money in levered bets on Nvidia or Apple or whatever they're in, when they have a run like this in silver, they will cash that out, take some of that liquidity, cover some of their losses, because you have to remember that a lot of these big funds are retirement funds, hedge funds, that type of thing. And what they need to do is report a gain. It doesn't really matter what it's in. So you can collect all of these gains. Hopefully they outweigh and you can pay back your margin bets, that type of thing in other areas that are losing. And I do think that although the US stock market's very bullish, we're also overdone. Silver is especially true. This is getting a boost by the idea of AI data centers needing silver, EV, and all of that. I think it's hype. I've seen this movie before, but I'm not willing to short it. What I do think is that silver probably continues to have very noisy behavior. It is worth noting that we are above the $48 level. If we break down below $47.50. Then I think we have a deeper correction here on the hourly chart. So that's something to watch for as well. Both precious metals markets in the realm of gold and silver look strong, but to chase it all the way up here is to ignore gravity. Platinum, you can see, has been very bullish for some time. Platinum looks obviously a lot like silver. Not a huge surprise that it's a derivative. So now I think platinum might possibly be the healthiest looking out of the three that we've seen so far. Nice volume spike early in the day. We've pulled back. We find some support. I think it's support here at about $1,640. That could tie in with silver. I still think you're looking to buy dips in most of these markets, regardless of what you see for the day. I just think it's dangerous to chase a move, and platinum will look like silver after this type of momentum and just massive flag building. Quite frankly, I think you have to look at this as a market that you need to find value in. Really, the smart money got in down here. They are looking for people to hand their bags off to. Do not be that person. And a couple other things I would look at real quick. I would look at copper futures. Copper futures continue to rally. This nasty candlestick right here was for when Trump decided to put tariffs on finished copper goods, which caused a big, massive gap down, a big, massive limit down day. I think 2 or 3 times that session. It was horrible. Well, now we find ourselves about 50% from the highs, basically probably close to 50% from that day. You could make an argument for a pullback here. However, I think this is a different situation because of that. I think a pullback probably brings buyers in somewhere around 480 or so. So I will be watching that. Copper, kind of a grinding type of market right now, but it definitely is trying to get back from all of that. So the other thing that I would look at when it comes to metals is I would look at the 10-year note. Now, the 10-year note can rise or fall for various reasons, and I think this chart right here shows you that we obviously have an area somewhere right around here, right around 112 or so, that seems to be attracting some attention. It's a little bit down today. That helps precious metals. You must think of it in this sense that if there is demand for bonds, there sometimes can be demand for gold, depending on the reason, but that a lot of times will just eviscerate silver. Bonds falling like this, if they fall too quickly, then you start to worry about higher interest rates. Higher interest rates, you get paid to hold paper instead of paying for storage for gold. Retail traders don't have to worry about these things, but some of these big funds are buying thousands of ounces of silver, for example, but they're buying it physical. So you do need to keep that in mind. That being said, it does look like we are softening up a bit in the 10-year. And as long as we can stay in a range, I think that on the whole gives you a little bit of a green light here for precious metals. I think the biggest thing is going to be trying to find some type of value with these markets going forward. Now, I would, going back to the gold market, look at it through this prism right here. Let me remove the drawings and let me see if I can compare it to silver. It doesn't look, there we go. Okay. So you can see silver is definitely outperforming gold, but it also has a much more volatile type of attitude to it. So what I will quite often do is watch the two markets, and if gold starts to fall, silver normally falls faster. So you can't operate in a vacuum here. You do have to be aware of both of these metals. As a general rule, and again, it's a general rule, you can't base every trade on it. But if you see gold really starting to fall, and especially in a bearish market, I will short silver. I won't bother with gold because gold is much more liquid. There are a lot bigger players in the gold market and a lot less dumping of gold, because you have to keep in mind also that some of these bigger funds, the sovereign wealth funds, etc., have to hold a certain amount of gold. And at this point, the biggest thing going for gold is the fact that central banks continue to pile into it for more reserve asset type allocations. So as long as there are central banks out there willing to buy gold, it probably only falls so far. So then we come back into the question of, do we get a little bit of a pullback? I think it's probably coming in the next day or two, right around 39.10 or so. I'd be looking to maybe pick up a bit of value, but I do think also it's going to be very difficult to blow through that 4,000 level. My name's Chris. I will be back tomorrow with more gold, silver, and beyond. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everyone.
What's
Tiger.
going on, Coach James?
We made it. We made it. We made it. We had a bit of a technical issue, but I'm glad to see you, Tiger. I'm always happy to see you, but particularly today.
Yeah, okay. It's going to be a good Monday after all this. I like to hear that. yeah, everybody
Awesome.
in the chat. Coach Richard's off camping or glamping or whatever you want to call it, right? It's not really truly camping unless you're in a tent, though, right? He's in some nice cabin somewhere, but he'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah. He's having a good time out in the bush with the lions and the tigers. Not so much tigers, but lions certainly. Elephants, buffalo. Yeah. So welcome to everyone in the chat. Sorry about the slight delay in the start, which means our session will be slightly truncated, but that's okay. We'll be back to normal scheduling tomorrow. But talking about normal scheduling, I don't know if you any of in the chat, if you attended the earlier sessions today, we've mixed things up a little bit and we've compressed the show into 8 hours instead of 14, and we've added a whole bunch of other super awesome content for you. So it's going to be much more action-packed, and you'll see a lot more urgency from the coaches, I think, as we try and fit it a lot more into a short period of time. But it's all going to be for your benefit, and it's for the viewers. So welcome to everyone. Joseph, welcome to the house, and the trader guy. Coach Darrell's in the house. Nice to see you, Coach. Robbie, Tanaka, and the usual folks. So welcome, Bravo Zulu. Runel, nice to have a chat with you earlier, Runel, too. Tiger, I don't know what you're looking at, but I think there's just one big piece of news really today, and you alluded to it earlier, and that is our new friend Takaichi, who's the new Prime Minister of Japan. Not Prime Minister, President of the party, of the Labour Party, who's likely to become the Prime Minister of Japan. The first time, a female. She's 64 years old, and she's a dove, right? So she's into printing money. I'm just being very basic about it right now. Of course, there's a lot more nuance to it, but printing money and keeping interest rates low, that's what she's all about. And of course, the Japanese yen collapsed as a result of that appointment and has affected the currency markets as a whole. I'd be interested to hear your take on it, Tiger, to see what you're looking at in the light of all that. And perhaps we can have a look at some of your charts and we can go through. Probably we could start with the yen, I suppose, and see what's actually going on. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, we got my charts up there. Let's switch across to yours. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We'll pop up my.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll switch over. There we go.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, exactly. So yesterday, Sunday for us here in the States, when the markets opened, look at the dang dollar yen. I mean, it gapped up 164 pips. So, I mean, it just went crazy because of that. And every single yen pair, if I flip on down to pound yen, euro yen, every single one of them gapped against the yen. So, yeah, quite the crazy move. Needless to say, I'm not trying to buy anything up there. Dollar yen, I believe, is on my bullish list, or it was, but I guess it's since fallen off. So, but yeah, that's this is a great example, James, of why, especially right now with the geopolitical craziness we have, this is a great reason why you don't necessarily want to hold trades open over the weekend, because you see right there. I mean, if you're short this market, and let's say you have a stop loss hanging out here in the middle somewhere, well, it's going to fill you at the best price, right? So, or at the market price. So a lot of slippage. There was probably a lot of blown accounts yesterday. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. The problem with holding Forex trades over the weekend, which you may choose to do on occasion, I mean, I quite often do, but the yen is a problem because we have the Japanese market opening on a Sunday night, my time, or European time. So kind of midnight in Europe is when Japan comes alive. And then we had all this political news coming through at the same time, whilst the rest of the world is fast asleep, including me and most sensible people, except for the Aussies maybe and the Kiwis. So, So quite a big gap. And I think that we have to decide now whether this is basically leading on to dramatic increasing and ongoing yen weakness, and whether Takaichi-san, potentially the new prime minister, is going to carry on with her concepts of loose monetary policy. We don't know, but we're certainly seeing that big moves taking across all the markets. And of course, everything that affects the dollar affects the rest of the markets too, including stocks. We've seen stocks rally, we've seen gold rally, Bitcoin, everything else is moving along. But even the US dollar is rallying along with those too, as the yen has pretty much collapsed.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
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 And just taking a
I
look
don't know about the yen crosses, Tiger. Any crosses that you
Yeah.
might have in mind there at the same time?
Well, actually, not at this very second. I mean, on my algorithm, they're pretty much neutral at the moment. But yeah, this is just a 30,000 foot view of the strength of the 8 major currencies at a glance. The yen is at a 38%. So this basically just states that out of all the reports, the fundamental reports that are released, it's exceeded expectations on only 38% of them for the yen. So obviously, do the math. Most of them are missing. So, but when we look at the currencies as a whole, the dollar, look at that, it's jumped up to 56%. So it was one of the lower ones at the early part of last week / the previous week. It was down around the 22% range, but it just takes in 2 weeks, we've actually had some pretty good US data, obviously before the shutdown. So in a surprising twist, it's actually currently the strongest currency. And you look at some of these weaker ones, the Canada dollar, which I had a nice dollar CAD trade last week that paid me handsomely, rather handsomely. It was definitely my trade of the year. But yeah, it's still one of the weaker ones. The Swiss franc is a 0. So look at this. So if I go to the dollar Swiss real quick and just pull up the heat map of the Swiss franc itself, look at that. That's about as ugly as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. 0% exceeded expectations. Everything's been just straight bearish. And as always, any dates you see in orange, that's within the last 7 calendar days of the release of all these reports. So yeah, that you want to talk about weak. Swiss franc just took the overall spot of futility, if you will. But and then looking at the dollar CAD, same thing. It's pretty weak. I mean, they've at least got one bullish report release back on the 26th for their GDP numbers, their growth numbers. But any chance I get this week, James, to sell the Canada dollar, to sell the Swiss franc, that's exactly what I'm jumping on. And just kind of taking a look at those overall setups, the overall top setups. We got a lot of them on here. So pound CAD buys, dollar CAD buys. I'm going to see if I can't make money on that sucker again this week. Aussie CAD, New Zealand CAD, Euro CAD, all the CADs in everywhere. And then you got the dollar Swiss franc on there as well, Aussie Swiss. So that's exactly what I'm going to be paying attention to. The U.S. indices are back on the bullish side of things as far as all the fundamental report releases go. Now, again, there's a little bit of a wrench thrown in it since we didn't get the NFP report on Friday, and some of the other ones are getting delayed. Yeah. So it's almost a case of we're kind of flying a little bit blind this week till they open up open the day government back up. So it's going to be more of an old-fashioned technical trading week for me.
Yeah. The COT data. That's not a bad thing, is it?
No, it's actually not. It's just like, because that's the way I pretty much traded the first 5 years of my trading career, was just straight technicals. I mean, I paid attention to the report of the day, but then the next day I forgot about the report of the day and focused on the new report of the day. And over time, I just started to realize it's just a good idea to keep everything, look at everything as a whole as far as all the releases. But hey, don't get that luxury this week. So definitely going to be careful on these positions, no matter how strong they look on there for the dollar. But a pound CAD, that's top of my list right there. And then see if I can't short the New Zealand dollar as well. There's 3 pairs in particular that are perfect. I mean, I don't want to say perfect, that are just ideal for a setup. So if I look at the New Zealand dollar as an example, number one, it was giving me a bearish rating, right? So what I love so much about this is we're high on the curve. Well, we're currently diddling in the middle, right? But I've got a preferred sell point a little bit higher up in the top third of this overall curve right here. So I got a lot of confluences of different time frame supply zones in here with some nice gaps coming out of them. So I know that's realistically probably not going to get up there anytime this week, but if it does, I'm shorting that bad boy. And then the other two, let me see here. I had the other two on my mind here. CAD yen and then the dollar CAD. So if I take a quick look over here at CAD yen, this one's actually not too far away. So same thing, high on the curve. Okay, this is the middle, this is low on the curve if I'm looking at a weekly chart. So in theory, I'd be selling in premium anywhere up there. So next I go down to the daily. I got a nice downtrend, lower highs, lower lows. Go over to my 4-hour time frame, and we've actually bumped into a supply zone. I was keeping an eye on this one as well, but I never really got a trigger to sell it. So I just let it go, and it just cut through it like a hot knife through butter. So we have currently bounced into this 4-hour supply here. Flip it on down, and I'm basically looking for a confirmation entry here. So we hit the zone, we came out, we went back up. We have a break of structure now, breaking a structure under this point here. So now I'm just going down to a smaller time frame, and I've got a 5-minute and a 15-minute supply zone that kind of got created in the wake of pulling out of that supply zone. So yeah, you can see I got my alert right there. Just give me a few more pips up, and I'll be looking to short this one, hopefully today. So that'll be my number one setup for the moment, because again, we are getting such a nice bearish score of a minus. Oh wait, which one was it? Which one was it? Oh, it flipped off it's off my chart now. Okay. And this is a very dynamic list. I mean, these things move on and off my setups quite quick. Where is CAD yen now? CAD yen. Okay, so it's a -2 now. Okay. Well, the point is, since it's a technical week, it's still high on the curve. It is in the context of a downtrend. So yeah, it's already hit my 4-hour. I'm just waiting for it to retrace to get in there, and we'll go to short this thing. So something like this right here.
Sweet.
Basically what I'm looking for.
I don't mind that one actually, Tiger. I think that looks quite good actually. You would be buying the yen though, of course, by shorting the CAD yen, and the yen has collapsed. But I'm not too sure whether the yen's going to carry on moving down or not. And I kind of like that trade that you've got set up there too. Perhaps you can just switch across.
Yeah, and that's just specifically because the Canada, as weak as the yen is, the Canada is even weaker.
Yeah.
When you're just looking at the
No, you're right. You're right. No, absolutely. I'm going to give you a slightly broader perspective. I haven't been trading a lot of currencies. I've got a couple of positions on, but I've been focusing on other instruments this last week. But I'll just give you and I'm not nearly as good as Tiger and Richard, who go into a lot more detail. So I'll give you my broad idea, considering that I don't have a lot of trades on here at the moment. So the yen is actually the big mover, and that one is the yen collapse. So this is the yen index, the JXY or JPYX, whatever you call it. And you can see how we drop down to that lower 200 period Bollinger Band down there. Let's zoom in. This is the day chart after gapping down through the support. Now, I've been watching the support, excuse me, for ages now, hoping that we would actually lift off here. As you can see, my green arrows are pointing upwards towards the top 200 period Bollinger Band over there. But instead, we're at the lower 200 period Bollinger Band, which is actually marked green because it's a buy zone, not a sell zone, whereas the top one's marked red, interestingly. But we've broken down through this major support, which is incredibly bearish. But we do have we do have support here at the Bollinger Band. And beyond that, if I put a Fibonacci retracement onto this JXY chart, you can see we've also reached the 61.8% retracement level. So we've now broken down below it. The next level, if we don't hold this Bollinger Band, is the 78.6% fib, quite a lot further down. The result of all of that has been to push up the dollar yen and the euro yen, the CAD yen, as we saw from Tiger's charts. And I have a position on the dollar yen. That's the only one at the moment. And I've been short. I'm still short. I'm now hedged, short but hedged. So I've got two short positions, one there and one there. And that orange arrow that's pointing upwards is my hedge position. So it's equal to the size. If you add those two together, my hedge position is equal to that, to the addition of those two. So I'm neutral on this trade now. I was hoping for a move down. It didn't. We broke up higher, and I had to hedge the entire position. So what that means is now I'm just watching to see what happens next. I'm not fully convinced that this is actually going to carry on moving up and that the dollar will continue to strengthen against the yen, that the yen will get weaker. And if pairs like the was that the Aussie yen, or sorry, not the Aussie yen, the CAD yen, perhaps some of the weaker ones, the yen crosses. That Tiger was talking about earlier. If some of those start to sell off, they may have a dragging effect on the major, the dollar yen, and pull that one down too. This is the most powerful of all of them, of course. So we don't want to be ignoring the dollar yen and going with the euro yen, the CAD yen, the Aussie yen, and all those other ones, because those are minors. This is the big, this is the big one. So we must be guided by this. And that's and the dollar index, the yen index has now broken support. So this is probably going to go up, but and probably going to follow the red path, which is what I've been eyeing for some time, which means we'll need to get to the top of the channel, and potentially that Bollinger Band up the top there. That's also the 200 period Bollinger Band on the dollar yen day chart. And as we move up towards that area, if we do, that Bollinger Band will move down towards what looks like, still looks like to me, a bear flag, which may need to complete its run before we break down through the bottom. But if we do get up to the top of the channel and meet the 100 period Bollinger Band somewhere in that zone, that would be a good sell area for me too. We're not too far from there now. And a couple of other things. Notice that there's a channel center line that we've just almost tagged, not quite, is a resistance level, even though it's above that previous swing high and below that one. It is a resistance level in itself. And we haven't quite got there yet, and we haven't defeated it. So we're still below the actual center line of this channel. And I'm thinking, and I still think, that this channel is a potential bear flag, and that will move down. So basically, I'm neutral now until we get some sort of resolution of this point that we're trading at now, and whether we'll get some further hawkish or dovish or any other sorts of statements from, I have to remind myself of her name, Takaichi-san, the new leader in Japan. Takaichi-san. Until we find out what her bag is and her deal, we don't really know what this is going to do. And maybe she'll say something today. Maybe the Bank of Japan and the board of governors and whatever are going to come up with statements. They will do, I'm sure, later on today or tomorrow or during the rest of this week. And that will affect the way this goes. The Japanese do not want this chart to move up. That's why we have these interventions occasionally. And they've been intervening on this currency pair since I've been trading it, since 1995. When we were trading at around about 110 to 115, every time we exceeded 115 and got to 120, let's say, the Japanese would drive it back down again and strengthen the yen, keep it stronger to avoid inflationary pressure. They're not able to do that at the moment because of the way the yen has blown out into its weak zone right at the top of this chart. And they don't want to see it up here. And nor does the Japanese public, because this is obviously inflationary. So it's a bit of a problem. So I don't know. That's the only trade I've got in. It's not much of a trade really, because it's hedged, so it's not going anywhere anytime soon. And we must look at the dollar index at the same time. And I'll just finish off with this and hand it back to you, seeing as I'm a usurper in this business right here on the currency section. But this is the dollar index, and I continue to think that the dollar has a chance of reaching the bottom of this megaphone after having broken down through what I've called Dixie Moab, the mother of all breaks, the big yellow line in the center of the chart. We are now in the lower half of this chart. We're not incredibly weak on the dollar. If we look at this on a weekly chart, everyone says the dollar's doomed, it's over, it's history. But really, if you look at it on a weekly chart going back to 30 years, it's actually just sideways. So there's no danger of the dollar disappearing anytime soon. But we are in the lower part of the chart, below Dixie Moab, and I expect that as long as we remain below that area, we may need to retest the bottom of the megaphone and then bounce out of there at my blob, where I have a question mark. So it all depends on really what happens right now. And we have this is the dollar index, so it's a measure of the dollar against a basket of currencies, primarily the euro, but including the Swiss franc, Canadian dollar, Aussie dollar, and the Swedish NOK, and one or two others, I can't remember now. So this is measuring the strength of the dollar. And look at what this chart looks like. We've got two equal lows, almost equal. It's a sort of a double bottom over there. And we've bounced out, and we're still holding that support line and not getting back down to follow my green squiggle. So so far, it looks like the dollar has probably got some support here, which means that we may, and this once again could put pressure on the dollar yen to anything dollar related, dollar yen, maybe the Aussie will drop back a bit, maybe the CAD, some of the euro and the pound. So some of the majors and the minors might just drop off a bit against the dollar if we find support here. And it's pretty inconclusive. I don't know if you can make sense of this, Tiger, with Elliott waves and market structure on the dollar index here, but I just don't think there's much going for it one way or the other. I don't know. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I was just thinking as you were talking about the intervention, you want to talk about a red folder event. I found a website. Perhaps I'll share it on here one day, but there's a spot where you can see all the different Japanese interventions. And yeah, I took that information one day and just went to the charts just to see what happened with all those interventions. And my gosh, 200, 500. I mean, we're talking a ton of pips on the dollar yen as an example, or any all the pairs. But if we could figure out how to time that, James, to where we know when that intervention's coming out, wouldn't that be incredible?
Yeah.
But I'll have to find that.
Well, it was Tiger. It was a lot easier around about between, I suppose, the year 97 and 2007 ish, that 10-year period, because every single time the dollar yen went above 115, 118, 120. They would drive it back down again without fail. And it didn't matter what caused it to spike up. It could have been an NFP jobs number. It could have been inflation, inflation numbers, could have been interest rates, major numbers. It wouldn't make any difference. The Japanese yen would be driven back down, or the dollar yen. In other words, the Japanese yen strength would be poured in by the Japanese. But they haven't been able to do that currently or recently, as you can see. And that was what kept this pair all down at the bottom here in the 100 to 120 region for decades and decades and decades. In fact, even quite low at one point, a very strong yen, but generally in this 120 region. And then just in the last number of years, particularly after COVID, this is what's happened to the yen. And very messy at the top here, trying to form a crown pattern. And some of this is intervention too. Some of these carry trade unwinds were sparked off by the Bank of Japan. Not only them, but the Americans are involved in all of this as well, very, very deeply, because Japan holds a huge number of American treasuries and so on. Yeah. So tricky one with currencies, and I generally haven't been particularly interested in trading many of these pairs. There's one that we talked about last week, Tiger, or you guys were talking about, I think, in the morning show. That's this Euro Aussie. I think this is probably a good play. I don't like the euro in general at the moment, and I do like the Aussie dollar, for various reasons. And I think maybe this has got a chance of breaking down and getting back down into the sort of lower range down here. It is a bit out of shape, isn't it? Maybe it just needs to come back down. That's the only other one that I've really got on my radar. So we can look at anything you want to, but I'm not going to be interested in trading very much of it at the moment. Yeah.
Right.
What else you got there, Tiger?
24. Yeah, so dollar CAD is really my remaining currency pair that's just looking great from a technical perspective. Again, we don't have all the updated information for, from the fundamental side of things. But if I flip on over to dollar CAD, so this is another one that's pretty low on the curve. So automatically looking to buy a discount daily chart. I go check my trend, higher highs, higher lows, go down to my 4-hour for my entry time frame. And I've got this nice daily demand zone down here in, I guess it'd be light yellow. I colored it light yellow. But then I've also got a 4-hour demand zone confluence right there at the top of it. So that's going to be another one that it may take several days. It may even not happen this week. It might happen next week. But currently, dollar CAD, of course, is giving me the strongest score on my top setups algorithm. I mean, again, it's a plus 14. There's no red boxes on this thing. If I flip back on over here real quick to my gold chart where I house my top setups. But yeah, I mean, every single thing on there is either neutral or blue. So neutral just means whatever that report was for everybody in the chat. It neither favored nor disfavored either currency, right? So it's kind of a wash. We just kind of skip that and move on to the other reports. But Obviously, the COT data is old news at this point. The last COT report that we had come out 2 Fridays ago gave it that +2. So who knows what it is now? But if I don't know, nobody knows, right? Nobody knows what it is. They're all obviously at home thinking about the fact that they don't have to be working, right? So they're not there, the BLS, to get everything set up for us. But yeah, dollar Canada dollar right there with the pound cat. I mean, they're tied neck and neck there for a +14. So for me personally, yeah, I'm just gonna be patient and wait, because again, I got this 4-hour daily confluence down here. So I did also draw out this one up here. This is the one I actually made money on last week. You can see it just dropped in nicely into my 4-hour demand. Went to a smaller time frame, found a trigger candle, and the rest was history. Had a really good trade. So at this point, I mean, there's probably going to be a lot more stop losses down under this level all throughout here, the liquidity. So for me, if I could just get a simple pullback through that, maybe do a little manipulating somewhere in this area, drop into the 4-hour daily, then that's going to be my favorite trade setup right there. It just may take, it just might take a week or so. Or it may just keep going because it's so strong. Get a lot of people buying breakouts and things of that nature. But if that's the case, say la vie.
Yeah.
I'll just go look for the next setup. But I don't want to be jumping into FOMO. I don't want to be, feeling pressured to buy in up here just because it's such a strong thing. That's the thing. My top setups tells me what's fundamentally the strongest and weakest. That does not give me permission to go out there and buy or sell that asset yet. I have to time it on a chart. So, this is where the patient side of things come in. Yeah, you've got a lot of people that are buying breakouts, and at some point it'll retrace and blow them out. So that's it right there. I mean, again, whether that's late this week or even into next week, that's my favorite setup. Daily 4-hour confluence.
Yeah.
Nothing beats it.
Love it.
Nothing beats it.
Love it.
And then I'll even dig deeper as well. I mean, I'll look down at the 1 hour, the 15-minute, the 5-minute. I mean, I get ate up with this stuff. So as long as I'm seeing gaps down on those time frames as well, that just makes it a lot simpler for me to be putting it on a normal full position. So, but even so, with the delay of all of our data, I still want to be careful. I want to see some manipulation going on, get some highs and lows, liquidity, stop losses, feel the ultimate move that I feel like the banks would want to make, which would be in that zone. So, that's it. Yeah. That one there. But my closest setup is still be this CAD yen. So it looks like we're getting close, but close is only close in horseshoes and hand grenades, James, not trading.
Yeah. Well, you're quite right. Let's go to my charts, and we haven't got a lot of time left, but we can. Oh, there is one more trade that I have in mind, actually, and this aligns with what you're saying there, Tiger. There are two currencies that I kind of like at the moment. One is the US dollar, and the other one is the Australian dollar. And so for different reasons, I think the Australian dollar is pretty solid in general, and I think it's got a commodity surge behind it, or at least it's going to. And the US dollar, I think, is good because it's just the US dollar and everyone loves the dollar. But this is the Aussie. And we've got a descending triangle. Aussie likes to trade at around about 0.7 to 0.72 in good times and around 0.62 in bad times. We've come out of 0.62. I think we need to get to 0.72. It's as simple as that, really. Top 200 period Bollinger Band over there, and a decent area to aim for, something like that. I'm not in this trade, but we haven't even got the breakout of this falling wedge, not a descending triangle. Well, I mean, I suppose it's a descending triangle, and within that, there's a falling wedge as well, with that line running, on the inside of the descending triangle, which is kind of bullish. But we haven't got the bullish trigger yet, and we're sort of trying to get through this trend line. And more importantly, and probably coincidentally, importantly, the 200 period moving average here on the chart too. This is the day chart. This is the week chart. Sorry, on the Aussie. Particularly interesting that it's the weekly chart and not the daily chart, because it's a pretty long pattern or picture that we've got here. But I think if we can on a weekly basis, not a daily basis, on a weekly basis, if we can close above that trend line and the 200 period moving average, I'll look for a long on the Aussie dollar against the US dollar. And if we go to the day chart and have a look at it in a closer sort of view, that's what I've got in mind. Now, we did get long on the Aussie right down after that big spike down. I got long right afterwards a long time ago. And I held that trade, when was that? End of April, rather, even a very long time ago, end of April. And I held that trade until around about a week ago, with almost no profit, just a little bit from that very gradual rise. So the move hasn't really started yet. And I got bored of it and had to, pay overnight carry costs, and I had capital tied up that was doing nothing that I could use elsewhere, which I did. I used it in Bitcoin instead. So, and I don't like to use leverage very much, if at all. And so I've got to allocate my capital according to what I've got in my bag. So if I've got 100 pennies in my bag, I might put 1 to Bitcoin, 5 to gold, 4 to the S&P, whatever. And so I've taken some of the allocation from here and added elsewhere. But when this does break out, I'll look to get into this one. This is the day chart on the Aussie. We're above all the moving averages, bar the 20, the green one here, and this breakout level of that trend line. There's the top Bollinger Band. But the important chart here is not the day chart, it's the week chart, which I spoke about earlier. There's the 200-week moving average and the weekly long-term trend line. And if we can get that sort of pattern bouncing out of there, I think it would be great. If we get it. We may just roll over here and move down. Following that candle, which is a bearish candle, by the way, that one right there, that's called a dark cloud cover candle, having made a fresh higher high compared to the previous candle through the 200 moving average, and we close more than halfway down through that previous candle. That's called a piercing candle pattern, reversal candle pattern. It's a 2-candle pattern, the bullish candle and the bearish candle, and that's pretty bearish, which means that that might be a top at the 200 period moving average and the channel top, and that the Aussie might just roll over and start moving down. So that's why at this point I'm not going to add any long positions or reinstate that long position. I'm going to wait for it to get out of here, back down to there, and then look for the bounce out of there. This is the weekly chart, so I'll have to zoom into the day chart. Excuse me, and I've got a bug in my eye. Again, a third time. It's very weird. So yeah, this is the day chart. So we've got to get above the 200 right here and above the trend line. Look for a little bit of a breakout. Could go quite far, but wait for it to come back, get into the blob, and then look for a reversal out of that zone if we get the retest. And Tiger, that's all I've got, mate. I'm pretty boring on currencies today.
Yeah, I know. No, I hear you. Yeah, I mean, for Australia, you got Governor Bullock's that's going to be flapping her lips on Thursday, so we'll see what comes out of that, and then just kind of looking ahead to 15th. They do have their employment numbers, unemployment rates coming out, so that could go a long way into strengthening the idea for that. And then as far as the end of the month, their consumer price index comes out on the 28th. So yeah, all that stuff will definitely have a bearing to see if that makes sense. Obviously, when you get your break there. It's currently giving me a -2, I think that was, as far as the score. But yeah, I mean those reports and lip flapping sessions could go a long ways to strengthening that narrative for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is a rising channel, so it's inherently bearish by nature, and we are not really reaching back up to the top anymore. We tried twice, and the third time we just gave up halfway up, really. And we're back down towards the bottom of the channel. Lots of moving average support, but if we do break down and close below here, there's the 200 just below, not that far, at 1200. Yeah, 1200. We're currently trading at, 17. That's quite a long way down, actually. 1.17 down to 1.11, 1.12. That's 500 pips. So, and it also matches that previous swing low. So that could be a good target if we do get that breakdown and a close underneath that channel bottom and the 100 period moving average. Looking for a move back down to the 200, where we'll probably try and find a bounce and bounce out of there, or at least try. So yeah, no trade for me on that just yet. But like the Aussie, if we do manage to break down, retest from underneath in this case, and move down, I'll look for a short there. And at the same time, that would be short the euro but long the US dollar. Whereas in this case, on the Aussie, it would be long the Aussie but short the US dollar. So we'd be essentially hedged in opposite directions against the dollar if we took both of these trades.
Yeah.
But I'm not in any of those.
Euro dollar has just recently. Euro dollar has recently bounced into a 4-hour supply, and I think it's 4-hour and 1-hour confluence. So yeah, I could definitely see that thing flipping over. I think currently it's showing a neutral score on my end. I think, but it's still a -2. So a -2 is better than a +2, right? When we're looking at all the fundamental scores and reports. So, just from a pure technical standpoint, I like it. Faux show.
Oh, maybe it's all this bounce, Tiger.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a pretty.
Maybe it'll carry on. I mean, that low seems to be the same as this low. Yeah, double bottom. A lot of traffic here at the moving averages and the top Bollinger and the swing high. So, or it's just curling down, and that's just completing the roundedness of the top there with this little rally back up, and maybe it's moving down. I generally don't like the idea of holding the euro against any other currency, so I prefer this to move down. I think it will move down. I don't like the euro much at the moment. But it is finding support, and what can we do? Yeah. So,
James, I gotta point this out. Trader guy says Japan is a bug looking for a windshield. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Thanks for reminding me. I was going to bring that up. I saw that. That's a great statement. A bug looking for a windshield. Yeah. Anyway,
that's it.
Folks, I think that's it. I think I'm not sure how we'll figure out the timing of these sessions as we've changed things around a little bit. So, back end, just let me know if we need to finish off. Tiger, what else have you got on? Have you got anything on the pound? Because I was watching this one too, and I'm pretty undecided about this. And I thought you may have an idea. I know you were looking at this the other day.
Pound dollar showing kind of a neutral score. Let me see what the exact number is. So it's -2 as well. So yeah, I mean, it's actually giving me +1 point on the fundamentals, -3 on the technicals, and then just a wash on the sentiment analysis, meaning the big banks and obviously the retail sentiment. But again, we don't have the COT data. So yeah, technically -3. I mean, that's a pretty strong score. So gun to my head, I'd rather be selling it than buying it. But it's just not really on my list at the moment. I mean, if I look at the overhead, so we are actually bouncing off of a daily supply. We bounced off a 4-hour supply as well, and we are getting a wick on a 4-hour candle. So with a nice supply, I mean, that's, from a technical perspective, if it went up another 10, 12 pips and tagged my brand new hourly supply zone, then I could definitely see a short come out of that because it's still within the confines of the daily supply. Albeit it's been mitigated at this point, but yeah, I'd be rather selling than buying it, sure, at the moment.
Yeah, well, we're flying blind, aren't we, without the NFP data? Tiger, considering the jobs data is the NFP number is the currency mover of the month, and we didn't get it. We just are pretty much flying blind. Maybe we'll get that number later in the week. I don't know. If this shutdown ends pretty soon, maybe we'll get the number. Maybe we'll have to wait for next month. It's probably not going to be a good number anyway. So maybe it's a good thing that we don't have it. Yeah.
I hate to say it. I feel naked without all my numbers. So, but I promise
for sure.
I just feel it.
Yeah. Tiger, we've got to finish off. Folks in the chat, it's been great seeing you for the second time today. And sorry about the short and truncated session, but we are working on the scheduling. And we're hoping to bring you, and we're hoping that so far you're enjoying today because it's been a complete change of schedule, and we're pretty excited about it. So, and it will continue to get better and better. So, we're very stoked. So, Tiger,
I love it.
I'll see you tomorrow, mate.
All right, James.
Viewers,
take care,
see you tomorrow too.
Peace, love, and chicken grease.
Au revoir. Ciao.
Good day, everyone. It's Monday, October 6th, and the markets are opening the week with a cautious but optimistic tone. We're seeing gold pushing towards record highs, crypto consolidating near fresh peaks, and equity futures holding steady. Let's break down what's moving the Forex, futures, and crypto markets today. The US government shutdown has entered its sixth day. That's creating uncertainty across bond markets and keeping traders alert for any resolution headlines. 10-year Treasury yields remain in the mid 4% range as investors debate how long the shutdown will last. Many are also reassessing the likelihood of Fed rate cuts being delayed into early 2026. In the UK, Governor Andrew Bailey's recent comments on financial stability and digital currencies are still being digested. He emphasized the need for tighter oversight of stablecoins and the infrastructure around them. That's keeping sterling supported as traders weigh the Bank of England's tone ahead of the next meeting. In Europe, political tensions in France are weighing on the euro. Spreads between French and German bonds widened slightly, reflecting a mild risk-off sentiment. As a result, the euro remains under pressure while safe haven flows continue to support the US dollar. Over in Asia, Japanese equities rallied strongly after Sanei Takaichi secured the leadership position, boosting expectations of fiscal support. The Nikkei surged to new highs as investors anticipate continued economic stimulus. Meanwhile, the yen weakened further, with traders now watching the 150 level closely against the dollar. Turning to commodities, gold continues to dominate headlines. Spot gold has surged through the $3,900 mark and is testing the psychological $4,000 level. Safe haven demand remains strong amid uncertainty over US politics and global growth. The narrative of future rate cuts and a weaker dollar adds more fuel to gold's bullish move. Crude oil is also catching a bid this week. OPEC Plus signaled that any upcoming production increases will be smaller than expected. That's providing near-term support to both Brent and WTI prices. Traders remain focused on balancing tighter supply conditions with softer seasonal demand. US index futures are slightly higher heading into the New York Open. Tech stocks continue to lead the charge on optimism around AI and semiconductor demand. However, rising bond yields are acting as a headwind for equities. Traders are cautious about chasing risk until the shutdown uncertainty clears. In Forex, the dollar is holding firm on safe haven demand. The euro remains heavy due to French political concerns and slower economic data. Sterling is slightly firmer, supported by hawkish Bank of England expectations. The yen continues to weaken as Japan maintains its loose policy stance. In the crypto market, Bitcoin remains the headline story. Over the weekend, it printed a new all-time high above $125,000. Today, it's consolidating just below that level, showing resilience despite light profit-taking. Ethereum and other altcoins are mixed, with traders rotating capital into larger cap names. The dominant narrative remains that Bitcoin is acting as a macro hedge against political risk and fiat uncertainty. Looking ahead, markets will focus on any developments in Washington regarding the government shutdown. Fed speakers later this week could offer hints about how the central bank is viewing fiscal risks. Economic data releases are limited due to the shutdown, but traders will be watching services PMIs and labor indicators closely. For Forex traders, euro rallies may remain short-lived until political calm returns in France. Sterling dips could find support if inflation data stays sticky. Yen crosses are driven by momentum, but any Bank of Japan intervention talk could trigger sharp reversals. For futures traders, equity indices are likely to grind higher if bond yields stabilize. Gold remains the star performer, and a clean break above $4,000 could trigger another wave of buying momentum. Oil traders should stay nimble as OPEC Plus headlines continue to drive short-term moves. In crypto, all eyes remain on the $125,000 to $130,000 zone for Bitcoin. Liquidity is building near those levels, while the $120,000 area serves as key support. Correlation between Bitcoin and gold remains high today, suggesting macro flows are driving both assets. To wrap up the day, it's a risk-on market with plenty of caution underneath. Stocks are steady, gold is surging, the dollar is strong, and crypto is consolidating. Investors are navigating a mix of political uncertainty and technical momentum. Stay sharp, respect your levels, and watch how the bond market sets the tone for the rest of the week. Thank you.
All right.
All right. We are back.
Awesome.
Welcome, everybody, to a brand new segment called Mag 7 Madness. And we are actually going to be looking and analyzing equities on this channel. It's a new day.
Long awaited. I feel like this is such a
Yes.
good segment for us to have to really just honestly garner the pulse of the general market, because let's be honest, the general markets follow the leaders essentially, and these are the leaders. So really good to like dive a little bit deeper into these names, see kind of how they're trending, how they're doing midday here, and what it could spell possibly for the rest of the trading day and going into tomorrow, honestly. So let's get to it. I've actually have my chart shared. We can share my chart real quick.
I got a quick question for you too.
Sure.
Because I'm new to this. How do I get out of full screen? Because I'm in full screen and I can't get out of it. I don't know how.
F11. Boom. You got to click on the screen though, and then F11 it.
No.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I don't know.
For me,
that's okay.
You just click on the screen and then you F11 it, and then
that's fine.
Should do
that's
it.
Fine.
But
I'm trying to get my template set.
Right.
I was trying to do stuff, and then I went and I got. Oh wait. No, it didn't help.
Got it.
Keep going. Take over.
Okay.
Nope. Take over.
Well, I figured we should start with the biggest boy of them all here, the NVIDIA. Let's just start with NVIDIA real quick. And I have basically about 3 trading sessions worth of data right here on the screen that we can see. But these levels that I have set here, this VAL, POC, and VAH, it's just like if you guys are watching the the futures segments with us when I'm talking about value area low, point of control, and value area high of the previous day's regular trading hour session. I do the same exact thing for stocks. I do the same exact thing for stocks to generate just a general market structure bias of whether I'm going to be more bearish, bullish on the day, or neutral. And also if there is a shift in my bias during the middle of the trading day, if that has some confluence, if the move that is occurring against my bias has some confluence with one of my levels to allow me to change that bias to the other side. So we can actually, in NVIDIA here, we can see a really good example of this. And my value area low level that I have set here from the regular trading hour session from the previous day is 187.4. So as you can see, 187.4, when we opened up today, we kind of gapped lower essentially at 185.50. And that first 5-minute candle, we reached as low as 183.37 before rallying not only once back up to that 187.20 area, but twice now. We've kind of done some consolidation below value area low essentially. So we're consolidating below value area low, but again, we are closer to the top end of this consolidation range, right below the 187.40 value area low level, which can mean two things. We could either be treating this 187.40, 187.50 area as a new resistance area, depending on the rest of price action today, or if at some point today we are able to break through that 187.40 area, what I'm going to look for is two things. I'm going to look for either a pierce above that 187.40 and then a failure to see if it acts as a true resistance area, or if we pierce above 187.40 and are able to maybe get to like point of control of the previous day, 188.90, let's say, and then retrace back down to value area low, 187.40, to then make more of a bullish structure to then rotate through the value area completely and hopefully get to 190.34 or break through and out of that value area upwards to maybe 191. So that would be the pathing scenarios essentially. See if we can't treat value area low as resistance between buyers and sellers today, or if we can break above it, consolidate above value area low to then rotate through value and possibly break through value on the day. If not, we will have to reassess tomorrow or later this afternoon. We will have to reassess the new value area on the day and make some judgments from there. But I'm not going to make any sort of. I'm not very bullish necessarily right now in NVIDIA. I am on the intraday speaking. Since like we said, we're consolidating below value area low, and we've tested it a couple times. Right now, we're coming back down a little bit. We're at 186.37. I'm feeling relatively bearish, but that could get proven wrong at any point today. So we'll just keep an eye on it. And that's that for NVIDIA for me. Daryl, if you have any comments or anything about NVIDIA, you're more than welcome to. I do believe one thing to comment on possibly is we heard the news about AMD and OpenAI earlier today, and how OpenAI is going to be buying possibly up to a 10% stake in AMD, and super bullish for AMD. So obviously AMD and NVIDIA are relatively diverging from each other today. But yeah, that's as far as semiconductor news. I feel like that's the big news for today. So we will then move on. If you've got no other comments on this, we can move on to the next name. What does the chat want to move on to? What do we want to do? Tesla? Do we want to do Google? Let us know what you're more so interested in viewing of the Mag 7. I mean, I'm going to go through them all, but if there's any you're more interested in right now, you can let me know. Okay. We're going to do Tesla real quick. All right. Tesla. All right. So for number 2 on the board here, good old Tesla. Definitely different than NVIDIA. We are relatively bullish today. We gapped up actually on Tesla here. So we closed yesterday at 429.65, gapped up to 440, almost 441 essentially. And we've been consolidating in like a kind of like a very grindy bullish trend up to 448.25 at this point. Value area low level was set at 431.59 from the previous day's trading session. We are definitely consolidating relatively well above that. I mean, literally 6 to 10 points above that, or 6 to 15 points above that, essentially. So these value area levels are kind of out of reach. And personally, I'm not going to be doing anything in Tesla today. I'm just going to let this go, see what the rest of the trading day brings. If it's able to come back down into the 431. Yep, can hear you. I can hear you, Daryl.
Oh, now you hear me. Now I don't know what happened. Sorry about that. I didn't do anything, but I was muted for a bit. Weird.
Oh, that's weird. No worries. Thanks. No worries. But if somehow by the end of the session here, in the next 3 hours, we're able to come back down into the 431 half level, I would be looking for that to be a possible area to bounce. Yeah, some people could be looking at this as a maybe like a gap fill, like a regular trading hours gap fill situation that they'd want to see before making another move upwards. So totally see that as a possibility. And that's kind of my thoughts. Nothing too crazy. My levels really aren't in play today. So I would just I'd stay away from that one personally for my own trading strategy here. But yeah, Daryl, I don't know if you
what
have
I was going to say
on Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, you asked me and I started talking and I realized you didn't hear me, and I don't know how I was muted, but
yeah.
I mean, I agree with I agree with your levels and where you have your stuff. I would, once I get my volume profile up, I think I'll have more to add because it's good to look at these from an intraday perspective, but I think I need to play with my settings a little bit more and maybe be more ready for tomorrow. But I'm here to add some flavor. I do want to say, guys in the chat, we know a lot of you guys trade these or look at these names. So if this is something that's important and you want us to look at anything particular or to branch out, maybe look at it on a weekly or further time frame, we could certainly do that and give you our take. Both of us are intraday traders, but still all the trading principles apply. It's all the same. And these 7, the reason that the Magnificent 7 got to be so prominent was over the last several years. I mean, basically since COVID, they basically made up the stock market. This is the stock market. This is your Nasdaq. This is your S&P. I mean, for the large part, many days you've got something like 496 stocks in the S&P that are red, and you got 4 that are green. And some of those are these names right here. So it's important that we're looking at them. And these are the popular ones that people want to see anyway. So please ask your questions and we'll certainly do our best to address those. But yeah, we can keep moving through these. Paul, if I see something I want to add, I'll kind of comment.
Yeah, definitely. Let's show my chart and we will carry on here. We got plenty of time too. So we got a good, I think we got a good 40 minutes so we can take our time with these. On Tesla, what I want to do here is kind of want to pull up the 1 hour really quickly, because like I was saying, with the intraday levels that I have currently with the value area high, low, point of control from the previous trading session, it's murky as far as like if you were going to intraday trade this today, what you're going to do for the rest of the day, because it looks like volume is stalling out. I mean, makes sense. We're into 1 p.m. Eastern, essentially. Volume is, decreasing, and Totally get it. But what other levels can we find here where maybe there would be some sort of, something to have a take profit at if you were bullish today? And the first thing that pops out to me is I'm on the 1 hour right now. This larger wick here is kind of interesting now. 451.06, which is literally 250 higher. If we already broke above. If I put a little line here at 446.61, that was where we had like a little bit of a larger wick before on a 1 hour candle before we shoved down into that value area range that I'm talking about. We broke out, we tested that, then broke out of it. We've had a 1 hour bar close above that now. So that's a good thing that if we can stay up here in this 448 to 447 area, maybe with a little bit of consolidation and then break above 450, hopefully it would be through the 451 area. Maybe then you start looking for some greener pastures, but I'd be very cautious. I feel like a lot of people are probably taking profits right now that got long in the morning, which is why you're seeing like a slow grind occur. But, yeah, 451 is probably the furthest I'd be looking to take along, if even that, at the moment. If we look at the 4 hour real quick, look at the 4, okay, and the daily, or the weekly, I meant. So weekly chart here. This is kind of that's the big boy target right there, 488.75. Yeah. That's where I feel like Tesla's trying to get to at some point. I don't know when that's going to happen necessarily, but looking at the 1 week chart here in late 2024, essentially you had that big wick high on the weekly bar, 488, almost 489. I think that's where it's trying to gravitate to for now. So relatively long biased Tesla, just generally speaking, going forward, especially after what you've seen in the last 4 weeks, especially like here when you had back in early September, you had this gap up week on week, essentially from 396 to 422, 423. We basically were able to retest most of this gap, as you can see by the wick, the wick down here, and we came all the way back up and then continued to consolidate slightly higher as the weeks have gone on. And then last week making that wick high of 472. But now as we open the week, this current week here, looks like we're trying to retrace back up to that 470 area. So definitely keep an eye on it. What next? Maybe Google. So used to typing forward slashes with my future stuff that sometimes when I type tickers, I also do the forward slash in front of it, which is hilarious. But
it's easy to get confused.
Yeah. So here on Google, we'll move on to Google here. Now I have the value area high level from the previous trading session at 245.83. We started off the day on Google. We started off the day at point of control of the previous day. Literally, we opened at point of control at 244.65, immediately broke through that value area high, came back down into value to retest point of control. And then you just seen this whipping action of sorts occur from 9:30 until 11 a.m. essentially. And then finally we've broken back out of that value area and we are just now grinding higher. This is one of those situations where I know going into the session with Google, I was very neutral. And the whole reason is because of this the opening at point of control of the previous day. Whenever I'm opening at point of control of the previous day, that is a definite sit on my hands and wait to see
for sure,
what's going on between both buyers and sellers. Give it, 15 to 30 minutes maybe see if you can't glean any insight from the current market participants. In this case, it was very whippy, probably whipped a lot of people in and out between 9:30 and like 10:30 essentially. So if you had some patience, you were probably rewarded once we finally started to make this upwards trend move. Now we're at 249. I hedged my Google position that I had fully at like 251 or something when we were there previously. If we look at like the 4-hour chart, yeah, I got out a little bit before the high here. My Google position in my cash account, I got out fully, I think, at an average of like 251, which unfortunately, I mean, I gave up like $5 of profit on that. But I've been in Google since like, I was in Google in my cash account since like my average was like 171 or something. So I was like, I need to take some, I need to decrease the weighting of my Google position because it's just increased so dramatically, just the weighting in my cash portfolio essentially. So I hedged a bunch of it off at 251, and I won't complain about it.
I think we'll also cover
maybe
yeah. No, keep going. I was going to say, I think we'll cover Coinbase and MicroStrategy as well. James is suggesting that we'll hit that before the end of the segment for sure. In addition,
yeah, sure, definitely.
Looks like it's.
I'll give it a look.
In there. We'll get that. Definitely. We'll get that going. I mean,
so really, right now, I mean, the move on Google is definitely bullish, as you can tell. This is a very bullish. This last 2 hours of price action has been very bullish. I don't have a level to be getting. The getting long, essentially what the area that I had to get long from the start was essentially if we were going to break out and consolidate above 245.83, so basically 246, and that took an hour and a half to even occur. So essentially, and I don't even know if I would have taken that long, to be quite honest, because of how ridiculous these whips were, and it just didn't even seem like it wanted to make a move, any sort of larger move to the upside or the downside after 11:15 a.m. But then all of a sudden we had a little bit of a pop above value area and then continued to make like a couple of bull flags essentially, and we are where we are now. So I probably would have missed out on this one if I'm being quite honest, and I don't have much of a target on Google except for if you're looking at the 4-hour. We've already moved, $5 or $4.50 on the day since the open, but relatively compared to the past couple weeks, I mean, you could be looking at like a test of 250, anywhere between 250 to 251. I would definitely be out of my long if I was intraday long here, anywhere between 246 to 247. I'd be definitely out by 250, 251 personally, just based on this super large wick that we saw on September 29th. Yes. A lot of liquidity got zapped out there and we had that down move. So that's probably what I would be targeting at most to the upside here on the day, barring any sort of crazy headlines or anything that come out, which could always happen, but yeah.
Yep,
so that's sure. Google. Yeah. You have anything?
Yeah, I'm looking at the 1 minute. Okay. I mean, I'm so, I'm so fractal in nature, real tight. So I tend to look at all these stocks in the same way I'm looking at my future stuff, just like you were saying. So I'm looking at them in a 1 minute, and it doesn't really matter on an intraday. They're all behaving the same way, and I totally agree with you. I'm just following along with you and checking this out as we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far that's what I have.
Yeah, cool. All right. So with that, then we can move on to the next one. All right. So we did Nvidia, we did Tesla, we've done Google, we'll do Microsoft, I think, next. I'll move on to Microsoft here. We will get to Coinbase and MSTR closer to the end here. But let's just get
Don't
through
worry
the
about
Mag
it. I'm
7
chatting with him.
first.
I'm just getting an update on what we want. So you just don't worry. I'll take care of all the back end.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So again, the funny thing about this, about the Mag 7 today is it's basically split. So half are down right now, half are up. 4 of them are down, or 4 of them are up, 3 of them are down on the session. And you're going to see a very common occurrence here between the value areas for these stocks. For Microsoft, we have a similar situation as Tesla, but the structure is seemingly a little bit better here on Microsoft at the moment. A little bit of a clearer, picture. But 519, essentially, we opened in value again. At 9:30 a.m. we opened in value at 518.60, right above the point of control of 517.75. So essentially we opened in value and immediately within the first 10 minutes broke out of that value. Actually, not even the first 10 minutes, the first 2 minutes we broke out of that value and immediately kept rocketing higher. So once we got up to the 521 area, things started to get sellers started to come in a little bit more, start to contest things. But currently with where we are now, we're at 524.34. And obviously I'm not going to be expecting any sort of move down into the 519.50 area for a long or anything like that. On the intraday here on the 1 minute, it looks like we essentially made a new high of the day at 525.40. We retraced a little bit back into where we had previously had like a little bit of like a rising wedge of sorts around the 523 to 525, 524.50 area. And we kind of based out in this 523 to 524 area just within the last 45 minutes before starting to now make a move higher. So I definitely, if I was long, I'd probably have a stop somewhere below 523, probably like 523 or so, to give it a little bit of a room, because I'm essentially at this point what we're doing is we're targeting the daily high here. We'd be targeting 525 30, 525.40 of sorts. So if we were looking for more of a run here, I am going to look on the 4-hour chart, or sorry, not even the 4-hour, the 1-hour chart here. Okay. So this is the issue that you start to run into here. Basically, when you look at the longer term time frame here and you look at the 1 hour, we are, if I highlight this real quick, where this purple box is, you can see that's an area that when we were coming down from early August, we had that ridiculous candle here in the high 500, like 556 area. We immediately started retracing that, and on that way down we kind of made a little bit of a almost like a 1 hour head and shoulders, which we can zoom in a little bit more here. Made like a 1 hour time frame head and shoulders, which then broke, which got us down into the 4 night, right below 500, right below the 500 level, and then we essentially that acted as support, acted as a nice support area right below 500. Like we just pierced below 500 and then came right back above 500. So a nice like psychological area, most likely. And then we've been going up ever since. But we are coming right now where we're trading at 524.36. It's right in the middle of that big consolidation zone that occurred over about a 9 to 10 day span.
Yeah.
So I think that this could be an area where sellers possibly try to come in to defend. I'm not saying that it will, but I'd just be a little bit cautious at this point, especially with the breakout above Thursday's high of 521.50. breaking above that, and now being above that by a few dollars. And in this range, I'd just be a little bit cautious. That's all. Not saying that it won't go higher. We definitely could go higher, but something to be aware of here. It's generally bullish, but very bullish. I think, generally speaking, very bullish. I think we held up very nicely above that with the pierce below 500, and then holding up very nicely with support above 500. I think this is turning out to be a pretty bullish setup to be long Microsoft.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah,
I would agree.
Yeah. Now let's get into, what do we want to get into? I kind of want to get into Meta.
Meta?
I want to look at Meta a bit.
Yeah.
I want to look at Meta.
And we don't have to do Coinbase, by the way. I was informed it was just adding some filler to cover while I went off. Well, my audio just went blank for a while.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no worries.
Throw some stuff. So we don't have to do anything more than what we're doing. It was just
yeah.
What's up, Robert?
We'll see how much.
What's going on? We're doing Mag 7, buddy. We're doing stocks for a bit. We're gonna get back to futures, but yeah. I know some of the guys here in the chat are like, what the heck is this all about?
Right. You guys all going
covering everything.
Yeah,
now.
I mean we're trying to expand a bit more, and covering the Mag 7 is fun too, and any other bigger names that the chat wants us to cover after we get through the Mag 7 as well. Like, we could do Coinbase and MSTR and stuff like that for sure once we get through this. But I want Meta's very interesting to me right now, because right now in the intraday at the moment, previous day's value area low was 713.67. And we gapped open about how much was it? It was about $5 below where we closed yesterday, and we had a nice move down into the 690 area before just V-shaping it up within an hour, and now we've been slowly stair-stepping, and we are literally so close to closing that gap at the moment. Now, what I'm interested in to see is, number one, I can see people wanting to get, after that V-shaped recovery right there on the day. I could see people wanting to get long in around like anywhere between 10:30 and 11:30 a.m. I could see them wanting to get long to kind of fill that gap. But now that we're close to filling the gap, I'd be more concerned about this sort of stair-stepping starting to break down a bit, and possibly seeing 713.67, that level that I have set, act as a resistance again, to then possibly retrace. I don't have VWAP up right now. Maybe I could put VWAP up real quick.
The one thing about gaps that people I know a lot of equities traders love to fill the gaps, right? I mean, it's a common thing, and it works out most of the time, but just because we're so close, like you said, I think we're within, I just switched my screen. I think we're within like $1. We're less than that. We're like 50 cents away. Oh my God, no, we're like a quarter away from filling that gap. Just because we could fill it doesn't mean we're going to keep ripping and going. It could just retest, fill the gap, and then fall back down. And so you're just going to be careful. This is kind of like how we talk about breakouts when we're talking futures in other indices and things that we trade. These false breakouts. So it's been behaving very, very, very nicely all day, right? It's been coming back off this V bottom recovery, and we kind of now have a consolidation, but we're slow melt up to fill the gap. Just be careful, guys. Just because it goes up there doesn't mean it's going to continue. So this could be a case where you fill the gap and it's like, thanks for playing, and we're going to rotate back down. So just make people aware, because too often, especially with stocks, and I know Magnificent Seven stocks and all these popular stocks are very, attractive for new traders to get into. They're popular. There's a lot of news around them. There's a lot of information. Everyone has an opinion. So just think, hey, this is great. I love trading gaps. Gaps are awesome. I can get a gap fill. I can get a gap and go, whatever you want to do. Just remember, in this case or any case, just because you fill a gap doesn't mean it's going to continue in that direction. So be patient.
Yeah,
and just take
and
the
look
time.
at and you look at, like, I added VWAP here because I didn't have VWAP on the screen for some reason.
So you see how high up
Look
we
how
are with
far
VWAP.
above VWAP.
Yes.
Yeah, we're like $10 above
exactly.
VWAP right now. So you could see the gap fill
Yes.
occur, and then maybe even a push above that gap, like I was saying, into essentially the consolidation low. I mean,
Yeah,
if you look
value.
at this,
Yeah,
you look at this
yeah.
low
You
that
could. I mean,
we
exactly.
consolidated in at the end of the Friday session, you could easily see that just being pure rejection, and then maybe we get back down to VWAP at some point. And VWAP isn't like, and the other thing that, I mean, I know that, again, we're getting further along in the session here, so volume's dying down. Of course, there's going to be a lot more volume in the early morning, but seeing VWAP kind of taper off here, and not, you can see it's almost like making a curve, like a mounding curve instead of like a U. It's like an upside down
rolling
U.
over.
It's kind of, it's like, it feels like it's, the volume to take this up further is just really drying up here. I would like to see it going, more of like a U shape upwards, exponential kind of, in a way, to get closer to where we are at now, but it's not. So could be close to the end of this bull run on the day on Meta, but who knows? We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it through the end of the cash close. But yeah, that's an interesting one on my board. I thought Meta was the most interesting one, in my opinion, for today. But we will move on here. Let's go to Amazon, AMZN. Boom. Now, Amazon is a very interesting. This is an interesting one. So, again, like a lot of these stocks today, a lot of them opened up within value and then immediately retraced out of that value quickly, and then they're either to the upside or downside or what have you. Now, for here with Amazon, value above point of control, within 5 minutes we were well below value area low. So value area low was 219.38, so 219.40, you could say. Point of control was essentially 220. We immediately dropped below that. We bottomed out at 216 and did something of a similar nature to Meta, where we kind of did a little bit of a V shape here, and we've been grinding up ever since. But the difference between Meta and Amazon is we've already gotten back into value area. So the previous day's value area. So we are already through value area low now. And you can see the VWAP VWAP is essentially following price action a little bit better. So there's a little bit more volume. Like you can see here between 11:30 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. and 12:05 p.m. Look at the amount of buying that came in on those green candles to push us into value and up to point of control. So a decent amount of volume there. And then this is exactly the type of setup that I talk about with the value area setups, is if you can, originally, if you're hanging out below value area low, you can be bearish, and that value area low can act as resistance. But if we are to break through that value area low back into value, and we come and retest that level, they can act as support, and then you need to change your bias and possibly look to get long there. And this is a really good example of what I preach when I talk about these pathing scenarios, and how you have to be able to shift your bias depending on whether some of these value area levels get breached or not. So we immediately retested the value area low after breaking through it, and then buyers came in and held it relatively nicely. We've got some larger volume coming in as of the last 20 minutes or so. If we can now continue to hold above point of control, and we could, not necessarily today, it doesn't have to happen today, but you could see a rotation through this value up to 2250, 22 or 220, sorry, 222.50 or 223 bucks, we could definitely see that kind of rotation occurring. This is looking pretty good. This is looking better than Meta, in my opinion. If I was to be picking one to go long for, I'd be picking Amazon to go long if I was, forced to make a trade right now on either of them. I'd definitely be taking Amazon to the long side more so because of that retest of value area low and the nice the push back upwards above point of control. So
above point of control,
I like that one a lot.
Yeah,
I like that one a lot.
It's one thing to retest. Yeah, it's one thing to retest value area lows or highs, but when it comes back into the mean or to a point of control or whatever median point you have, and it goes beyond that, now, like you said, Paul, and we're even above that last high. So it's like,
yep,
it's just
we broke above that.
The confirmation is there. The confirmation is there for sure.
Yeah, we broke above that, and looks like we just need to have a nice couple candles here to break above that previous 5-minute candle, and we'll be looking pretty solid. So, I guess the immediate term target that you'd want to have if you were long Amazon right now would be somewhere around the top of this opening candle. The 9:30 5-minute candle, because that could be an area we could double top there. Of course, there's always that possibility that you double top, but I just would want to see how price action essentially behaves here. How do the buyer and sellers behave at around 221? That's would be my next level of interest in just gauging the sentiment. And to see if we can't rotate through that into the 222 to 223 area. So just keep an eye. We're coming up. We're at 220.40 at the moment. We're about 60 cents away from that 221 area. That could be short-term resistance. And then we will see if we can do any more damage to the upside there. Further, if we want to continue on here, what do we got left? We got Apple. I think we got Apple. I think that's the last one. I believe we've covered everything else. Now, I love this one. All right. I love what we did here. Okay. So this is a doozy, folks. This is the kind of stuff that really, this is where I love talking about. Yeah, I love talking about market profile structure, especially when you see something like this. So we opened my current, by the way, just to be upfront, I'm currently bearish Apple. I would be, based on this market structure, I'm bearish. For how long, it depends on how aggressive these sellers are right now. But the point being is we're currently below VWAP on the session. We're below value area low. And to put it in a nutshell, we opened in value, broke below value, broke back into the value area range to test value area high. We already rotated fully through the value area to test value area high, rejected it at 258.80, almost to the tick, to then come back down to value area low of 257.40, consolidate, break through the 257.40 level, to then consolidate below the 257.40, to then start making a move below VWAP. So this is very much clearer in terms of the buyers and sellers gaining or giving up control. Sellers had initial control to break out of value. Buyers reclaimed control by putting us back into the value area to test that value area high, for then sellers to come back in, reject that, bring us back out of value, consolidate underneath value, to then make a further move lower below VWAP. So this is a very good example as well. This is very clean to me, super clean, very clear. I have a very clear brain on this one. much clearer than I would with like Tesla at the moment or something like that. That's like really
Yeah,
grinding to
yeah.
a halt to the upside.
Yep.
So, I love that chart. This chart just, this is what wakes me up in the morning.
When you
folks.
see it,
this kind of chart.
when you see it and it's clean, that's what gives you the conviction, and that's what we as traders love to see, because
oh yeah,
there's no guarantee, as we all know. We talk about this all the time. There's no guarantees in any of this, but when you're used to trading a certain way and you see stuff happening, it doesn't matter what it is. You look at it and look. I mean, the fact, if I was trading the stock, which I wasn't, the fact that when we came back off the open on that V reversal, and where you are kind of at your value area high, Paul, on that chart, and it got shy of where the opening wick went up, right? The swing high.
Yeah.
It didn't go and retest that. It didn't go. I know we opened and we went past where it opened, the open, the actual open print, but we didn't get there. We pulled back. We were soft. We started to roll down. I'm getting short right there. I mean, that's just right. Yeah. No, the one over, like where it starts to, not there. No. Back.
You're talking
back where
right
it starts
here.
to get short. No, to the right.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, right here.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just looking at just price action and the movement of it. The fact that it did a retest. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it did retest, right? It went down, it did a V bottom reversal, it came back up in a hurry. As fast as it went down, the freaking thing came right back up. But it didn't sustain, it didn't pierce, and it didn't get to the tick, and it came back down. Now I'm thinking, okay, we're going to be soft. And sure enough, we've been selling off a little bit, ever so slowly, but we're still downtrending. And so, like you said, Paul, if there's ever a bearish stock right now out of these 7 we're looking at, this one's a doozy.
Yeah, this one, and also, I mean, it's very evident when you zoom out here on the 5-minute, when you look at yesterday's session. With that value area high level, the value area high level that I have marked off, it's just like the amount of resistance right there is just insanity. Yeah. There's 3 different times in the regular trading session where we rejected that, and then today, like you said,
and
the open, first wake up,
another open rejection. And even the retest. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So to me, that's just sellers are in control here. Yeah, and that's just really all there is to it. A lot of people, it depends on how aggressive you are, but there is some room to say, like, this is the thing. This is why we're traders, right? So we are traders. We all have our similarities as traders because we all understand each other, and we understand tendencies, and some people have more aggressive tendencies, other people have more conservative tendencies, but some traders I can see when they're looking at value areas and you have that kind of sharp V retracement, right? This is the 1-minute chart right now. What some traders will do, which I think is very aggressive, is
like me.
We will, as soon as value area low is broken, depending on the order flow and how aggressive that break of that value area is back into value, people will look to get long. They'll immediately look to get long and throw their stop below that value area low somewhere. Let's say they would want to throw it below this like hammer wick of
I trade that way.
256. Yeah. So as soon as you break into value, they'd look to get long for then the rotation to occur because it's such an aggressive up move, and then you'd get out. That would be a really good trade, and maybe that trader would get long, get out at the value area high, but miss the short off of value area high, which is fine. You got one of the 2 moves. I mean, if you got both, bless you. You are you are just the man if you get both of them. But that's, again, like, that would be a super aggressive nature, would be a great trade, to be quite honest, if anybody did make that trade. But it gives you a little bit more confidence when you have something like, like a heat map or whatever, where you can see the deltas accruing super aggressively or
Correct.
dying off or whatever, as far as to whether or not you want to be aggressive. So yeah.
Even if you don't, though, even if you don't have
Yeah.
any additional tools than, let's just say, candles or whatever bars you're trading, in the situation where you described, Paul, where like it's coming down off the open, so it's dropping hard, and then it didn't really base out, but it kind of, hesitated a bit, stayed there for several bars, and then it starts to make a move up, and it's a pretty strong move up initially. Okay. Even if you wanted to think, okay, are we going to get a full reversal or a partial, maybe go 50% back up, and you want to ride the long, forget even looking at heat maps or any other, volume-based tools. You could put a low-risk trade would be to put a stop right below that low of day, that current low, and go long. And if it comes back down if it wants to continue further south, it's going to go south with you or without you with your stop. So you put your stop there, protect yourself. So you have a little bit of downside risk, but you have a good upside to the move. And that's a way to play it. So you don't have to sit there and say, oh, I'm such a perfect entry and exit. You can just get in, try to play that. And if you get to the top, again, same kind of thing. If it doesn't retest the high, you could put a stop at the high, at the opening high, swing high at the very, very top if you want, and just go short and see what happens, because you're looking at probably a very high risk reward move on either one of those. And you don't need to have lots of fancy tools. It's just a matter of getting comfortable with watching these stocks, spending time trading, spending time back testing, looking at stuff, and finding an edge. And you can do very well. I think stocks, which is why I spent the first 10 years of my trading career in equities, because first of all, I didn't have enough information to even consider other things. So I just went with stocks. But it was either you could do really well. I mean, you could do really, really well on stocks that are moving in your favor or behaving. Man, there's nothing better than that, because it's almost like a giant wave gets behind you and everyone goes, and it's beautiful. When you're riding that trend, it's beautiful. So
yeah, no, for sure. And then also, I mean, this is another thing here on this chart. Like, if another thing doesn't tell you that sellers are in control, it's when you look at the open of yesterday's open and look how much volume there is. I mean, the sheer amount of volume on yesterday's open compared to today's, look how bullish that was, just generally speaking, to then bring it up to then fail at that 258, 259 level, 259 we'll say.
Not once, not
and
twice,
to fail
but
there
3 times.
times.
And yep.
And then the 4th and 5th time.
So we've got about a minute.
Now you're coming down. And look at this; it's continuing.
We've got about a minute left.
Yep. So I will say, so that'll wrap up. Essentially, we barely got through them, but we got through them. We got through the 7, which is good.
We'll get better. Tomorrow will be much faster.
We'll
get better tomorrow for sure.
Now coming up is the power hour and the closing bell with us futures traders here. Actually, me, Daryl, and Sam. So we'll be trading the ES, Nasdaq, etc., like we usually do in the mornings. And it was a pleasure. Thanks. Just come back. We are going to be doing a quick little 5-minute news update as well in between.
Stick around. We'll be back in a few minutes. We're just taking a few minute break. We'll be back, guys. Yeah.
All right. See you guys.
All right. See you shortly.
All right.
All right.
We are back.
Here we are. How's everybody?
We are back. Welcome to the
Very good,
Pauly
very
G
good.
Show. He's been on all day, every day, every segment, every sign, everything, 24/7. This guy.
I hope everybody doesn't get sick of this face. That's all I hope for. I know it's not as pretty as some of us other some of us other coaches, but you know, hey, it's not the worst, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm glad you carried me through that last segment, man.
Oh
man.
no, it's easy peasy.
All right.
Mag 7 stuff. We love it. We love it.
Yeah, I know.
But looks like we've been grinding up pretty nicely here.
We have been.
Yeah,
we
pretty
have
bullish. I almost got long
indeed.
the ES just like 2 minutes ago, and I wish I had gotten long. A lot of sellers, aggressive sellers, came in at 67.91 and essentially failed, and then right above value area high. So
it was a big. I've been long. I've been long since we got off. So I was long the whole time.
Nice.
Adding.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So the sell off that we just had. Almost got me. I've been trading in my cash account too, so I've been trading both. But I was a little worried on that pullback right here at 7 minutes ago, and I jumped to the news. I'm like, did something come out about the government shutdown or anything? But it wasn't. It's really, there's more negative stuff, but it's just not reacting that way. So it's probably just a little bit of a little algo, collecting some stops, moving on.
Yeah.
Or someone getting in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just very, very quiet. I mean, we did have a White House press conference, and they were talking about a lot of stuff, but it's just like, if there's no shutdown deal, a lot of pain's going to be inflicted over the next few days. No one, both parties don't seem to want to get anything done. It's like, dude, what are you guys doing? I mean, are you just going to stand and stare at each other and dare the other side to do something? It's like, are you serious? It's just such stupid. It's so stupid to me. But yeah. So I was looking at that, and I didn't see anything different.
Another interesting thing with the government shutdown for us futures traders that I failed to mention in the morning session was that the CFTC data gets delayed when something like this occurs. So
yes, it does.
Anybody looking at positioning, like position reporting, essentially for all of the futures traded products, you don't get your positioning data. Essentially, you don't get the data, and there are some traders that heavily use the CFTC data to understand, what are the commercials doing,
the flows,
what are the speculators doing,
yes,
where are we at right now, week on week. It's a lagged data set, of course, but we all know that, and we use it to the best of our ability with the information that we have. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Delayed CFTC data.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to share my screen. I just want to go over a few small things, as we were discussing earlier in the previous session, because we were stuck in that range, if the viewers remember. And back end. If you could pull up my screen real quick. So I haven't actually traded or anything since then. I haven't even looked at the charts, but these are the drawings I did back then when we were in this range. I said, what you need to do is you need to wait for a clear breakout. It comes back, retests, and this is your entry point, right? And if we look what actually took place, if I move this box over, you had two opportunities to go long. It was a clear breakout up here. Just get the brush. So we had this clear breakout. It came back, and look how well it respected then that area. You could have got long here, or if you missed that for whatever reason, it even gave you a second chance. Now, it doesn't always give you a second chance. I'll be real with you, but in this scenario, you had, if anything, the second one was actually better to enter because it really just rallied up.
Sure, exactly.
But and that's the importance of being patient, right? Because many times, remember, here as we almost broke above, and it can do that. It can just about break a few points above, and then everyone jumps in, and oh god, we've got to chase it, and they get trapped, and you would have got stopped out. You would have got chopped up immensely. Wait for the true breakout to occur. Believe me, you'll know when it truly breaks out, right? We're not looking for just a little kind of few points up. We're looking for a real breakout. This is a clear breakout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 candles it rides. So 15 minutes of movement.
Strong move
up. Then it came back, retraced, and you could have entered at the continuation. So that is always your entry. Be patient. Don't chase the market. It will come back. Don't have that FOMO. And the same thing would have happened, if we broke down below, the exact same thing you would have waited for, right? Wait for that retest from the other side and then the continuation down. So when we're in a range, just be patient. Treat it as a range until it shows you otherwise, But I just wanted to really point that out, really.
That's a really good example for sure. Very good example.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
He has
didn't
made a
actually
similar
manage to
move
catch
to
it
that.
myself, but
You're too busy doing other stuff.
I was watching you play that back, and I'm like, that's exactly what the ES did. And just a little more exaggerated. The ES seemed to be a little more exaggerated than the NQ today. I don't know why. It's really weird because it's normally the opposite. Just getting a lot of erratic moves. It's one of those days.
Yeah, 100%.
It's just one
Very
of those
good.
days.
Very good thing to, like, levels to point out. Like, those are the kinds of levels in the and little tidbits that we provide in the morning session. That then look at that, you could have put right to use. That would have been a beautiful trade for anybody to make in the early afternoon there. I mean, like you said, that's second time we retested that. You want to talk about the least pain for the most gain? I feel like that should be a saying. Least pain for the most gain. Retested 25, 185, and then immediately within like 4 minutes, you're just off to the race. It's like, that would have been beautiful.
I mean, you would have done a trade, and for viewers who want to know where would your stop go, would go below the area. So you would enter,
exactly.
Obviously your entry might not be exactly to the point. You're going to wait for some kind of confirmation on the footprint or candlestick,
doesn't need to be.
Whatever.
It doesn't need to be exact.
It doesn't need to be, but exactly, you'd want to put your stop, just below this area, and then, you could target the last high over there.
Keep a tight one on that one.
Like here.
Yeah.
Really nice one. No drawdown. Boom, 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 boom. Few candles up. You've done, 31 points. Very nice. That's it for today. You don't need to take multiple trades. You just got to wait for that perfect setup. They do happen pretty much, numerous times a day. You will get a setup like that. And you just got to be patient. And I guarantee you, although I haven't checked yet, but like this whole area here, this kind of push up was probably a similar type of thing. So if I now get another volume profile out from this leg up, pretty much, again, here is a gap created, right? Same idea, it kind of, dipped a little bit below, but never truly broke it. And again, when it broke through, came back, you could have entered. And, again, same idea. Oops, that's the wrong one. I can't find the tool now. But you get the gist. You get the idea.
Definitely.
I have no idea where the tools are.
That's like one of those situations where, again, like you said earlier, if you took you took profit around where that actual level that you just drew out was, and then you missed out on upside or whatever, and you're like, oh man, whatever. Well, if you don't focus on missing out on that extra upside, and you just let the market do its thing, it retraced back to that level where you could have gotten long and then made the rest of that trade back up that you thought you missed out on. So it all would have worked out in the end, which is pretty great.
That's it. Absolutely. So, but it's all down to patience, you know. Like if you're not patient, you're gonna chase the market and you're gonna get chopped up, and then you might still catch that good trade, but now you're lucky if you break even, you know, for the day. You might still be at a loss. So patience is
you gotta be
the most
you gotta
profitable
be
strategy.
patient to trade anyway. I mean, yeah, patience is so key to what we do, because you have to be patient whether you're, even if you hyper scalp like you do, Sam, or you're in and out of the market real fast. You may think you don't need to be patient. You may just think, oh, I just need to look and be really good at execution, right? But again, those trades aren't coming by all the time. You still need to be patient and wait for it. Yeah, maybe you've got some system designed where it gives you alerts or alarms go off and you can run over and check and go, oh, I think it's setting up in my favor, I'll get in. But even then, you just, you got to hang around. You got to wait. There's not ideal setups all day. So patience is so key, whether you're in a trade and you're waiting for it to finish out or play out or stop you out, or you're just waiting to execute. You got to be, if you can't be patient, you got to have a real tough time at trading, I feel.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, otherwise you might as well just go play blackjack at a casino or something if you want fast action, like just go sit at a table, do it, get up, go do another. I mean, if you're looking for gaming action, right?
That's it. I mean, there's nothing wrong. At the end of the day, all traders, and I would stand by the fact that all traders, we all have a bit of a gambling streak within us. I think you kind of have to have that enjoyment of the kind of buzz.
I agree.
And
I agree.
But as a trader, you have to learn to control that. But how do you scratch that itch? All right, if you want to go to the casino, just be responsible. But if you want to gamble within trading, do it on like a throwaway account. Put in a few $100, whatever you can afford to lose, and do some stupid stuff. Fine, you want to trade NFP as a joke, and see what, just get that buzz. Do it with money that really doesn't matter. And while that might be bad advice, quote unquote, I would say if it helps you kind of, fulfill that urge, so you don't do it on your main, your funded account or your main cash account, where you actually genuinely do not want to lose money and actually grow, then it's a well worth investment, right? Even if you blow, $100, $200 or something just to get that urge, but in your main funded account, you're still making, $1,000, whatever on it. Hey, it's fair play then. Do what you have to do, but just don't let those urges spill over in accounts that matter.
Yeah.
If you can get that urge from a demo account, do it on demo, of course. But if it has to be live or some sort of real kind of risk to it in order to fulfill that urge, then get your casino account.
I can't tell you how many professional traders I've heard say that they'll say something to the effect of, I have to do something to protect my account from myself. And they'll say something like, because I know myself, and I know if I'll just keep going, or I'll overtrade, or I'll revenge, because I know myself. And that's part of becoming a professional trader. You got to know yourself enough to know when to. It's almost like you're your own, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe a bad analogy. You're drinking and you're going to go drive, but you're your own designated driver. You got to watch out for yourself and protect yourself from doing something stupid. You just got to step in.
Yeah.
And that's part of the maturity of being good at trading also, is you learn, and we talk about this all the time. Trading forces you to learn a lot about yourself. Sometimes it forces you to have some personal growth in areas where you never wanted to. You're going to have to change a lot to be successful in trading. You really will. And knowing yourself and accepting your flaws, and knowing, hey, yeah, crap, I do this crappy stuff. It's not good, but I know when to interject and stop myself from doing something worse to my account. That is so important to continue the life of a trader and growing your account and not blowing it up or eroding most of it all the time, and then starting over again and again and again. That's where it all changes. So
it's funny. We as traders here, I mean, literally everybody in the chat, ourselves, we're all traders, and I think we all know the struggles that can be the trading world, and I think that's the solace that we all can find within each other, which is why we're kind of here. I mean, we're here for the reason of being a community, to be able to talk about things together and talk through the markets together during the day in live time. We can reassure each other of like, hey, by the way, don't get overzealous, like don't get too greedy, or be patient, or don't jump into this, like don't let your brain get overtaken by, you know, these quick movements that are happening all of a sudden. Just we are very supportive of each other, I think, here, and that's kind of what we're trying to bring to, you know, the viewers, and I think it's pretty great, honestly. I think especially just even talking between us three, I know it's helped me out tremendously. There are times where I want to jump into a trade, and then I listen to you two, and I'm like, okay, I need to pull the reins back a little bit. All right, maybe I am getting a little bit too too antsy to make a trade. Yeah,
great point. I agree. So, same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to understand, guys. Yeah. We may be coaches, but we trade just like you guys. We make mistakes. We're all human. All of us were beginner traders at one point. All of us have blown accounts or added money at one point. I guarantee you. There's not one that's never done it. Absolutely guarantee you. And we understand where you're coming from. We understand your struggles. We understand what you're trying to learn and do. So, we're all one big family here, you know.
We are. Yep. We are family.
So, Robert, this is a good point, Robert. So, I mean, I know what Robert's saying here. Have the other coaches been sacked bad? No, they haven't. We got a lot of people out on vacation and stuff. So we got a new format. So we got new segments, new formats. We're just kind of moving people around. It's good. Change is good. Robert says, and I agree with him here. He says he's torn because he wants to have a session, meaning a one-on-one session, I think, with all of us. But his fear is that if he does, he will change strategies from the other. But you know what, Robert? And then he says, only because that's another one of my shortcomings. Strategy to strategy, even though one already works. Yes. But so I talk about this all the time. It's okay to learn and listen and watch other traders, because that's really how we learn. I know, like Coach Tony, who went right into the institutional desk from college. Actually, he was interning for like 2 years while he was still in school, and then he went to work for them full time after he graduated. He was the youngest kid there. He didn't know anything, but he got immersed in all these older traders, and he was able to learn a lot from them, and he was able to learn what to do and a lot of stuff not to do. You're going to have to just have a filter. And I know because you're probably going to sit there and say, oh, I like how Sam does it. I should probably gravitate to this. Oh, I like what Paul's doing. I should gravitate to this. Like one shiny object to the next. But you're going to have to at some point say to yourself, one of maybe what none of us, but whatever you learn from it, if you're doing any of these one-on-ones with the coaches, take something that you think jives with your personality, or you think, I think that helps me, and discard the rest. It doesn't mean that none of us are making money. We all can make money doing totally different things. And just because you make money, and this is the thing I had a problem with, just because you make money doesn't mean that's the only strategy that has to work. I mean, God, everyone's trading differently. All these successful hedge funds and stuff, they got all kinds of different quants and codes and algos, and everything's doing it differently. And they're all making profit, right? Not all, but a lot of them are. Mostly from fees, but we won't get into that. But
right.
But I mean, yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't hurt to talk to people if you want to get a little better. And we can, and you know, we can all do what I like to do if I'm on a session is I don't try to change people and say, you have to trade like me. I usually ask them, you know, how long have you been trading futures? If you have, do you trade a particular instrument or several instruments? And how do you trade? What do you do? And then what do you have an issue with? And I try to help them refine what they're doing. I don't say scrap that, throw it all in the trash bin, start over from scratch.
Right.
I'm not doing that. I'm not taking them from, you know what I mean? It's more of just helping you do more of what you're doing and eliminating bad habits of what you're doing. And that's, but if you want, by all means, if you want to try something new, we're all available to you at any time. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Squirrel.
Well said.
I love it.
Well said, though.
This is very common, Robert. You say it's one of your shortcomings, but it's very common with human beings. You're not the only one that's like this. I think a lot of people are like this. A lot of people get like this.
The reason why Daryl isn't like this is because he's actually an alien. He is from Mars. We somehow were able to keep him down here, and he's now a coach with us. But
it's really funny. It's really funny. I know that being on this stream for months now with these guys and sticking to my ES every day. And then guys in the chat are like, hey, switch over to this or do this. Can you do this? I'm like, yeah, no, I'm just going to stick with what I do. I went through 10 years of crap and wasted a tremendous amount of money. I'd be embarrassed to tell you guys the amount the total amount. You can imagine it was bad. And once I started making money and sticking to something that worked, I was like, no, I'm not going back. I mean, I found something that worked, so I'm not going to change. If it's working, I'm not going to change it. If it's not working, I will refine it. You know, it's just one of those things. I do this. I do this because I like to trade. I love the markets, but I don't need to know every damn thing about the market. If you guys ask me to describe what or define what a like maybe any of these crazy indicators, I couldn't even begin to tell you because at some point I read about them. I learned what they were. And then as soon as I found out or discovered that it wasn't for me, I said, okay, fine. I'm not going to worry about that. So I can't even give you a decent definition of what a Fibonacci retracement is like. I couldn't even begin to tell you what an Elliott wave theory is all about or any of this stuff. Yeah, I read about it. I've read stuff on them, but I'm like, I don't need to fill my head up with all this crap. I try to get the stuff out of my head. If anything, I try to get the junk out, and I just try to focus and stay clear on my mission of what I'm trying to do. And, you know, that may be an edge in and of itself for me. So I know Paul's joking like I'm an alien, but it's just more of just focus, just get rid of the crap I don't want to deal with and just do what I'm dealing with in front of me.
Yeah.
And I think Sam, to his, and I'm not saying Paul's not like this, but Sam does a very good job at this as well. Sam's like, I'm doing my footprint. This is what I do. I don't derail me, guys. I mean, it freaking works. Why change it?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
No, yeah, for sure. For sure. And
Spad,
Sam's
you're joking.
Sam's
I know you're trying to poke the bear right now, Spad. You're trying to poke the bear.
Can you teach? Yeah, go teach them, Daryl.
Book a one-on-one with Daryl Spad and just say, I just want ICT.
That's so funny.
It's got the dictionary. The ICT dictionary. Gosh. No.
Oh, man.
And some strategies are like, and some, like, for example, with Sam's strategy, there are days where Sam's strategy, you'll see him trade freaking you'll see him make 12 trades in a day because there are all these little gaps in the volume profile that he's just constantly able to get in and out of. And then there are days where like I'll make 5 or 7 trades, but there's also days where I'll make 1 trade. And same goes for Sam. There'll be days where there's just no gaps in the volume profile, and he's just like, well, this is terrible. So he doesn't really trade
those days.
Yeah, you know. So main point I think is yes, it is good to learn, like, you know, if you're generally curious about like markets and everything and you like learning a bunch of stuff, that's great. But I understand the conflicts you can have with learning too much and trying to apply it all together. I think the main thing is just like literally what Daryl said. You read about everything you're curious about, and then whatever just makes more sense to your brain, you just filter out the rest, and then that's it. You're done. Just be done with it. Be done.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be done. I mean, you just kind of refine it over time, and maybe you make changes. I know. Yeah. I mean, you know, you may adopt other things too that work better. But if you've given yourself time with some technique or strategy or something you've developed yourself, and you prove it to yourself that you can do something consistently well or make money out of the market, then you're probably, if you do want to change or move to something a little bit different that's more in tune with how you then currently trade, then it's easier because you've already known the amount of pain and suffering and effort it took to get there, that if you're going to make a change, it's only going to be for the better, and it's not going to be just because you're not bobbing around in the ocean, you know, in the waves going every different direction because oh man, this trader I saw on Instagram, he says he makes so much money, which could be a bunch of crap. So, but you're not going, oh, I want to trade like that guy. Oh, I want to trade like that guy. Now you're more logical, and you're like, look, I'll make some changes, but it's got to improve my trading, or it's got to help me sleep better because I'm not trading all night long, or I've got to do this, or I've got to do that. That's different. You're just in a better situation to make a judgment call on your trading, I think, at that point.
Yeah. I think ultimately trading, right, it's all mathematical in the sense of you could either go for, you know, bigger profits, even have like a losing win rate, but, you know, you get those bigger days, right?
Yeah.
And as long as you're happy with that, knowing that you could, you know, lose, and then before you kind of, you know, snap back, it could be a day or two. Or you can go for a higher win rate, but kind of have profit and, you know, your average profit and average loss be about the same. You got to choose which kind of route you want. You can't really have both, I'll be honest. Like if you try to have a really high win rate with also a really great risk reward type ratio, you've put yourself in that kind of, I don't know, I've never really seen it. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are people out there who can absolutely do that. But I've never really seen someone kind of be perfect at both because it's just, you know, and there are people out there who claim, you know, you'll see it on Instagram. They claim, look, I've got a 1 to 10 with a 80% win rate. And I'm just like, I don't, because it's just, I don't think
do you though?
Is really, do you really? Yeah, because... And that's not me saying like, oh, it's impossible. I don't know. Maybe it is possible, but it's you're targeting.
No, I mean, maybe they did it.
If it is, then you're in the
they
top
did it. 20 accounts, and it was the only one account that made it out. All the other 19s are major losers, and they just happen to show that one. You know, there's all this kind of shenanigans that goes on. It's such a joke.
But that's my point. Then it's not really didn't really happen, did it? But
no,
so
it didn't.
You really got to focus on, because this kind of helped me, right? When I was kind of, you know, still learning or whatever, what helped me was trying to focus on just one or the other. Either have fewer trades, you know, but one trade you'll make $3,000, but you'll have loads of like $500, $1,000 losses, and you kind of make it up plus profit, but you have like a pretty crappy win rate, right? But you're still profitable in the long term. Or have a higher win rate, but your loss and profit are going to be about the same, like a 1-to-1. the other. For me, psychologically, I preferred to have a higher win rate because taking losses like in a row just erodes my. It's more likely I'm going to start gambling. I can take one loss. All right, it's no big deal. I can sit there and wait and wait and wait for the next trade. If I take 2 losses in a row, I'm itching now to just try and make that up. Take 3 losses in a row, and I'm borderline gambling now. Do you see what I mean? It's really hard for me to control it then, right? So having like a higher win rate generally for me was more preferable, right? It just made me a better trader. But I also have to then sacrifice the fact that to achieve that higher win rate, I can't be holding trades for really long. You know, I got to be in and out and got to take my profit when I can. And if the trade goes against me, I've got to cut it really quickly. I can't hold a losing trade, right? So pick a path essentially, and then build upon that. You know, if you feel you're really, really struggling with the psychology a few years in and you're still making the same mistakes, maybe it's not the worst idea to kind of change up the way you trade, right? To something that might suit your personality better. Because that's ultimately what I did. And then it started working quite well for me.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a great point, because you hear about all these guys, you read the market wizards or other kind of whatever, go on blogs, go on, you know, or go whatever. And you hear about these guys that say, oh, you know, yeah, you want to hold your trades super long. You just want to get out and cut your trades early and go for the big, you know, long win. And it's okay that you can make a fortune with a 30 or 35% win rate. And yeah, it can be done. But if it doesn't suit you and you're in agony the whole time, then don't fricking do it. And trust me, as you may think that the only way that those guys made all that money is to have that kind of style. No, there's other guys that have 90% plus win rates and they're in and out real fast and it works for them and they're doing great. So in anything, it just, you know, just there's no one way. There's just no one way at all. And as soon as you start to recognize that you'll do better by trading within, you know, your strengths or your personality type, then you can, then a lot of the emotion goes away. All that, you know, cold sweat and nervousness and shaking your leg or whatever you're doing when you're in a trade and you're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, if it goes 2 ticks against me, you know, you're all like, all that goes away. I remember when I when I started here, some guys in the chat were like, how the hell does this guy sit through these trades for hours? And he's like, looks like he's like just chilling. And I'm just chilling, dude. Because this is my style. This is more me. I tried to do the fast action stuff. I could probably do it, but I don't really like it. I like to do this. This is just what I like to do.
And this is the thing, right? Daryl could quite literally, all right, he could quite literally tell me, Sam, buy now, stop loss here, take profit here, and give me every perfect signal, and I guarantee you he'll end up the month profitable and I'll be at a loss because I wouldn't be able to do what he can do. Do you see what I mean? Even it's not the entry
and vice versa.
The difficult part.
And vice versa. You would the same with me. It would be the same way. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. Because we're just different people in our strengths, right? So it's not always about the strategy. It is about who you are as a person and make it the easiest route for you rather than changing completely different person and having to adopt a whole new personality and work years and years and years on becoming this whole new person just to kind of make one strategy work. Why not find a strategy that complements your kind of ability? And still to this day, you know, I'll be in a trade and I'll see, you know, I'm up 500 or something. What goes in my mind there a lot of the time is base hit, take the base hit, take it. And I just take it.
Right.
Just because I know from experience that is like if I start trying to hold it, a lot of the time it goes back into mental and I get out break even or get out at like a tiny win or loss. I'm like, damn, why didn't I take the damn 500 when it was there? You know, so
and that goes to your point of wanting to have a high win rate and you want to see those little profits. You want to see that works for you to accumulate over the day. it would eat you
exactly.
up, knowing like, I was 700 up unrealized, and I should have just got out. If it hit flatten, I would have had 700. But I waited, and now I'm negative 200 or whatever, right? And you're like, it would kill you.
Yeah.
I know it would. Because I hear it.
Yeah,
I hear you say it all the
100%.
time. You're like, oh no. So yeah,
It's so true. But literally, my brain always goes, this moment it goes like in my favor and I'm up a bit, base it, and I'm like, flatten, I'm out, good, I'm done. And I can relax.
Robert's like, okay, so back to trading like Sam, thanks. Because he tends to trade more like you.
I know, I remember back in the days, Robert. I remember back in the old old streaming days.
The initial.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
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 So Robert, if you don't mind asking, why did you change the style of trading? If it was working for you in the past, why did you change?
Yeah. And real quick, while that's happening, I did have, there was something at a little bit after 2 p.m. talking about the European Commission intends to propose tariffs of 50% on steel imports worldwide above a quota set at the 2013 levels on Tuesday. So, so I guess there's a certain quota where then they're going to, after that quota is met, then steel imports will have a 50% tariff on them, which is very interesting. That's, I can't read the full article, unfortunately.
To propose tariffs of 50% on steel imports worldwide. So anyone that's selling steel into the European, I guess the European Union, will have a 50%. That's massive.
But it's at whatever the quota is, like their import quota is.
I see that.
So the import, so whatever that level
above
is,
a quota set at the. It says it's set at the 2013 levels. The year 2013 levels? Is that what that is?
So you'd have to go look at 2013, whatever their import
you'd have to go
quota
look.
is on steel.
Yeah. Jesus. Wow.
So I don't know how significant that is, to be quite honest. It could be
By the way,
insignificant.
Just a little add-on here. I bought something over the weekend online. And it's not a crazy expensive item, a few $100s, but it's, for some reason, it's coming out of Singapore and it's being shipped to me, right, in California. And this is the first time I've experienced this now, where an exporter is charging me a tariff because I'm a U.S. citizen or reside in the U.S. So they're tacking on an extra 10%. It's not huge. I mean, it's not huge. It's not a big item, but it's like, hey, because we're selling it to the United States, there's going to be a 10% additional tariff added on. It made it very clear. And I had never seen that yet. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. They're starting to play hardball again a little bit. So,
Fair
it
play.
gets a little.
Yeah, it was interesting.
I think some stuff like that happens on eBay as well, but looks like we are moving to the closing, I guess the closing bell segment that we're going to be having shortly, right? So it's the last hour and a half of our trading, I believe, is what we're moving to.
No,
shortly.
No, it's the last half hour, I think.
Okay, yeah, that was going to say, because that should not be our production crew is talking about it. Yeah, we're still in power hour right now, so
I mean, we can end an hour early. If all right, it's fine by me.
I'm done.
Oh my god,
hilarious,
dude!
Nah,
1 hour early on that, but it's fine.
Good.
It's no big deal. 1 hour early on that.
We are in what we call now. We're in the power hour. Yeah, this is the power hour. So I think they'll probably change the header here for all of us.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Oh,
makes it interesting.
So Robert replied, He goes, I was doing better back then. I don't know. I just kept trying to refine. Then I refined my way out into something completely different. Remember back then, I was making profit back then and just needed to learn how to stop trading on bad days. Now I'm all screwed up again. All right. So, Robert, you have the simplest fix to becoming a profitable trader. This is the beauty. Go back to how when you were profitable, do exactly what you did back then. And on bad days, just simply have a cap of a max loss and a max win. That's it. That's all you got to do. All right. As long as your bad days were more, your good days were more than your bad days, because I'm assuming you were the type of trader, because I was exactly like you. I know this, how it's like, where you could have loads of good days and everything's fine, but then you have that one bad day and you wipe everything out, right? Or you blow your account or whatever because of one bad day, because you just over traded on that one bad day, right? So if that's your problem, all I did to fix that was just cap my loss, right? Either I lose $1,000 or I make $1,000. That's it. One or the other, whichever one comes first. And therefore, I know I'm only ever going to lose $1,000 on a bad day. It's not a big deal. And then the next day I make $1,000. Next day after that, make $1,000, whatever. Do you see what I mean? Because I would only have 2 or 3 bad days in a month. So as long as I cap it, it's not a big deal, right? There. It just forces me to stop trades. So that's all you got to do, Robert. You're that close. You don't realize how close you are from being a very good trader, like profitable long-term trader.
For sure. You got it, Robert.
Let's go ES. Let's go ES. Breakout. All-time high. Let's go. Come on. You're 2 points away. You can do it. Do it before power hour starts. Do it now. What does the chat think? Do you think we're gonna make new all-time highs in the ES in the next 5 minutes? Or do you think it's gonna take till the end of the day? Or do you think we're not gonna get there at all? It'll be a fake out. Dead cat bounce.
All-time high for ES.
I think we'll touch it. I think we'll touch it. That would be my guess.
I just realized we are at an all-time high.
I think we'll more than touch it. I think we'll more than touch it. Because we just made that 6,800 by, we just came exactly to that number and then we rolled over. So there's stops, there's fuel there, and I think it'll just kind of maybe do a little rip. I don't know if it'll continue, but I think it'll do, maybe go up, blow through it by 4 or 5 points, and then maybe where it goes from there, who knows? Because then again, we're in no man's land once again. Every time we make new all-time highs, we're uncharted territory.
Yeah,
as we all know.
How fun!
Yeah.
All right, Tom's going to check the Magic 8 Ball. You can tell me, Tom, what you think. What's that? Oh. Hey, you can, as long as you didn't take us with you to the bathroom, we don't want to. We're not on that close of an intimate basis with you. We're friendly, but we're not that friendly, right?
Oh man.
Well, Juan, you're saying no. Romel's saying it's possible. Okay, good. Yeah, we'll see, guys.
Personally, I think ES, and I'm the market oracle, the ES is going to make an all-time low today.
All-time low?
So zero.
Dude, that would be amazing.
Negative.
That would be amazing. I'm hitting reverse right now. That would be awesome. That would be insane.
Can
you imagine?
My goodness.
That would be incredible. That would be generational
with
wealth
no limit
by that.
With no limit down halts from the exchange, just rips 6,000 points, 7,000 points. Just oh my god!
Mm-hmm.
I would full port everything I have. I would.
Oh, dude, you'd make $1 billion. You'd make $1 billion in the day if that happened. Really, it would. If you think about it,
full
if you
port.
think about it, if it went that far,
And I would just
dude, look at this.
keep adding.
Just for giggles, let's check this out. 6,800 times 50. That's $340,000. Okay, and if you just put one contract on and shorted it all the way down, 340.
350.
Oh, let's just say you put on.
Okay.
Let's say you put on 50, 25, even 20. Watch this, 25 lots, dude. 8.5 million. 50 would be double.
That's actually
holy hell.
That's actually not that much.
I'll tell you what.
Wait a second. I expected more.
I'll tell you what.
I know. I know.
When the day that happens, I bet you the money that you get from that will be worth nothing. The day that happens.
Yeah, exactly.
We're looking at like
because the dollar exactly
we're looking at
for the market to crash like that. Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait.
That's what people are
I'll be
realizing.
trading the NAS, right? So 25,250 points. One contract's $20 a point times 20.
Yep. Yeah.
So it'll be $500,000 basically, 505,000 per contract for the NAS. You put on 50 contracts. Yeah, 25 mil basically.
Yeah.
That sounds too little.
That's good.
Yeah.
But if you put on 25 contracts in the ES, you're only getting 8.5. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I expected more. I thought it would be like
this is
billions. Why. But you're right. It's actually only.
Well, this is because this is.
I wouldn't say no.
But this is why. Of course, yeah, of course, exactly. That's why stocks are. When it comes to this with shares and stuff, that's why that stuff's good. But or crypto or something. But yeah.
I think the most valuable assets, most valuable assets when that happens will be flint and a bucket so that you can store rainwater.
Gunpowder.
No, I mean to start fires and lead. Be able to gather water.
I see what you mean. A flint like that.
That's
a flint to start fire. Yeah, like survival stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
What would happen?
Yeah, like a zombie apocalypse.
If there was like a virus or a bug, right, within the actual exchange that quoted the prices wrong, like just completely messed up. So it never truly dropped in value, but it just quoted it so wrong that it looked like a flash crash. And you were in, would they honor that? Would you, I don't know, what the hell would happen in that situation?
I don't know.
There's been situations where they have honored
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, I don't know. It depends on if people liquidated like money, the broker. I don't know, man. It would be crazy.
There'd probably be too many strings to untie or to untangle.
Oh, probably.
I feel like, but
yeah.
I mean, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Come on.
If I was like a charting provider, just for an April Fool's joke, I would change the price April Fool's, and everyone's just think about it. If you were like the world's biggest charting provider for whatever reason, right? And you decided to, for an April Fool's joke, instead of the ES being, at 6, 7, whatever, right? You just did one massive red candle that went all the way to like 4. Okay, you just printed that. And everybody would just start shorting it because they're believing it's real.
Everyone's triggered out.
All while.
Oh, dude.
Oh, man.
No, it would be horrible.
Dude.
I mean, would that be considered market manipulation? What would that be illegal to do? Because I think that would
be suing for emotional distress, probably.
No, because the data. The data from the CME or whatever exchange would be legit. It would just be how you, as a software provider, are transposing it or taking it and putting it into the charts. You could say, "Oh, It wasn't manipulation because we got it right from the exchange. We just, for some reason, we had a bug in our system that it put the wrong figures in, and whatever, like kind of thing. I don't know. That'd be the only way you could cover your butt.
I think you would get
Potentially
absolutely annihilated.
Oh yeah, you would.
I think you would get annihilated if you did that.
You would lose. You say goodbye to your customers. You'd be done.
Oh, not just that. You would definitely. I don't know. It depends who you affect. If you just affect retail traders, they don't care.
Right.
You affect any of the big boys, which I highly doubt you would. But
but the big boys would get bailed out. They would be fine. Like how you said, would they be like if there's a flash crash or something? Would they? What would the ramifications be? I bet you the big boys would be like put back to whole. Like, oh, we'll just disregard all those orders. They never happen. We'll redo all the ledger, make sure all the numbers are in the right places. And the little guys are like, yeah, screw you. You're on your own. Always happens.
So Tom says we'd have to look at the flash crash of 2010. Yeah, so I think that guy was a scapegoat, a bit of a scapegoat. Yes, he was, doing high frequency.
Yes.
No, spoofing. He was spoofing a lot. That's what he did. But it was all these high frequency algorithms that contributed to the flash crash that never got never even like, no one ever got done for it. And he was definitely pinned a lot of the blame on him. It wasn't like don't get me wrong, he was part of the problem, but he wasn't the reason for that flash crash.
No, I know what you mean. This is the problem with these algos. Yeah. And then once something gets triggered, they all tend to go, right? Because you can easily manipulate all of them if they're all programmed to identify certain moves or what have you. So all it takes is someone coming in and creating some kind of false narrative, if you will, in the market, and they're all triggered to do what they do. It can be like dominoes falling. Mm-hmm. It'd be crazy.
But yeah, he was spoofing. He was still guilty of some dodgy foul play in the market.
Oh yeah.
But can you imagine if you were him and you were like messing around and then all of a sudden you just caught like a massive flash crash? You're like, oh shit,
dude,
that can't be good.
Yeah. There's guys.
Yeah. If you were that ignorant of what you were doing and like that happens, oh my god.
Oh god.
That'll be crazy.
The first Google search I'll do, like countries that do not but the US can't arrest you in.
Extradite.
Extradite, that's the word.
Yeah.
Like, hell no.
Yeah. Little article just came out about the shutdown, talking about like, I guess there's a lot of tension right now with air traffic controllers here in the U.S. and that there's like 13,000 air traffic controllers that are also a part of the government shutdown, and like the union, the larger union that makes up the union is essentially urging them to stay on duties. And I'm assuming that they're saying this because they're hearing a lot of flack from the air traffic controllers, like, talking about possibly, not coming into work or whatever. But if you start to see like massive travel disruptions within the United States, that's not good. That is not good.
No,
that's a lot bigger than I feel like people would give it credit for. The fact, like, millions of people flying around constantly, at all times.
89. I better get into it. I'm going to ride this out. Got to ride this out. It's coming down to close to my entry. But we're getting near the start of power hour, so I need to hold on. Just go back to where I was before with my stop. I'm playing the long game on this, so I think there you go. Just 12, 2. Yeah. Any of you guys in the chat in a trade?
Yeah.
Sorry.
ECB's Lagarde did mention a few
What'd she
things, talking about the ECB is a good place, still anticipating growth in the second half of the year, but lesser than the first half of the year, essentially. And that they're data dependent on rates, just like the Fed, and then made a comment about immobilized Russian assets need to follow international rules. So there must have been some sort of question. Any EU decision on immobilized Russian assets needs to follow international rules. So okay, so something sparked that. I don't know why she mentioned that, but must have been some sort of question.
It goes back. Maybe go back to last week with Poland and stuff, and some of the things that Russia was doing, moving. I don't know, maybe drones or what have you. They're just trying to. I know they're all trying to be tough all of a sudden to get this thing. They're trying to stop everything. They're trying to stop this Ukraine war. They're trying to stop all this crap. All right, ES, let's go. Let's go. I gave you some legs. Let's run. Let's run.
Yeah, gold just started running.
That's a negative, Ghost Rider. I locked it up right when I told you. I'm just back testing something and listen. Oh, yeah. You're not trading today. You're done. Yeah. Did someone ask if he was trading? Tom?
He's trading. Oh, okay.
Oh, maybe Robert mentioned it. I watched a video. I watched a video about why the Dems aren't agreeing. I don't know if it is AI or what, so I don't know. If it's AI, I'm sure they messed with it pretty hard because they wanted all these dumb things back in the budget. Yeah, that's always what it is, man. Yeah, their pet projects and all their stupid stuff. That's why the Republicans have been holding pat, and they gave them many. I mean, we keep giving them whatever. I'm not getting into it, but yeah. Oh, I did. I'm sorry, Tom, if I did. Oh, I know what I did. I asked if anyone was in a trade, and you're saying no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did ask. Where's my head at?
What time's that 350 algo,
like,
Daryl? Just kidding.
Yeah, Spad, where are you? Come on, Spad. What time is that 350 algo? At 350? Oh, yeah, thanks. What time will it be tomorrow? He asked that also. What time will it be tomorrow? 350 again.
Yeah. Spad's the greatest. Honestly, if he just came in here every day and made that joke, wouldn't be mad.
I think him and Mr. Peeps, those two guys, and Tom definitely. What I love about Tom is he's got the American humor down. So we get like the British humor, the from Mr. Peeps and Spad, we get like the UK humor, and then Tom brings it real. Tom's like, hey, let me just full port it on you guys. That's right, baby.
Right, dude.
Yeah. New Orleans Saints and all. Tom's like, hey, yeah, I like the Saints. I do. I like their colors.
They're QB.
You're the Raiders.
They're QB.
And you had Derek Carr for a few years, so but he sucks now. But I love Derek Carr. So
not a fan of Spencer Rattler. Not a fan of him.
No. Not
much of a fan, if I'm being honest. I have a Drew Brees jersey from when I was like 16 because he was/is my favorite quarterback, generally speaking, of all time. Yep. So I was a big Drew Brees fan.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is it signed or you just got one?
No, I didn't have really much of a team that I followed. My whole family was Eagles fans, but I wasn't really an Eagles fan. And when I was obviously growing up watching football and watching Drew Brees, and because he was shorter, I think I just liked that he was shorter, and you always saw him looking up above all the linemen. So it made me feel better about myself. And I was like, hey, I could be a QB too if I was super athletic.
No, he's so tough,
capable
dude.
Of doing everything.
He was so tough for his size, and Kurt Warner and all these short guys, right? That won Super Bowls, and I love that. I think it's great.
Yeah.
So, are you not an Eagles fan? Like when they won the Super Bowl last year, were you rooting for them, or you're probably rooting for them, aren't you? Or not?
I mean, I'm just happy for my family that they won. I mean, like they were kind of like secondary, or so like.
Yeah,
I guess it just depends. Like if the Jags are playing them, then obviously I'm going to root for the Jags. But like, aside from that, I just want a good game.
Yeah.
I just want them to play well, and
Yep.
yeah, I'm not like rooting for them necessarily, to be quite honest. But I don't know why that is. I just never got into the
Spad says, are we talking about baseball? No, we could talk about baseball, though, because we got a good game here. We got a good game here in a few hours between Paul and I. We got a real good game.
Yeah, about to be on our way to a sweep here. The Dodgers.
No way. Well, if we win today, maybe, but we'll see. But the Yankees are getting their butts handed to them. The Yankees, I'm loving this. I think this is great. The Blue Jays are spanking them big time. Woo!
Yeah, I have no idea what you guys are talking.
It's okay. I know you don't.
I have no idea.
Actually, the Blue Jays, they're a Canadian baseball team. There's only one baseball team in Canada, in Toronto, and it's the Blue Jays. So they're part of the major league. They're part of the league. They have one team. We have one team in Canada. All the rest are American teams. It's kind of like hockey. There's 8 Canadian teams now. What is there? 1.
Good to know.
Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg,
Good
Ottawa, Toronto.
You know who would know about Sam?
7.
Or what you would know about? I was watching some highlight reels of the World Championship of English Darts. My guy Michael Van Gerwen, that guy, absolute beast.
Yes.
You don't? Do you actually follow English darts or no?
Michael Vanguard. Michael.
He's obviously a huge fan.
Totally. He's the son of the person that started the Vanguard.
Yes.
Exactly. And his brother is Charlie Blackrock.
Oh man. Gosh.
Oh my God, Spad. I'm more of a cricket guy, not into men touching each other. See, here we go, Spad. I told you he's good for something. This guy, he's awesome. His comments.
Spad is great.
That's so funny. I know, Tiger, man. Blue Jays are killing them. I love it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I will say that the ES is just chilling. ES will not
read
move.
Tom's comment. Read Tom's. Way to go, brother. So beautiful. Yes, Sam. The quarterback tosses the ball to the batter who hits it. The goal is to be under par at the end of the match. Basically like 3 or 4 sports thrown into one. Yeah,
I kind of got that. Yeah.
That is. Okay, yeah.
That's
funny.
good.
That was funny.
Good stuff.
Tom. All right. So let's see. We're getting close to the beginning of Power Hour here. Let's go, ES. Get up there. Let's go, ES. Let's go.
Yeah, maybe. Hopefully, we can get into this Power Hour and actually do something here, because these are some sluggish markets. I mean, gold at least just dipped like $3 an ounce, which is a lot. Yeah, I know. Gold is even not really doing much. So
I'm starting to see that maybe this is where the NQ dies off going up, and we're gonna start potentially pushing down. But I don't know.
I hope not. I don't want the NQ to go down, because that means the ES will go down.
I'm not like confident.
All right, let's eat through this
I'm
liquidity.
Just slowly seeing a few signs, but
we're gonna go.
that could happen.
We're
But
to 6.
It wouldn't surprise me if it just keeps going up.
Yeah.
Again, we're at all-time highs pretty much. So it's. I have nothing.
Oh no,
to base it on
we're
apart from
there.
the fact that there's a lot of trap volume at the top. That's literally it. That's the only thing I'm basing it on. That there might be a bit of a push down, but that's it. But it wouldn't be
which is a valid point. Definitely, because that's stuff we see. We observe that all the time, right? It's not unheard of that it happens.
Sure, but I wouldn't bet on it, especially when there's nothing, like nothing to the left of me to kind of support that, you know?
Yeah, right. Yep. I'm with you. I am with you. Anyone still waiting to see if Coach Tony puts up some pictures of him on the beach in a laptop, trading or something crazy.
I saw on his Instagram a picture of a Lamborghini. I think that was on the weekend on his story.
Was for real?
Yeah, for real. Well, I don't know whose it was. I don't know. It was just a picture of a Lamborghini on the street, so I don't know. But,
okay.
He decided to post that on Instagram.
I would think he's down. Yeah, it must have been older, maybe, because I would think he's down there already. Yeah, that's crazy.
His next purchase with his payouts from Hola Prime.
Yes, that's right.
Come on.
All right, come on, hold steady here.
Making that Lambo money.
Heck yeah.
All right. Come on. There you go.
It's just hilarious that like the first thing I think of when I think of like I want a car is I just want like a Toyota Camry. That's literally all I want. I don't care. I don't care about anything. I just want a Toyota Camry. That's all I want.
Good, reliable car.
No,
it's just gonna never go wrong.
When you get older,
it will never give you a headache.
You get yeah, no, seriously. Yeah. Especially if you're commuting or going to play like around anywhere in the city or stuff, you don't want to attract attention. You don't want to have to like worry about where you're parking your car and all this. You just want to thing starts, AC's cold, you're just ready to roll. It's just dependable, it's easy, it's quiet, it's just
a good, reliable car. That's what I want. I want something good and reliable. I don't want to pain in the ass. I don't want something that keeps beeping at me and telling me I'm doing everything wrong and it's going to fall apart. I don't want just...
Sam doesn't want to have to do his turn indicators by turning a dial on the steering wheel. He wants to do the actual stock, the regular way. Just,
I don't need something telling me that I need to adjust the levels on my flux capacitor or whatever alien technology there is in the hood of my car.
Hey, Spad's got a Corolla. Cool, man.
Heck yeah.
If you want a reliable car, you buy a car that every taxi driver drives. Here in the UK, you always see them driving Toyotas. Maybe a Volkswagen Passat, 1.9 diesel. Like, it just never goes wrong.
Yeah.
Skoda. Right. Just a good, reliable, all-round,
For sure.
Changing your blinker fluid, Tiger. That's the worst.
Your blinker fluid. Oh, man. Filling up your tires with premium air. That special premium air.
Stuff is... It makes a difference, though. It makes a difference to the ride quality. Keeps your tires fresh as well.
Makes your car lighter. Put helium in them, and then it rolls better, and then it just floats. Get better gas mileage.
That'd be awesome. I think the Nissan GTR, like stock, like the wheels, the tires had, it wasn't helium, but it was some other gas. Apparently it makes it more stable.
Yeah, and they'll put nitrogen in them.
Ridiculous.
Nitrogen.
Nitrogen,
Yeah, they do.
Like,
they do, yeah.
God.
There's
if you get flat, we've got to do nitrogen with me.
You get a flat, then they'll put it with regular air unless the tire shop's got nitrogen, I guess. I don't know.
Nitrogen only tires.
Wow, this is just Chop City and gold right now. I mean, everything is
They do, Robert.
I
think the Costco tires, they put that in there. In those. The nitrogen. Because they have those little green caps that they put on the stem. to let you know. I mean, I don't know. What do you, if you're low on air and you need to go to a regular air compressor to put regular air, is it going to do something to put air in with that? I don't think so, but I don't know why they use it. Yeah. See, Tom has nitrogen in his tires too. Tom, I didn't know you drive chitty chitty bang bang and you fly in the air all the time, but that's cool. That helps you. Does that help you observe the roofs and you can canvas your territory for where to door knock and sell more, re-roofs or whatever you want to call them? He's like, let me just get in my car and I'll fly around like chitty chitty bang bang. Like Pippi Longstocking.
Oh man, I don't know why you saying Pippi Longstocking made me think of like
I loved Pippi Long. I love those, dude. I used to laugh my head off on every time we watched that stuff as kids. I loved that stuff. Cracked up.
Makes me think of like
all the time.
Mary Poppins and stuff, and like falling asleep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. But the Pippi Longstocking stuff was pretty funny because she was just funny.
Yeah, I never watched the Pippi Longstocking stuff. I never watched any of that. I mean, it makes sense.
Oh, dude.
I was born in.
I was laugh your butt off.
Born in this century. Just kidding. I wasn't born in this century actually, but.
I was going to say, I was like, wait a second.
I was just trying to make an old Daryl joke, but it just wasn't panning out. It really.
I actually think they were made. I think they were made like in the 60s or maybe the 70s in Sweden. It's hilarious, and it's all like dubbed. So they talk and they're like their mouths are like all like they're speaking Swedish, but it's like, Tommy, oh my God, it's so funny. It's the funniest stuff. That's what makes it even more funny.
Yeah, 100%. All right.
Oh yes, here with the Mary Poppins. Here we go, Tiger. Here we go. Julie Andrews, baby. Start singing it. Can you sing like Julie Andrews, Tiger? I think you can. All right. Yes. Yeah, we need to go north here. This is not cool.
Gold is trying to consolidate above its previous all-time high that it made well, it's hard to say previous because the all-time high that was made this morning at essentially 10:55 a.m. Eastern was the all-time high until about 12 p.m. Eastern, which then we made a new all-time high of 39.94 half. And now we're hovering right above that previous area of 39.82, which is like the previous all-time high of the morning, essentially. So it looks like we're trying to get to the long side here in gold. So this is the only thing I think I can trade this afternoon if I'm going to make a trade. God damn. All right. What do we see? So makes sense. Headline: Gold blast past 39.50 as shutdown uncertainty fuels Haven rush. So you're seeing a lot of people start to get even more, slightly worried as each day passes by. Put some money into gold. Silver's not doing as well today. It's kind of just hanging out where it has been hanging out throughout the morning and still at the 48.50 area. A lot of consolidation there, but it is trying to make a little bit of a move higher with gold. It's trying to. What else?
Come on, buyers. Step in. Step in.
Well, they're stepping into gold. It's starting to go.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, this actually might be a good time. Okay. Wow. Okay. The S&P 500, the XLK is up 1.42%. So tech is really what's making the push. Tech and consumer discretionary are both 0.86% for consumer discretionary, 1.4% for the XLK.
Consumer discretionary, really?
Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Don't know what to think about that.
I don't either. What?
I did get long gold really quickly. I got long 1 mini for just looking for a quick $1 gain here, $1 an ounce gain. And it is having some trouble. Come on. Go.
Yes,
Go.
let's get cracking, dude.
Go gold.
I don't care if the gold pulls it up. I don't care what pulls it up. Let's go. There we go.
That gold
there we go.
Gold is
trying.
Nice. I like when you move it.
But the thing is, the problem is this is looking very weak right now, and I don't like it at all. Like this is the problem with gold at this time of day: is the volume is much lower, and you could just have a move against you immediately. So that's why I just moved my stop up, even though we were only, I'm only like 8 ticks in the money.
Look
at that. So there we go.
Look at that, dude.
So it's trying.
It may still go.
Trying to go.
It's gonna go. Come on, ES, follow suit. Damn it. Let's go.
All right, let's just take that. Let's take that.
Wow,
cool. That was
dude,
good. That was a good little breakout. Look at that, dude.
Wow,
And then it just
immediately.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking
Good
about.
job,
Gold,
though.
you can't
That's
trust
perfect.
it. Let's go back to the ES.
That was a great trade, though.
Thank you.
It was very good.
Let's update that. PNL.
Come on. Come on. No, gold did not touch 4,000.
Not as of yet. And a lot of sellers just came into gold there at 39.88 where I got out. So we'll see if they get busted through. There's a couple hundred contracts sitting on the offer, which is pretty decent for this. Well, very decent for this time of day, especially.
If gold hits 4,000, I would be careful about holding it.
Yeah.
I would think you get some pretty strong profit taking after. You can get back in later. It's not going anywhere, but I think it's gotten so far, so high. 4,000 is a major psychological level. I mean, $4,000 an ounce. So if it gets a little bit above it, it may be all she wrote for a bit, a week or so, a few days, whatever.
Big offers popping up on gold. So we just actually ate through one of them at 39.88. I'll show my screen.
May
here
get to
again.
4.
So it looks.
It may get to 4. May get to 4 before the day's over.
Yeah. There's a decent bit of volume that just got eaten through right here, and then at 39.90 right here, there's a 200 contracts sitting there, and then at 39.94 there's another 200 contracts. So each of these blobs is going to be a liquidity area, and then I think the final area is the 4,000 area. So at 4,000 there's another like 160 contracts or so that we would then see in this area. So
Bitcoin's almost 126,000. Oh, come on. Come on, yes. We can do this. We can do it. All right. Jeez. Come on, man.
all right. Yeah, I'll switch back to the ES charts here. If anything in gold happens, I'll let everybody know. But yeah, no, geez, man, the ES just looks bleh.
I think it's gonna
Sorry,
pop.
Daryl.
It
looks
no, I think
gross,
I think
but-
it's gonna pop. I know it does, but we're in that area. We're okay. We're just
Yeah,
above
there's some
that
good
last
support
band.
here.
Yeah,
Like this is where
that
you want
exactly.
to. I
That's
feel
what
like you want to
I'm
see that. Yeah, exactly. So I think
I'm okay. I think we're okay.
you could definitely, yeah, could have a turn up still.
A turnip or a potato or a radish.
Turn
or a
up.
beet.
And folks, I know we've said it a couple times before, and you might sound like a broken record, but we do appreciate you stopping by and hanging out with us. And if possible, if you haven't liked the stream and subscribed already, we would very much appreciate it. It really goes a long way for us,
please.
since we're relatively a new channel, and we got all this new programming and stuff now, and it's just we're fine-tuning everything, and it's getting better and better, and it's thanks to you guys and gals, so we appreciate it.
We're at 46 likes. Let's get to 50. Can we get to 50 in the next 2 minutes? We need 4 likes. Bring some new people in to tell them. Bring them. Let's get past 50. Can we get to 75 by the end of the session in 45 minutes? Can we get to 75? That would be great. I think we could do it. We got the best viewership in the world here. These are the serious traders.
So.
Yeah.
Exactly. Traders helping traders
Come on,
out.
Tom, get all those pigeons with laxatives to like us. It says 38. You got to refresh. You got to refresh it, Robert. Yeah.
Guys, give me 2 minutes. I just need to quickly do something. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Back end, you don't have to take me off.
Yep.
I'll literally be 2 minutes.
Let's go, ES. Let's go, ES. Oh, man.
All right. A little bit of retracement in gold after almost touching that 39.90 blob that I have there with the 100 or 200 contracts on the offer. So it didn't quite get to it to even try to eat through it, but might have to retrace a little bit here, consolidate to then move upwards.
Yeah, it'll come back
through it.
Yeah, it'll come back, I think. I think so. I mean, the fact that we're doing all this with a government shutdown in the U.S. is pretty wild.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
And then earnings, equities earnings, we don't have anything today, really. After the close, Constellation Brands, it's nothing big.
Yeah.
Even tomorrow, there's nothing big. Nothing big all week.
Right.
Delta Airlines on Thursday. There's one. PepsiCo. Okay. We got Delta and Pepsi. That's about it. Ah, you suckers. You ES sucker. What are you doing? Gotta hold. You gotta hold this low volume here. You can't go below 90. I'll give you till there. Come on. Oh,
Going, just looking at some news.
Oh, good
here.
job. Thanks,
Sure
Tiger.
that there's
Perfect. Tiger, awesome. Way to get around it.
Hey, appreciate it.
Sam says, I'll be no more than 2 minutes. And Tom says, okay, we'll see you in 30. It's so true. He always does it. He's like, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. And we're like, where the hell did he go?
He'll be back. He'll be back. Shutdown layoffs will be a judgment call by, as of just 2 minutes ago, Senate Republican leader Thune, I don't even know how you pronounce their name. Shutdown layoffs will be a judgment call by the White House. Speaking, so they're speaking. He's speaking to reporters, to reporters right now. So
saying about the specific jobs and stuff that the government will start laying off or stopping for a bit.
Yeah,
these guys, these freaking guys. Yay! All right, thanks, Tom. Got his bro. Oh, come on, ES. Are you gonna do this? I know what you're gonna do. I know you're gonna roll.
Let's go. I see the update. 52 likes. We made it. We did it. We did it. Love it.
All right. That was fast. That was sweet. Way to go.
Awesome.
I knew our chat can do it. I knew our guys can do it. Woohoo!
The best. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it so much. Thank you so much.
We're making a new all-time
thank you
high.
enough.
We're making new all-time highs on the days indices are making all-time highs, possibly. And gold.
Yes.
Yeah, if we're in all-time high territory, guys, Hola Prime TV needs to be in all-time high territory. So just remember, high tide raises all boats. We're trying to help everyone raise their equity curves, their account balances.
Yes.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Exactly, Tom. Squirrel rap time. Hilarious.
I got my brother to
All
like
right,
it.
come on. What was that?
I'm just reading the comments.
Sam, you came back early. Sam got back early.
I said I'll be 2 minutes, and I was only 5.
I know. Tom's like, we'll see. Tom says we'll see you in 30, Sam.
Should have pulled out the stopwatch there. Dang it. Oh gosh. Well, gold is retracing pretty nicely now, so maybe give another opportunity for a long at some point, but not in the short term at the moment. What about silver? Silver looks not great either, so stay away from that. Do you, Daryl, are you looking to possibly get out of this ES trade if it goes below like 67.88 or something, or 67.87 maybe?
I'm looking to get out. I'm looking to get out now, practically.
Yeah.
I'm the only reason I'm I'm just, it's at the top of this other former resistance, which is now support, right? We talked about this. I don't know. It's crazy because
unfortunately, VWAP kind of far down too at 67.84. So if we came down there, it's just a little tough.
Oh, you suckers! Really? 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 Hold here. Come on, buyer. I need one big buyer to push it the other way. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, dude, it came within one tick of me. Ooh.
The market oracle spoke. Dropped down. When will you learn, Daryl?
Yeah.
You never go against
Damn that oracle.
oracle's word.
Damn that oracle. We hate that guy. God.
It's not even trading. It's not even strategies. I'm only the market oracle because this is a simulation, and you are all NPCs of my simulation. This is all. You're all figments of my imagination. The market, everything, and therefore, whatever I speak comes into existence. I have the power. Like if I say, for example, make it red. Oh, and look, there's red color behind me. You know?
Oh my god!
Jesus, I can't look.
Make it
I can't
green.
look. There you go. Wow. There you go. Keep it on green. I like the green.
Make it blue.
There we go.
Yeah, this may be a situation where we don't
Controlling
get
the
to the
simulation.
68 today, where we get in the overnight, and maybe the high is in.
Possibly.
But I don't know. I don't know. It's so annoying. You get within 2 points. You got within 2 points. It's gonna. I mean, dude. Come on.
Do you want to switch to Daryl's screen since he's actually in a trade? That will be probably good.
Yeah, let's do that. It's a good idea.
Oh,
Do you know what we haven't said today, Daryl? And I feel let down that we haven't said it once. I feel like we need to say it.
So salt and peppers here.
With my son.
Was that it?
We haven't said
my
that.
son. With my son. Yeah, we need to. That's right. With my son. I like to trade all-time highs with my son. Come on. Come on.
Look, that gold trade, we're just trying to find that one trade. We're trying to do it again and again and again. See you then.
See you then.
I love it. Puts a smile on my face.
It does. It does.
Because that is
It's
what
so
you're doing.
funny,
That's genuinely what you are looking for. You're looking for that's exactly the message, though. You're looking for that the strategy essentially that where you can make that the same trade over constantly and have some relatively predictable probabilistic results. That's the whole point of it. It's a really good lesson, but we just laugh because Troy does it in the best way possible. So that's the only reason. It's just the best. So good.
I'm laughing
exactly
at
what you
Tom.
want to hear.
I'm laughing at Tom. Oh my god.
As Tom said. That voice, Daryl, it's across.
I think you mean what I said. Push it real good.
Yeah.
Oh no. So salt and peppers here. Oh. That's funny, dude. Yeah, that's funny. That'd be real funny. All right, ES. I gave you plenty of leash. Now it's time to come home and reward me. I let you run out into the field. Derelicious.
Got some
Yes.
support.
You need to bully
Very
it,
well.
Daryl.
Great play on
You're being
words,
too nice.
Tiger.
Oh my
Fergalicious
gosh.
stuff. I should. Derelicious stuff. Derelicious.
Turn up the pressure and the
Trading
heat on
ES,
the ES,
making
Daryl.
lots of money. I'm gonna come up with this. I'm gonna come
Watch
up with
it.
some lyrics for this.
Watch it start
Wow.
respecting you,
What's
Daryl. Turn up the pressure. Turn up the heat on the ES. Talk to it like you.
Turn up the heat. You want me to talk badly to
You
it,
know.
like you do? You want me
Yeah.
to talk badly to it, the way you
Watch it
treat your
respect you right
NQ?
now.
No.
All right, I'll do it for you. ES.
No.
You're an old man.
Here we go.
You're an old useless man.
Do
now.
it.
All the young guys like NQ, they're overtaking you. Look at you sitting there. You barely push it up. You can't get it up. ES.
Oh my god.
You're pathetic.
Oh jeez, dude.
It's hilarious. Oh, it's so funny.
Show the world what you're
It's
made of.
working.
Push it up now.
Shall we get a
Forever
wheelchair
be a
for you?
failure.
Yes. Come on. Let's go.
Gosh.
Darylicious to the dictionary, so we'll never think I misspelling. That's fun. Oh my god, he did. That is hilarious, Tom. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is great.
There you go. It looks like the ES is listening.
Come
Still
on,
gotta bully him a
ES.
bit more.
All
Come
right.
on.
Slap you around. Let's go, ES. Is this all you're made out of? Come
ES
on,
is
man.
up.
Come on. You came so far, and then you just chicken out like a coward. You can't get back up there. Let's go. Get up there. That's right.
Be a man, ES.
Come
Be
on.
a man.
Drop it. Give me 30, not 20. Give me 30. Let's go. Private. Get up there. Move it. Move it, ES.
I mean, technically, you just told it to drop. So it might actually
Yeah, well,
drop now
no.
if you told it to drop. It might drop 20 or 30
okay.
points because it might understand.
Give me 30 pull-ups.
I don't think it knows
Give me
what you were
30
saying there,
pull-ups.
Daryl. You got to be a bit more.
Give me 30 pull-ups, not push. Give me, go up.
You're confusing the poor fella. Look at him. He doesn't know what he
Lord.
wants to do now.
Is it this technical? Is it that technical? Come on. Really?
Oh no.
Oh, you little sucker. I'm gonna slap you.
I mean, he's technically
Yes.
doing what you asked. So.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
Now
it looks
pay
like
attention to me.
looks like the ES now has migrated away from that, general distribution, and it's trying to reject the lower end. Like, where I don't know, it's kind of looking a
I
little
don't know
bit
what it's doing.
not too good.
I'm hoping it'll just hope it'll shock me. Shock the world. Turn around and
Yeah.
just boom.
Oh, gold is going up again. It consolidated finally and starting to make its turn up, trying to get back to that liquidity of 39.90.
Man. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my God, Tiger. Are you serious? Did you do this on ChatGPT?
Oh
Wow.
my gosh. That's
He
great.
rewrote the song. Rewrote the song Fergalicious by Black Eyed Peas, but changed the name to Darylicious. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, this is great. Oh my
What is
freaking God,
going?
Tiger.
What is going on
God
right
dang
now?
it.
The U.S. government.
I don't like this.
Oh, it just dropped. Yeah. U.S. government,
I'm
just
done.
like a few minutes ago,
I'm
U.S.
done.
government at the Chicago hearing, the Texas National Guard is in transit to Illinois. The Texas National Guard?
Chicago.
What?
Yeah, they're moving.
No,
They're moving
yeah.
them wherever they're available, I guess. I don't know. Like they were moving the California National Guard to Portland, which I don't know. Doesn't Oregon have? Every state has their own National Guard, so I don't know why. I don't know what
This is.
I don't know what.
Yeah, just I don't understand why specifically the Texas National Guard is going. It's interesting
Because Pritzker, the Illinois governor, won't order his own National Guard to look good in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why. I think it's because some of these governors, like the Oregon governor, wouldn't call his own National Guard to help Portland with all this crazy violence. So Trump's like, and I don't know how he's able. He got shot down. The judge overruled it, but somehow he got the California National Guard over the weekend to travel north to Oregon. So but Newsom doesn't like that stuff. So why would they do it? I don't know I don't know how that happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Yes, I've been very kind to you. Oh, point of control just came up here. Finally. After all that, you finally migrate up. Back to where you were when you first opened on the day. 67.89.5. Okay. Now let's keep marching. Go up.
Texas did not move the markets bad. And Otra, Tony will be back next week. He's on vacation this week, so he took a nice little vacation for himself. He just needed to get away for a week, and he'll be back, though, next week.
He had to get away from me. I don't blame him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Man, I need a vacation.
Soon enough. 1 month, right? 1 month for you.
Oh, I actually booked one. Yeah, 1 month, 8 days. No, 7 days. It would be.
1 month, 7 days.
But who's counting?
Hours, 37 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm not counting.
Man.
I need to escape.
So salt and pepper's here. So salt and pepper's here.
My dreams are now filled of salt and pepper, and just I'm going insane.
Yeah, I saw something like that, Robert. Robert's got the news, man. Robert's. Where's Troy, homie Troy? Oh, hang on. Troy, would you like to say hello to Spad? Let's talk. Let's talk to. He's still on vacation.
Is he still on holiday?
I think so.
Yeah, he was on vacation for 2 months, or 2 months. Geez,
2 weeks.
2
weeks. He was going to be cryogenized. He was going to go to the moon, and then to Mars. And then, Troy, would you like to say hello to Spad? Would you? All right, let me turn it up a little bit. Say hello. I got you on speaker for you. Say hello.
What's up?
Oh
Love
my
it.
God. Oh, Troy, we miss you, man. That never gets old. Never gets old.
I've seen some other guy besides Sam doing the Facebook ads now. Who is that guy? Bravo, Zulu. Tom, who is that guy? I actually don't know.
Bravo, Zulu.
We
don't know who that guy is.
Taking my ad spots. Damn. I'm going to have a word with him. That's my job. Stepping on my territory, on my turf. Nah. Well, we've hired a bunch of people. Yeah. Be nice to the new ad guy.
Yeah. Sam can't do it all.
My
I mean, I
face
know
was,
he does everything essentially, but
my face was losing us clients every time my face popped up. We saw a decline in.
Imagine if they like came out to you and told you that, like, by the way, we're seeing just a continued decrease in engagement.
It's like, Sam, no more swimming, no more spa day. You can't do that. It disturbs the clients. They're a little disturbed by it.
Oh man,
no more. Yeah,
it's a shame. Funny. Shame. I thought the people would like it. You know, I thought they would want to see me swim, see me jog.
Yeah.
You know my cooking part. Do you even see what I'm cooking? It's literally
nope.
It's literally just
it's pasta or something. I don't know what it is.
Literally just
fresh
pasta.
ingredients. That's what you're cooking.
All I did,
yeah.
All I did was throw some pasta in a pot and just did this. No, I didn't even eat it. Like
he didn't eat it. He threw it out.
I chopped up one pepper, and after I was like, "All right,
I know.
cool.
I saw you chop a pepper.
Done."
So he's like, "I'm done." Hey, look. Troy has Troy has a half swing, dude. He's on his porch and he just does a half back swing and he doesn't even follow through.
I just think of
I don't even know what he's doing.
I just think of you going like fresh local ingredients and then the camera shuts off. You just throw everything in the trash.
I know. That would be the best. That would be the best. Yes, I know, Spat. They're both back at the open. I know they are. I know.
Dude, I'm
hoping not for long.
That's too funny.
That is so funny. I can just see him chop, chop, chop,
God.
chop. Cut.
Dude. Oh gosh, man.
The best part was when you were jogging and you said you had to do like 5 takes and you were starting to get out of breath at the end. You're like, keep myself healthy. He's like huffing and puffing. Oh. God, that's funny. That is so friggin' funny.
I'm glad these videos are not being on loop anymore.
I know. Thank God.
I'm just. Thank you just for
hopefully it's over.
Giving me that laugh. Oh my goodness, I needed that one. That was fantastic. Oh goodness.
Oh, dude.
They're all good videos though. They're good videos.
They really are. I mean, you think we did it ourselves. We're not experts. We just record.
They were actually genuinely good.
Funny though. Oh my God. But I remember I saw Sam's. I was asking questions about it, and I got sent a couple of videos. I got like Laura's, and I got Sam's, and I was like, "Holy crap! How am I going to make this? This is damn good. Both these are freaking good." And then I got sent Michael's, and I was like, Jesus, he's like hanging out the pool with his baby and shit. What am I gonna do? I'm like, what the hell? And I didn't want to I'm not putting my kids on, or no, I'm not, I'm protective of that stuff. So I'm like, no, man. I'm like, what the hell? What the hell is this? I'm getting one upped everywhere I go. It was crazy.
Yeah.
There's one scene in your video that cracks me up, Errol. And I don't know why.
Mine?
But then,
which one?
It's like there's like a TV behind you. And you're just like crouching next to the TV, smiling.
I don't know why. I don't know why. I know.
It's like 1 second in your
I don't know
video.
why.
It's just.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. I know. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the hell. I don't even know why. There's half the stuff on there is like junk. It's filler.
Yeah.
Spad, you're long. You're long in what? The ES or the NQ, or both? All right, come on, ES. Don't let me down now. Don't let me down. Don't let me
Some
down.
funny stuff, man.
Oh, I know.
So funny, man.
I know. The Troy one is funny though. I mean, I just, I can't. I crack up all the time. I crack up all the damn time. Oh my god, more than any other video with Troy.
I don't know. I don't know. It's
he's just so funny. You're just so funny. Hey, I'm Troy Epperson, and these are all my monitors.
okay. You know what's funny is like, dude, I think that Sam's just genuinely makes me smile so much, like because of the way that Sam describes himself. That's why I laugh so hard, because of the way that Sam describes himself. Like I'm saying, like outside of the video, like when he's talking about his own video, I think about him talking about his own video, and it makes me crack up. Like not even the video itself; it's just him commenting about his own video. That makes me.
It's
laugh.
Because we know. I think because we know the coaches now, and we've all kind of given feedback of what went on, like when you were filming it and stuff, like how you were saying you were on the fairway and you were trying to play with this other couple, and you're like, you guys gotta wait, I gotta record all this, and Sam's like, he's at the spot, he's like, it's like a kid's birthday, and he's like, I can't take the camera out. It's so freaking funny, dude. It's so funny. Oh, the people that watch it don't know. They don't know what went behind.
Of course.
Come on.
Spad said he was long, but he got smoked. Yeah, I mean, you know what's interesting? I will say what's interesting on the ES right now, at least. Yeah, I'll take a look at the Nasdaq in a second. Nasdaq looks nowhere near as good, but the ES at least is consolidating above the value area high level of 37.89. So it's like there's some good support there at the moment. So that's the one thing that's going for you, Daryl.
The one thing I've got going for me is MOC. Maybe.
That's true.
Maybe.
Possibly.
MOC. So 7 minutes if you can hold out.
Yeah.
Come on. That's. Oh gosh. I'm gonna refrain from what I was about to say.
Oh, you don't need to refrain.
Oh no, I have to, for sure.
Okay.
It's gonna.
All right. Come on, ES, get up there.
I'll bring it up.
Yep. No, I got it. I'm just teasing. There we go. Come on. Sam talks badly about you and the NQ, but I don't. I know you can do it. You're a good boy. And you just wanted to have a little reprieve today. You were a little tired. You wanted to take a nap, but now you're ready to finish strong. Ready to climb the stairs. You got about 15 steps to make. Let's go. 1.1 step. Let's do it. Let's just do it. 15 steps from here, you'll get to 68.05. That'll be perfect. Let's do it. Start walking.
Come on.
Mush.
Mush.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Tomorrow, we really don't have anything coming up, like in terms of news, except for just literally every Fed member. I feel like every Fed member is speaking. Bostic, Bowman, Mirren, Kashkari.
I know.
And then Mirren again. Mirren's speaking twice tomorrow.
Mirren, because Mirren's Trump's boy. Mirren's Trump's boy right now. But yeah, Kashkari is Kashkari is probably one of the smartest ones there. He's pretty damn good. And I like Goolsby. I like Austin Goolsby to a degree. But these guys are all talking. They all contradict each other. And the fact that there's nothing going on. I mean, we got no earnings. There's no nothing. It's like dead. It's dead, except for maybe we get some information on the government shutdown. Maybe these boys will come back and try to take a vote, try to get their constituents together, but they gotta get their act together here. Absolute joke. If they don't get this thing done, they should be fired. No one should reelect any of these clowns. I mean, what the hell? What are they elected for? They're all corrupt anyway. Yeah, Spad.
Yeah.
Great question. We asked that earlier. We were talking about you. Hey, Paul, what time is the 350 algo? Do you know when that hits?
Yeah. I think I might be wrong, but I think maybe 350. I don't know. Maybe that might be a little wild.
Right. I think you're right. The market makers didn't stop you. I'd go back to your entry. You know how this works. You know this game. You know this game's bad.
What's interesting is NQ's melting, but by the looks of it, ES is still stuck in that range. Like NQ is proper melting down.
Yes. Come on, ES. Defy logic. Defy. Show them what you're made of. Get up there. Get up there. Get up on this. Get up on this. Come on. Ooh, baby, baby. Baby, baby. Get up on this. Dun, 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 dun. Man, I've been in this trade for like 3 hours or something, maybe more. I've added to it, but I mean, I started the trade way the hell back. I don't even remember. Before we got off, that was 8:30. It's been like 4 hours, more than that. Oh, come on now. Don't go the way of the NQ. Oh, the book's getting thin. I'm getting scared. I'm getting scared.
2 minutes till MOC. Can you hold out?
You need to just, yeah.
Then we're going to
I'm
up
not
a little
gonna,
bit now.
I'm not gonna wait forever to get here and bail out now. So, come on, let's go up, up, up and away, up, up and away. Let's go. Let's go, people. See what we got here.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. A little more energy. Little more energy.
Come on.
You can do it. You can do it.
If we can get above 67.90, if we can close at 67.92, maybe on like the 1 or 5 minute chart or something, if we can just have a nice little close at 67.92, I think maybe then we have literally 30 seconds till MOC. So
yeah,
I guess that's not.
Right
yeah,
now,
we'll see.
It's either going to go north or it's going to take me out. Which way to the North Pole? I like that. Keep going. Which way to the North Pole? Come on. I want some heavy.
Here we go.
Heavy buyers. Let's go.
Let's see.
Let's go.
We're going to go up.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Hey!
But can we hold
MOC
it?
to the rescue.
Can we hold it? Can we hold it? We're not quite above my... Take it flatten. Come on. Get up there. Push through. Push through. Come on. I'm giving you room. All right, let's see what the number is at. I don't see it yet. Paul probably sees it.
Oh yeah, I can pull it up real quick here. So it's negative
No, I
400
got it.
million for the S&P 500, negative 157 for Nasdaq, negative 200 million for the
Relatively
Mag
small.
7.
All right. Watch it go north, even with that negative. Watch it. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I hate when financial juice seizes like this. What the hell? It does this every time. All right. There you go. Get up there. Get up on this. Where's liquidity play? I think it's still going north.
Where is liquidity?
It's going to end up going right when we get off the air. It's going to go right up to the top, and then boom, we're done.
Liquidity.
So maybe I'll do this every day. So we'll have a trade. We'll have something to watch as we get off stream.
Mm-hmm.
It'll just become
Yeah,
a little
right.
thing. You know?
Wow.
Unless we got something exciting.
We've got 10 minutes
going
left.
on, but no, it's going. Let's go.
Let's see what happens.
Come on.
Anything can happen.
Come on. Yes.
I'm looking at gold still. I might even make a gold trade still before we get off in the next 8 minutes. I'm just watching it carefully here.
Yep. I don't blame you. 4,000, here we come.
All right.
Yeah.
Full port. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, right. You're funny.
Yeah. Come on. It's the clouds are parting. The liquidity's pulling away. Let's go. Let's go like a hot air balloon. Where's Eric Lake? I need a hot air balloon to pull you up. Let's go. Come on. Push up. Push. Push.
Gotta push. Gotta push through that. Come on.
Yeah, it's giving me an indication that I want to.
So different.
They do.
There we go. More buyers coming in. There we go. Come on, a little more. Get up to 95. There you go. You're a good boy. I'll never talk badly about you again. Sam will make you pasta and bell peppers. We'll make sure it'll be good. You'll eat it. It won't be bad. He won't poison you. It's going to keep you healthy. It's going to exercise.
It's good food.
Oh, wait, what is it? Oh, you want beans and toast instead? You want beans and toast?
I definitely ate everything I cooked that day, and there was no chance that after the camera was off that I ordered Uber Eats. That definitely did not happen. Soon as the camera was off, I was like, yeah, 2 large pizzas, please.
Oh, man. You know what would be funny? If we see Sam and he's like in the new video or something, he's chopping up some vegetables or something. He's got like 4 or 5 Band-Aids on his fingers because he keeps cutting himself and he's like all covered up. He's like chop, 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 chop. Like, I keep hacking. You keep cutting off a piece of my finger.
Oh, man.
Go up now. No, go up now. Yeah, it's breaking loose a little bit. No, you got to go the other way. No, you go the other way. Turn around and run the other way. This is very frustrating.
Garbage.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? The 55 algo will move it. It is moving. Yeah. It's bad. You're jinxing me. 55 algo. All right. Get to the top and watch the last minute. It'll make a little bit of a move. Come on. Come on. Let's do it. Oh, man. Point of control is not, it's going to end up staying here today. We're going to close up here. If we don't make a new all-time high, we'll have the upper distribution, I think, locked in. So we'll see what happens in the Asian session. If we don't hit it now, we will probably hit it then. Come on. I don't like this. You're too close. Oh, my God.
It would be nice if it at least doesn't falter below 67.89. If we can stable above that area, if we can close above that at the end of the cash session at least, I have some bullish sentiment going into tomorrow. I would have.
Come on, buyers.
Assuming the overnight doesn't bring any crazy headlines, but
get up there.
Get up on this.
We all think the same thing now.
Get up on this. Yeah. Yes. Get up there. Get up on this. So salt and pepper's here.
Why not?
So salt and pepper's here.
How do you take this shit, man?
Two and a half minutes till cash close.
Yes, but who's counting? Me.
Definitely you. You being in your trade, you're just like, man, counting? I want this trade to be over with. I just want this to be done with.
What bothers me was I was well in the money up here at 97-ish, and I could have gotten out not once but twice, and I held. I hate that.
Got right up to break even there too, just for a second, a few times.
Yeah, it did. It did. It was there. And I was kind of tempted, but I'm like, no, if it gets up there, come on, get under. Liquidity, get under. All right. Where's my buyer? All right, folks. Well, we got about a minute left. Hope you enjoyed the new format. Come back and see us tomorrow morning, an hour before the open. No. When are you on, Paul?
An hour and a half. Pre-market buzz. Please join the pre-market buzz, which is at 8 a.m. Eastern. So 8 a.m. Eastern, make sure to come in. Me and James will be doing a lot of analysis, kind of setups for not only anybody that's swing trading stuff, but I do a lot of intraday levels. So I'll have a lot of levels set for a bunch of different markets. I mean, natural gas, crude, gold, silver, all the equity indices, really anything of relevance, you name it. I'll have some levels for you. So definitely come by and listen to us, because we want you to hang and get prepared with us for the regular trading hours. So
trade with us. It's fun.
Day.
Sometimes it's not, like right
we're all
now.
Traders.
Usually it's fun. Yeah. We are.
Exactly.
Thanks, Bad.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it, man. Oh, get up
there. That was
there.
a wrap on the first new schedule.
Yeah.
You must have get stopped out before we.
I might as well, but I didn't. I didn't.
What's gonna happen?
But I'm not.
Oh man, what a way to end it. That's funny.
What a way to end it.
All right, what a way. All right, guys.
We'll
see you
catch
tomorrow
everybody
morning.
tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. Thanks, chat. Appreciate it, and see you, Daryl. See you,
Take
Sam.
care.
Guys.
See you, Sam.
Take
See you,
care.
Paul.
See you guys.
Bye.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.